To the Big Wave Tour, it is on.
I crawled out the gutter, I rose to the top. My reign everlasting, I can't be stopped. I was made for the throne, rise up till I'm on.
Finding big, massive peaks here at Nazaré.
Ain't no holding me down, I was born legend. Born legendary, born legendary.
That is a horrendous wipeout.
I'm the one chosen, I'm the one destined. I was born legend.
Wintertime in Europe sees the Atlantic roar into action as 9 of the best tow surfing teams from across the planet convene on the famous shores of Nazaré. It's the Tudor Nazaré Tow Surfing Challenge. And a very good morning and welcome to live coverage. Myself, Paul Evans, in the studio alongside Ben Mundy and Seb Stoitner. Morning, chaps.
Morning, Paul.
How are we feeling about this morning? We had a kind of a tough day yesterday, but You're feeling pretty positive about getting this underway here. Today's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement.
Yeah, it's just a picture perfect day here in Nazaré. We had fog yesterday. All day we waited around. Sebastian here would talk to us about that. It's a bit of a weird day, wasn't it? But we're calling it on. There's waves. It's not giant, let's be honest, but I'll tell you what, it looks absolutely pristine out there, Seppa.
Yeah, it looks very nice. Can't wait to see the show.
So we have been basically, yes, as you mentioned, Ben, yesterday all day kind of went for that fog to clear. This swell's been kind of promised for a while, and it feels like it's been out there. It feels like a friend almost, this swell. It's been there for a little while now, and finally we get to see it kind of bare its teeth here at the Praia do Norte.
Yeah, exactly. We've been monitoring it, and you know, it was just a strange day yesterday. We thought it was on. We thought the peak of the swell in the afternoon. As the fog came in, you can't predict fog, as we all know, but it's here now. It's just the lines are stacking up deep. It's not kind of those giant times, but it's just you can feel the energy. You can see the TPs, and the world's best surfers are in town, right? So it's pretty exciting.
Very exciting.
So much clearer skies this morning did get us a chance to see some good lines coming in. As you mentioned, Ben, maybe not quite in the huge range as we sometimes see out here, but nevertheless, certainly some big waves out in the water. Early preparations this morning as our teams get a chance to get out and get eyes on this. Hoping for a beautiful day. It does look clean, Ben, crucially.
Yeah, it's offshore. It's southeast, and often you get a lot of wind in this part of the world and a lot of chop, and there will be always bumps. But yeah, it's super clean. It's just a beautiful temperature. The sun's out, the fog's gone. It's pretty nice.
And from your point of view, Sebastian, not getting a chance to surf because of your injury, but do you like watching it when it's big here? How do you feel about seeing it going down and not really being a part of it?
Well, I've never really watched it when it's big, so it's the first time for me. But I'm very excited to see all the boys and the girls, you know, performing, and I have no choice. And I'd rather be here with you boys than somewhere else.
And obviously, like, since the toe surf's been going the last time out as our first event, but a lot of energy kind of put into that side of big wave surfing here at Nazaré, and that buzz is really strong, and you know, we're hoping to see the level just keep going up and up.
Yeah, I think in the last probably 3-4 years, the level has just gone through the roof, and it's very exciting. Every big swell that we have, something that we didn't think would happen, and yeah, the performance just increases.
And obviously this is a place that you've been around a while here, kind of watching the evolution, but just maybe in these last couple of winter seasons, toe surfing's almost brought kind of another, it's not just about maybe just surfing down that one huge wave, but that performance aspect has been really important.
Yeah, I think we've kind of stagnated at the size of the wave a little bit. I mean, obviously it varies from year to year, but the performance side definitely has increased, and I'm very excited to see some of the things that are about to happen now. Airs, barrels, you know, it's perfect conditions for it as well. It's not giant, so the boys and girls can go big and wild. Yeah.
Obviously, we talk about giant surf. There's a reason why it gets really big here at Nazaré. It's been called one of the 8 wonders of the world. It is kind of a freak of nature in lots of ways. The reason why this wave gets so big, it's all about that canyon. And we've got a really cool animation to bring you to show you exactly how the mechanics of this place works. That's where we are, the mid-coast of Portugal, Ben. We're facing out right into all that swell, but the swell is one part of it. It's only part of the story. Once it gets here, things start to get really interesting.
Yeah, exactly, Paul. It's this canyon. We talk about the Nazaré Canyon a lot, and this is a brilliant graphic of exactly why we get these waves. So the swells sort of march into the Atlantic. The whole coast is copying the swell, but this particular part of the world is where it all sort of converges, and there's a big canyon that diverges the swell and amplifies it into these massive TPs that we've seen Sebastian ride over the years. But you know, it's looking from this Seb, there's the, you know, you probably don't notice that when you're skiing across it every morning when you go to work, but what a deep trench it is.
No, yeah, it's crazy. If you're getting to the lineup and you see those mountains moving at you, and then they shift right before they hit the connect with the normal swell. It's very difficult also because of that to read the wave. It's very late that you know what the wave is about to do.
Yeah, and that you can see the trench there, so it's just funneling out into the Atlantic. The waves, don't they, Paul? They slow on the right-hand side, but sort of go fast through that canyon, and that causes these ginormous TPs, the tallest and biggest waves in the world.
The other amazing thing about that, of course, you know, we saw in the animation there, that little fort on the top. The public, the general public, there were literally thousands down there yesterday. Hopefully we get big numbers again today, but they're right there. You can see this go down. You can see you guys surfing in front of them. There isn't really a place comparable with that kind of view anywhere in the surf world.
No, it isn't. And also for us surfers, we can hear everyone cheering. It's like a stadium atmosphere, which is unique.
All right, well, as mentioned, 9 of the best tow teams from across the world. They're convening here for our format this year. But before we can call an event like this on, it's all about having the waves, the swell in the water. Let's check out our Surfline graphic and just see how this swell has developed in the North Atlantic. It's been a system that's been there for a while, Ben. I feel like we know it so well. We're almost ready to take this relationship to the next level with this swell.
I think you and that purple blob have a deep and long-lasting sort of friendship. But it's fleeting, Paul, as a lot of your friendships are. And it's come in, it's been sort of marching across a long period. I think it's sort of 17 seconds sort of during last night. I think it may have peaked last night. Sebastian, you was talking about how this swell's come and hit island sort of yesterday afternoon. You showed some photos, but maybe sort of hit last night. You can tell by just hearing it. Is that true?
Yeah, the shore break on the town side, on the other side of the cliff, gets really loud if it exceeds 15, 20 feet. And last night definitely was loud. So I think the swell came late here and peaked.
And these particular numbers, you obviously check the forecast a lot, but you kind of geek out on it hard, or is it, there's a bit of a wait and see element always with Nazare as well, in terms of what the forecast predicts and what actually shows up on the day?
Yeah, there's some numbers which give some reliability, but it's very much show up on the day and see what happens.
Unfortunately, Sebastian, you are unable to take part this year, but we have got some incredible talent from all around the world. Let's have a look at our teams and see how they shape up and see how this format shapes up for the event as well. So we tweaked it slightly from last time with that kind of it's like the expression session format. We'll get into the formats in a sec, but first of all, let's look at some of those names, Ben. There's a lot of talent there from representing kind of a lot of different sort of stages of the sport in different regions.
Yeah, exactly. And they've all, I mean, there's a lot of names, a lot of talent. They've all got one thing in common. I think they've all spent their time here at Nazare. They've all dedicated pretty much their lives to surfing this wave in a lot of cases. So obviously Kyle Lenny from Hawaii comes here when he can. Lucas Chianca, they're the two guys that we might be expecting, especially today, to push that level way up. Seb, those guys at the top of that board are such the box office, aren't they?
Yeah, they're into the flips and turns and periods.
Yeah, they're good. But I mean, just look at that. There's some, and the girls, Justine DuPont, obviously Maya Gabira. Obviously, you've partnered up with Maya over the years, and she, unfortunately, can't be there today. But just they're two women, along with Michelle Bouillon's also doing their time. But yeah, they've just been pushing the so much. Every season they just get better and better, right?
Yeah, it's so good to have them in the mix, and especially I'm excited to see all of them driving and surfing because it's a team sport. So that's, I think, a first as well to have that many women in an open contest.
I've got a lot of questions for you today about the driving, Seb. I mean, we're going to get into that later, but yeah, I'm glad you're here all day, Seb, because I want to pick apart just how much of a team sport it is. There's so much to the logistics, isn't it? It's not just about riding a wave. This is as you said, a team sport.
It is.
More of this good stuff to come. We'll get a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for live action. The Tudor Nazare Tow Surf Challenge. We're on. Join us for all the action right after the break.
out, boys. You've got another 30 seconds.
Welcome back to live action. Morning sunshine hitting the teepees of Praia do Norte, Nazaré, Portugal. And we are live with the Tudor Nazaré Tow Surf Challenge first heat. Naked final preparations about to get underway here. That's the view from up top. Looking down on that famous sort of cliff line. And that part of the wave where we're hoping our energy of our swell seems to arrive. Just from the early, what you've seen so far, Sebastian, we haven't seen a whole lot of sets in just the vision that we've seen there, but in terms of like the direction, we're looking good. Conditions look great. It's all kind of coming down to that size and what we might get throughout the day.
Yeah, I think it's not so much about the size today, it's about the quality of the wave. I've saw some barrels this morning, which is exciting, and some ramps. It gets really fun when it's below 20 feet.
I mean, your idea of fun, you know, we'll kind of, yeah, that's a relative term very much. But I tell you who will be really enjoying this today as well. I mean, you had a little glimpse there. The spectators, such a great event to come down and watch and be a part of. Like in that, like you mentioned, the way the crowd can really kind of participate, kind of that arena, that atmosphere, incredible, Ben.
Yeah, there's no place on earth like it, and you know, you're right there. It's right in front of you, and even when people aren't catching waves, there's jet skis burning about. There's massive waves exploding on the rocks. Even just the way the waves hit the rocks and spurt up, there's just a constant kind of adrenaline. And I mean, Pipeline in Hawaii's got that element where you can be right in front of it, but I don't think there's any place where you can watch big waves and feel a part of it. It seeps in your bones, doesn't it, Seb? You're often out there, but what a place to watch waves.
So amazing. And so incredible this was only discovered 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's just dramatic. I mean, yeah, what about you, mate? When did you first get here? What were your thoughts? You've been here a while, but can you remember when you sort of first laid your eyes on this place? It must have been very different back then, obviously.
Well, just let's introduce our first heat, and we will see Kai Lenny, Lucas Chianco, Team Reds, Team Cyan Blue, Achi Munian, Francisco Porchela, Team Green, Dupont Rollet, to out of France. And it's a very incredibly stacked first heat, of course. We've got to talk about Lenny and Chianco, of course, that came in last time and really lit this place up when we ran the inaugural tow event here. But let's not count out the experience of Achi. As Ben was asking, you've been here a while. He's been putting time in here. It's been a long time that Achi's been serving this place. Porchela as well. And then, of course, Dupont and Rollet, a ton of experience. Justine's been spending, what, the last 4 winters here?
I think 4 winters. Achi was actually the first winner of the first contest here before the world records and all of us came. So it's a very exciting lineup. Also Francisco and Achi are and Pierre are very talented in airs. So let's see what happens.
That's shaping up for our first heat of today. Just a reminder of how this format's going to work. We do have kind of like a traditional surf judging panel, Ben. So we are going to have like scores for waves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's a scoring system where, as in a normal heat, you get your best 2 waves count. And the judges will be marking each wave out of 10. So, you know, like as most surf competitions, the difference with the big wave is that the best wave gets doubled. So effectively, we're marking out of 30 points for a heat score. And then, yeah, the person, you know, or the surfer that gets the highest heat total wins effectively for the male performance and women's. And then there's also a team event, so you double the scores. Both surfers, get to double their scores, and we get a team award as well. But And they can swap at any time. So here we see Pierre there. He's sort of elected to surf first, Justine driving, and they can swap at any time. It's up to them, how they feel. They've probably got a game plan, you'd imagine, Seb, would they, about that swapping? How's it work? Or it's just whoever's the frother the most grabs the rope? How does it work?
Yeah, I think it depends on the conditions, and I'd see in these conditions probably the strategy, if I was in the lineup, I would let the surfer that is about maneuvers catch more waves.
Live action, first wave of the event, Lucas Chianca gets things underway with a left-hander. We'll just fade into this bowl here. There we go. as we see him just butter up with the chop up, and he's stalling here for a tube. You see the hand drag, gets the high line barrel, and comes flying out, shot out of a cannon. And there's Kai Lenny on the inside, a little flourish to finish. That's how you start a toe surf then, guys.
There's a lot to unpack on that wave. We've been going for a good 5 seconds, I think, when Chumbo just took off on that. There was a couple of spins. There was a barrel. He's got a bit of a crazy stance.
You don't see that often either.
What's that?
Isn't that the strategy to get back into the line quickest?
Wow, it's straight on. Keep him towed in. Doesn't even unstrap and hops back on. But yeah, an incredible wave, and that's what Chumbo brings. He's got that dynamic, he's so dynamic, and you never know what's going to happen. So yeah, what a start. That's got me excited. I mean, I was excited before, but that has really got me pumped up.
Chumbo seems to be way too relaxed and seems kind of normal for... They're still, what we talked about, it's not the biggest swell ever, but it's still pretty solid, and he's just toying with it. Look at these lines stacking in here. We got more action. Rollet out of Biarritz, Southwest France on the rope. Justin Dupont driving the ski. And Pierre Rollet's up riding. He'll hop down this one, he'll fade, and this one will swing into this left-hander. Getting some good bumps. You see the speed, how much ground he covers with those little hops. And he'll swing run down right through to an inside section. And we've said it, how many times have we said here, you're looking at waves kind of naked eye without really human on them, and you try and gauge the size. That was a heavy hit on the end there, guys.
I think he was going for an air.
He
thought he was going for an air.
Yeah, he did. And it's even on this, it's clean, isn't it? It's offshore. You can see that the wind blowing from the land out to the sea, and the spray coming back. But that makes it clean. But the bumps are still there, right? This wave just it's integral, isn't it? There's always bumps in the face. So.
Oh yeah, and you can see the difference from Lucas's to Pierre's wave. Lucas was fairly clean. His was very bumpy. It looked like he had a lot of trouble keeping his control. Yeah, it varies.
Here goes more live action out the back. I guess we'll call a relatively kind of mid-sized one for this morning, but so groomed and clean on the face. And from our angle, hard to see if we got some time covered up there as we just watched that one absolutely erupt and explode. But already these clean conditions that we talked about, well, they are delivering.
I don't think that's
a free surfer.
That's a free surfer. He's getting a high five. Just down the beach.
Okay.
I was going to say, that doesn't look like Chumbo, but he's out there having the time of his life. Fair play, he's got some air time. Yeah, so yeah, we'll see a couple of pages. Well, it's a bit harder to not get involved when you see conditions like this, I'd imagine. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, this scene here, Sab, we're just some live action here. We just might wait for that. It's just been another wave, and it's Chumbo. He just fades. He's looking at that barrel section. He floats right at the top of it, and he's just driving down. But yeah, this is a big wave part at Sab. You know what?
Oh, he might try to catch the inside.
Is he going to go for the inside section?
Yeah,
to double up?
Nice double up.
So a little bonus section on the inside for Chumbo. He hunted that little second bolt, and that one will back away. He'll call the ski over, but already impressive and exuberant. That team, Chianca and Lenny, looking like they're toying with this place already this morning. And we talked about, the camaraderie and that sort of bond between all you guys. Obviously, like physically, you know, when you're down there in the port, you're kind of close together getting ready. Everyone's got the little garages close together, but I guess out in the water, it's a little different. Let's just pick up this replay here, get another look at Chumbo's wave.
Yeah, you can see that wedge he was eyeing off, wasn't he? And unfortunately, he might get that today, where the next section comes in, they're moving back to it. Serve, that's going to be a possibility today, right? Because it's not giant, so this is and Chumbo's always hunting a barrel.
Yeah, there's definitely that inside section, both for barrel and for airs. And if you can make it into this run of the second wave, you can generate a lot of speed and do something crazy. I'm sure we'll see it.
All right, line stacking up on this peak hit, just off that famous Fortin headland at Nazaré. And as we'll see, a little redirect in the lineup, just trying to put themselves in position. We talked about all that communication and how surfers do choose our ways. Looks like we've got Pucella here on a bomb. There goes Francisco Pucella. He's teamed up with Ashik Munian. He's whipped him into this one. And the surfer out of Sardinia, also kind of via Maui and various other places in the world, who's a super experienced waterman, does a bunch of cool kind of activities, base jumping and climbing up mountains, and surfing down mountains.
Yeah, he does it all.
Getting his campaign underway here with a wave.
Yeah, this is the first wave, Coachella. Yeah, he's a such a positive guy. Just fresh off a couple of weeks ago, rode a wave at Jaws on his backside. I reckon probably one of the best backhand barrels, you know, of all time almost. And so he's got, you know, he's in the zone. And here we go. This is his from Chumbo, just dragging, stalling, waiting for the tube. That was his first wave. And then just kicks off here, the spin out the back. Still, you can just see the energy. He's on fire.
Don't get a lot of sort of front arm stalls in kind of big waves, do you? Like it's yeah, traditionally something you might see in kind of smaller waves. And that is live action. And here he goes again, Chumbo, so super busy. Wow, that was massive. And that's definitely seems to be just basically the way he enters into waves. Whoa, pulls into a big cavern. As our drone will just pick up the end of that wave. So he looked like he caught an edge, just actually helped him kind of stall in a little bit, and then just succumbs to the might of Nazare from the inside.
We always, you know, talked about the dream, wasn't Sebastian, back in the day, was like surfing giant waves like small waves. And I think already in the first, 5 minutes of this first hit, it's sort of come to life. Like it's actually happening, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what changed in the last few years. Everyone has enough experience to, know to take a big pounding, to recover quick, and to then push your limits. And that's the goal for everyone, right? To surf the waves.
And in the competition sides, Sebastian, as we just watched this replay here of Chumbo, how's this? That was... and it just looks like really is toying. You see him catch it there. Still looked like he travelled a bit in that.
Yeah, it's a short barrel. So if you mess up in the beginning, you're not going to come off.
Oh, he just got caught high there, didn't he? Like, yeah, it's just a collapse, but...
Great angle that from up the beach.
Not a bad way to sort of stall into the barrel, like an aerial 360, just to set yourself up for the 20-foot, 30-foot tube. So, yeah, going here, it looks like this could... Pierre Rollet.
I think it is Pierre Rollet. He just caught a quick wave we saw the end of. This is live action from him again as we pick him up from above on this left-hander. Gets to kind of redirect. We'll bring this one onto the inside.
I know a bit more about Pierre. Paul, he's from, you live in France and that part of the world. He's sort of just, over the last few years, just every sort of season, just get more and more of a name for himself, isn't he? Like, sort of not, hasn't come from nowhere, but really just starting to make his mark.
Yeah, he's been focused on the big waves for a number of years. Obviously outstanding at Ballarat, down that reef offshore in the Basque Country, but down here as well, he's put the time in. Also travelled a bunch over to Peahi as well. And a very impressive body of work behind him, because last time out, Justine teamed up with Fred David, who was surfing in the event. So this time, we've gone, everyone has to have a surfer and a driver as making up the team. Fred is running safety for these two. Let's get another look at this wave from Pierre.
Yeah, just a nice angle there. Just a bit of track, was a bit of foam on the face. That makes life a little bit difficult, I'd imagine. And just rode it out nice and clean, but just hasn't had those. Here he goes for a bit of a flick out, fly away, pull out. Just hasn't had those sort of big chunky sections or backdoors like Chumbo's had.
Yeah, what I want to ask you, Seb, and we talk a lot about the camaraderie here. So obviously, there's a natural part of competition on any kind of a day, but there is also that sort of sense. But how competitive do you think this is? I mean, how fired up are people to do well? Is this just kind of another day of kind of surfing beautiful Nazare and there happens to be a heat on? Do you think everyone's fired up?
Yeah, for sure everyone's fired up. Everyone wants to win. And we have a lot of camaraderie, but there's also a lot of competition. Everyone wants to have the biggest wave. Everyone wants to, it's in our blood. We want to win, so everyone will do their best here.
What a normal day, like a big sort of surf day, Seb. How do you work out? Like, obviously normal surfing, there's the lineup etiquette in terms of, you have to, stay in turn, unwritten rules. But how's it work? Because obviously you're driving a very fast machine. Who gets inside? How's it work?
Well, it's the same etiquette as normal surfing. It's just everything is a bit bigger and faster.
Right.
So the spotters, as we can see here, are very important. They give us information from the cliff. They have a high advantage point than we do, so sometimes they see the waves better than we can see in the ocean. And it's just a game of confidence and commitment, really.
And so when you go for surf, what's your setup? What's your teamwork? How many people involved in you on a normal session? We talk about the spotter, but how many drivers you got? Cameramen, I suppose. It must be, you got some people on the payroll.
Yeah, it varies. Every team is different. Some have, well, the minimum setup is a spotter, jet ski driver, and a surfer.
Yep.
And on giant days, a backup safety driver, which some have, some don't.
Okay.
And then it goes into, like, my team has a safety, a separate safety team as well. So I have 5 people on the beach, a military doctor, specially trained lifeguards, and safety spotters. And yeah, with production crew, with everything, on my team there's 17 people.
Cool. I mean, that's amazing. Just shows what you need to do to surf these waves and stay safe whilst doing it. See the boys out the back there. You reckon Kai Lenny would be chomping at the bit? Yesterday we heard because it was such a foggy day yesterday, and we were getting calls every hour. Well, the reports were Kai Lenny he got in the night before, put his wetsuit on at 8 o'clock. He took it off at 5 o'clock in the evening. when the call finally got done, he's like a kid, had to take his wetsuit off. But he'll be frothing. It's fun driving, but he'll want to catch a wave.
So Lenny on the rope now. A switch from our Team Red already making the strong early run in Chumbo with a bunch of lefts, as we see whipping in here. It's like Coachella again. Here we go. Fade this one. Pick him up from above. Wave goes into a bit of a dip and it just kind of back off. Didn't really get that bowl in front of him on that particular one, but that's definitely what our surfers are looking for today. Here goes now live action. Kai Lenny, signature move. There's the huge, massive chop hop down into the bowl, and he'll low line this one and hope to get an end section. As we see, just keeping pretty close attention. Right next to him is his buddy Chumbo. Again, just goes kind of ski jump style down onto the insides. A little flick off, and he's done. First wave there for Kai Lenny.
Yeah, there you go. We talked about...
Spent some time in the air there.
He did. He spent like half the time in the air, and there's the stance you're talking about there. God, that's got to be hard on the calves. That's hurting my calves. But yeah, straight into it. This is his first wave at Nazare this season, and that's how you start. Straight into his signature kind of spin. No mucking around, no sort of feeling your feet. No, just say get your feet in the wax, but that's not even a factor here. And he's just so electric, isn't he? Kai, you just never know what he's going to do.
Another vision on the end there of that wave of Kai Lenny, rocked up into town, as you mentioned just a couple of days ago, Ben, as this swell shaped up and had people scrambling from all over the world. Looks like we've got Justine Dupont here. There's Justine on her first wave. A bit of white water on the face. She'll just carve down. Bring this one through to an inside section. Picking her up down the beach. So an opening wide there for Justine Dupont. Let's remind ourselves, of course, how exactly this is all going to work. Of course, in terms of our categories that are up for grabs, we've got best male, best female, best team, best committed awards, Jules de Santa Casa commitment awards. In terms of the women, 3 of them, Justine Dupont, of course, been joined by Maya Gabert and Michelle de Bouillon. Should be obviously a favourite at any time. She's strong, but opening up with a decent wave.
Yeah, she's the three women going for this title, and Justine has really just put so much time and effort into this wave. And I remember, I first sort of came here years ago. We did a bit of a paddle session with Shane Dorian, and Justine was there hanging around there.
When you say we?
And I said, well, I was doing, me and Shane were kind of hanging out. I don't know, he called me, I came down. Yeah, no, I was playing a minor role as a media lackey. But Justine was here then, and she was keen. She just getting into the big wave kind of realm. She still just got off the CT. So, that was a long time ago. She's been in and around the scene, and every year she just seems to be just getting better and better. And she's still young, she's so fit, she's so committed. Seb, it's inspirational what she's doing.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's to me, seeing Justine, Maya, and Michelle progressing, I mean, obviously Maya being the pioneer of the women's front, but seeing Justine and Michelle progressing in the last few years and pushing it for the women, and finally having like a group of women that can push each other is great.
Lenny having a little look there. Behind them on the rope now is Hashim. Oh, sorry, no, it's still Francisco Pacella. The team blue on the rope. Here's Kyle Lenny, though. He's whipped himself in here. And he'll set up. Here's the right-hander. This is the one that comes back in towards our rocks here on this particular peak. And just a short wave there for him. Remember last time out, some of those huge right-handers he rode. Really incredible.
Yeah, they're really busy, this team. They're not ones to sort of... There is a priority system in place. You can see the P next to the team blue there. So there is elected priority, but these lads they just love to stay busy. They're always out. If a wave pops up, they're ready to swing at at any moment. They're really sort of good teamwork. They know each other well. They know how each other drives and rides. And if anything pops up, they Kyle pounce. And that wave to me, Seb, looked like one of the bigger ones. That's one of those ones you look at a photo and you go, wow, that's a big wave, right?
And that's a strategy I like as well. You don't want to sit out there too long and wait and wait for the perfect wave. Even when it's giant, sometimes when you're busier, instead of waiting, you catch the ones that you want.
Sure, and one of, obviously, we have jumped to the tow format here from the Nazare Challenge as a paddle event, and we can get bigger lulls, particularly with the paddling. Of course, the jet ski affording you all of that agency in the lineup to basically get wherever these peaks are triangulating. And that's exactly what we've seen already so far in this one. 50-minute heats, down towards 20 gone. And we got just scores kind of dropping in. And we'll get them all updated or bring you situation. But certainly from what we see, it does feel like that Team Red getting the best of it so far. Particularly that early initial wave of Luca Shumbo.
Yeah, he's on fire. He got a 7, and that gets doubled for a 14. And if he had come out of that barrel, that second wave that he fell off, he would have been some huge numbers, and scores come in for Kai as well. So look at them still just hunting that little inside section there. There's lefts off the cliff. How many sort of peaks are there here, Seb? I know it moves around, but there is. It looks chaotic, but there is some more there, right? You know where to head. Oh
yeah, it's quite interesting. It's from 2 feet to 100 foot. It's the same peaks. Yeah. So you have first peak, which is very close to the rocks. The bigger it gets, the more outside it breaks, and you have inside first peak, which is where Lucas caught his first wave. Then second peak, which is kind of the middle. I think I'm not sure what the tide is doing, but when the tide drops, that will get best. And then the third peak, which on giant days has big waves as well. Today I don't think we'll see action there, but it's 3 peaks which are very defined, but shifty.
All right, that's the way it's setting up in the early morning here on Monday morning in Portugal. And the Tudor Nazare Tow Surf Challenge is a go already. Seen some good waves dropping in for our red team, Chianca and Lenny. A couple of waves as well for the French pair. Trying to come back at them. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from Nazare. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Tudor Nazare Tow Surf Challenge. Our support boat out just off that famous canyon that brings the swell into this iconic wave of Praia do Norte. We are live this morning already. Some good action, the best of it from Lucas Chianca. His high score getting doubled for a 14 so far. That's out of 20. We'll combine our athletes' team scores for best team, individual as well. Jogos de Santa Casa Commitment Award alongside the best male, best female. All of that to be decided throughout the day here. And after a lot of anticipation, a bunch of big days. Saturday had some bombs for anyone brave enough to get out there in the water. Yesterday, we're not too sure what yesterday brought. We basically had a thick blanket of fog. We could hear some waves. Couldn't see much, not a lot of vision, as several thousands of people lining that cliff, just waiting all day to get this thing going. And this morning, it's great to see these blue skies, bright sunshine, thick lines coming out of the Atlantic. At the famous beach here, very much a wintry scene. And Seb, we talked about the consistency of this wave. You've been based there for a number of years, and just ridiculous how often this wave fires to life.
It's crazy, yeah. Comparing it to Mavericks or to Hawaii, I think it's like, I don't know, 10 times more big days. And the quality of the wave changes a lot, so you get a lot of different conditions. It's a very tough wave to paddle, so I think we haven't seen the consistency of paddling here as versus Jaws or Mavericks. You need a lot of support, a big infrastructure to be consistent out here. But yeah, so many big wave days, it's crazy.
Solid lines marching in from our swell here. Pretty ideal in the direction this time. Got that northwest energy, as we saw earlier. That affected the canyon. It's something that the tow teams here and everyone's kind of started to understand, certainly more latterly, really when it brings this premium energy into the wave here. Kai Lenny on the rope, Chombo driving. Those two doing well early on, getting a strong start, and they're staying super busy. We talk about their sort of incremental gains and those sort of marginal things that all athletes do. Like to see them on the sled, staying with his feet in the straps.
Yeah.
It's like when chairlifts go wrong. It's not what you want to happen with the snowboard, is it? When you get on the chairlift.
Not at all. Yeah, we've all been there. Yeah, no, it's that thing that if you buzz back out, you're ready to go. As they did, they'll swing in a second, and yeah, if you're strapped in, it could be a few seconds saved. Good on the quads, but yeah, Kai Lenny between his foiling, windsurfing, kite surfing. I think he does wing riding on those jet planes. I mean, he does it all, doesn't he? So he's so physically fit and such a good waterman. And he's ready to roll. Out there, Chumbo likes to hunt that little section, doesn't he? He's always quite inside. We see Lucas and that first peak or inside left kind of made his name at this wave there, hasn't he, Seb? Yeah,
definitely. And especially on those medium-sized waves, he's really performing and surfing it like it is a tiny wave. Yeah,
it's true.
Just a reminder of some of the names we're going to see. This is our first group of 3. Of course, we have 9 teams in total. And the next group we will see Rodrigo Kosher, the Kosher Bomb, Guinness record holder, alongside Kiali Maumala. We're going to see Andrew Cotton and Will Scoodin, Michel de Bouillon, Ian Casenza. That'll make up the 3 teams in our next group. And we'll wrap things up with the final and third group. Nick Von Rupp, Pedro Scooby, Jalb Merced, Antonio Silva, and Mayet Gabera, Eric Ribier. Rounding out our final team. Just someone, obviously, a partner for you here and someone you tee out. How's Maya feeling coming into this? How's her form?
I think she's fit. She's in a good state, and obviously through the last 3-4 years, she's progressed like crazy. Came back from her accident and established 2 Guinness World Records, which is an amazing thing to do for anyone. But from where she came from, it's incredible. And I think she's just going to take it as a fun day, but she's frothing, and she has Eric on her side, which is a very good surfer and
a great driver out here as well. We talk about experience. Eric's another surfer, has been here a long time, and often in a role on rather running safety or driving people on other ways, but here to surf. We saw him last time out as well, teamed up with Ben Sanchez, of course. Eric took a bit of a beating that day, but it's great to see him back. All right, here we go. As we see Rollet on the back of the ski was Justin Dupont. This is this is Team Blue, and we are looking there at Porchella still.
He's got priority, hasn't he? They're looking at it.
So just kind of easing off that throttle, realising that wave was never really going to stand up. So still speculating, waiting for a wave here. This pairing of Hachi Munian and Francisco Porchela. We talked about Hachi and his experience here. Of course, he has been pioneering a bunch of slabby waves up on the north coast of the Iberian Peninsula as well for a number of years out in Galicia, the Costa del Morte. Up there, been charging some huge slabs and all around the world. And a waterman with an absolute ton of experience.
He's just one of those underground legends, isn't he? Like every now and again, every generation pops up one that sort of changes their part of the world with their surfing, and that actually's done that up on that Basque Coast. He's just been committed to big wave riding. Often it's not easy up there. It's remote. It's cold. You know, it's hard to find. It's fickle. But there's always these giant waves. He's been hunting them, putting in the time, and down here, as we talked about, one of the first guys to come down and surf this. So yeah, if you don't know, actually all those people out there in the wider world, he's just he's a real legend of the sport, and I really hope to see what he get some big lefts out here. He's such a great surfer too.
Chumbo and Lenny having a little look, just kind of speculating from up in that first peak kind of inside area, looking for one of these waves. See if we get some interest into this one. Lenny just holds on. Meanwhile, right behind them, it's our blue team. And Porchela doesn't like the look of that. Just elects to hang on. A little communication going on. How hard is it, Seb, to communicate with the driver? How does that all play out between when you're actually on the rope? How do you talk to each other?
Well, ideally, you don't have to talk. You want to see the same thing, you have the same vision, but if you do have to talk, you got to scream. It's very, very loud, very a lot of noise.
Então a parada deveria ser na esquerda, entendeu? Porque senão a gente não tem comando.
All right, let's get you updated on scores at the moment. It is Shanka with the highest wave. Highest wave score does get doubled. He's got 14 for that. Pierre Rollet's got a 9.66. The Frenchman, Kai Lenny, with a 9.06. Justine Dupont, our high wave, it's a 7.54. Porchela's got a 5.34. So that's where we are so far. Haven't seen a wave from Hachi Munian. So the early scoring, basically our very first wave of the competition. Lucas Shanka towed into it by Kai Lenny at the moment, leading that. Of course, for the best score, we do double that score. That's why he's got a 14 out of 20. The judged out of 10, and the high score does get doubled. We'll take the top two scores, as with traditional surf formats. Some explanation there from these two, trying to work it all out. But we get totals out of 30 for our surfers. A little debrief there, Ben, in the surf.
I'm also trying to look at Hachi's headgear. Yeah. What's he got on his head? I mean, forget the wave stuff. He's got a real crazy kind of headdress on there. So actually standing out. But yeah, they were a bit like, they weren't happy, I can tell you that, because Porchela, usually one of the smiliest, happiest guys you'll meet. He looked a bit angry there. He was like, a bit of just couldn't quite get the wave he wanted and lost priority as a part of it. And
how is the priority system working in this?
Well, after you catch a wave, there's a priority judge up on the fort there, and if you catch a wave, you immediately lose it. So it gets allocated to each one. So yeah, basically, as soon as you catch a wave, you lose. Or as soon as you go for a wave, effectively try and catch a wave, yeah, you lose it. Like in surfing, it's just some big waves sort of marching in from the horizon here. This looks a bit more promising, Paolo.
Yep, 18, just over 18 to go in our opening heat of the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. It's still Team Red in the lead. Of course, a combined score out of 60. Each surfer scores 30, so out of 60 for the team. And at the moment, this Team Red with the better of the early running, particularly that one wave of Lucas Shanka. Lots yet to come. We've had a little bit of a hole through the kind of mid part of this heat. Just in terms of the swell, the frenzy of activity at the beginning has gone a little off the boil so far in this one. That's why we're seeing people take the rope, have a look at waves, get themselves in position, decide not to go. It's been quite a bit of that go down. Everyone just trying to really dial in. We saw some spirited discussions there, and Porchela and Munian just kind of working out tactics and where they want to position. Obviously, talked about experience, but when it comes down to it in competition, obviously you're dealing with a brand new day and a brand new set of sort of circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. It just brings a whole new sort of pressure to it, really. There's already enough pressure out there when you're surfing the waves of these magnitude, but the competition just adds an element of sort of spice, doesn't it? And might affect your decision-making process on the waves. You probably catch more waves, you think, than you would normally in competition, Seb?
Nah, I love to catch a lot of waves always. For me, last competition, well, it was giant, right? It was very different conditions than what we have today. And so we just try to get one big bomb and then stay busy, which worked really well for us. And I think today, if I was competing today, I'd just try to stay as busy as possible.
All right, lines stacking up here. Let's hope we get some action fire up to bring this sort of first opening session of three teams, 6 surfers. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a comeback from Team Green or Team Blue. At red at the moment, it's not a huge lead though.
And they also get the chance to surf again. So all these teams get 2 heats today. So we've got, they've got 50 minutes, effectively almost 2 hours of surfing. So it's a good, good concept. If for whatever reason, it's bad luck or just doesn't fall your way in the first heat, you get another shot at it. The green of that water there is really unusual, isn't it? You're sort of used to Nazare, those dark grey slate kind of walls, but that's got the sun on the offshore just adding a real nice Portuguese green to it.
Very friendly.
Yeah, until you get one on the head.
So still some repositioning out in the lineup from everyone, trying to get themselves onto a bomb, get themselves in strong contention. As Ben mentioned, we will get another session. So each team gets to surf twice, 50 minutes on the clock for the heat. So this group will be surfing again. That's our view from our support boat, where we do have various logistical aid going on as well. Camera angles from all around this beautiful iconic beach, drone angles as well, just bringing you beautiful vision. And right now we're looking at live action. And out of Team Blue, this is Pacella, who has remained on the rope for a long time in this one, so I wonder if he's just going to stick in and they're maybe going to do it like that with actually surfing later. Looks like that. With just 15 on the clock, it's been all Pacella as we see him exit. He'll get the pickup there using the ring for the easy pickup. And he's back on the sled and motoring back into the lineup. So another wave for Pacella. We'll drop him. We've got a score, looks like, to come in for Justine Dupont as well. Let's get another look here at Francisco.
Yeah, a bit of froth on that wave. You can see the wave before, just adding a bit of texture to it and just a quick in and out. So we've got the quick pick up there. The safety aspect of the sport, it's obviously you've been a big driver in it, Sebastian, in terms of making this as safe as possible. It can never be entirely safe, but yeah, mate, what have been the big things that sort of have changed in terms of safety over the last few years that you've brought in? What's made the biggest difference?
I think the biggest difference was to put a doctor on the beach and to create an infrastructure where you can, if you are dying or in a position where you need to get to the ambulance very quick, we have an infrastructure to move you from the beach to the ambulance and work on you as you're going to the ambulance. Because the beach is about 500, 600 meters wide, and to get from the shoreline, that was the second big thing that we established last year, which is to train swimmers to go from the shore into the water and assist if you're floating in the shore break or skis trying to get an unconscious person out, to accelerate that process. But yeah, there's still lots of things to improve, and it's a sport. We haven't had like a dead person here yet, but it's a very, very dangerous place. You have the cliff, you have a shore break. As you can see, this is a friendly day today, and pretty much everywhere else in the world this will be probably the biggest day ever. And you can see here the boys ready to go with their fins in their hand. And imagine you have to sprint down the beach, dive through that shore break, and then grab somebody and bring him back. That's a big effort.
You're not selling it to me, mate.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
But it's crazy to think, Paul, isn't it, that that's the type of thing you have to think like that to surf this wave, and that's why this place is so mad and so special.
Yeah,
terrifying.
You think about North Shore water safety and the lifeguards there, but the board shorts and the swim fins, kind of iconic, but to just head out into that grey, dark, massive Atlantic with a set of swim fins on, wow, very impressive. But yeah, loving to hear these developments, Sebastian, and I guess obviously Alex Boteo last time out here unfortunately, you know, that turned out good for him. But that, you know, that's how a lot of like leaps are made in terms of like protocol and safety and that kind of thing, is when things do go wrong, and kind of debriefing on that and what you can learn from the situation.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think it went well for him because we don't see him today. But what did go well is he's alive.
We're going to get a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action from the Tudor Nazare Toe Challenge. We'll be right back.
No worries.
Welcome back to live action from the Tudor Nazare Toe Challenge. Sunny skies and pumping swells out of the Atlantic. Pick up Kai Lenny from Hawaii, finishing off a wave. Down on the inside is Buddy. Jumbo Shianka picking him up. Meanwhile, behind Justine Dupont as she steers the ship round the pressure of an avalanche of whitewater going underneath the cliff here. The French woman, very experienced at Nazare, caught some huge waves down in here. See Lenny getting a little bit of whitewater to deal with. A troublesome pickup in there, a bunch of energy. You see those side waves coming through, and those wedges, that inside section packs an absolute punch. And a technical pickup get hold of Kai in there.
Yeah, and the board's gone. We just couldn't quite pick him up. What happens? Do you wear leashes with these toe boards, or how's it work, Seb? Like, do they? You're in. Obviously, you're in. You got footholds and you're attached to it. But when you come off it,
Yeah.
can you lose it quite easily?
Oh yeah, the board goes straight to the inside. And we don't wear leashes. If you'd wear a leash, I think it would rip off your leg.
Okay.
But it's you just go to the inside. You look for the board, and worst thing that can happen is it goes to the cliff, and you have to take another surfboard. And in the best case, you just pick it up from the beach.
So, and what about the tide?
You know what? Let's go down and hear from a man who literally put this place on the map. He turned the surf world's attention to this spot, kind of made it what it is. Garrett McNamara, he's down in a spotter roll on the cliff. Garrett, do you read me?
Loud and clear.
How you doing, buddy? How's things looking from where you are?
That first ride of Lucas was so spectacular and such so committed, and so it started off with a bang. Everything is going amazing so far. Just saw some crazy action on the inside with Lucas again, flying the jet ski, trying to rescue Kai. So it's just action packed.
And well, a tough day yesterday with all the fog, mate. We didn't really know what we had, but just, you know, we've had now a good hour or so of daylight to look at this. And what are you thinking of the swell? How are you sizing it up? What do you think of the day in general?
You know, it's smaller than we were hoping for, but it's still super high performance, super good conditions. And we figured just let the boys have fun, and they're out there having fun. So I'm really happy with the way it's turned out so far.
Hey Garrett, Mundy here, mate. How are you? Good to see you. What about the tide? It's sort of high now. How does that affect the conditions? Will it sort of get better on the low? How does that work?
You know, every swell is so different here. Sometimes it's better on high, sometimes it's better on low. But normally when the tide gets lower, it gets better, it gets hollower, and the tide is actually peaking right now.
Speaking of peaking, mate, we've been talking about performance in towing, and, you know, particularly, obviously, we think about Jumbo and Kai Lenny, what they're doing, but just in general, the way things are going, and maybe with that slightly smaller day to day, we could really see the performances go through the roof. What are you expecting to see throughout the day? There's a lot of talent on our roster here.
What I'm really looking forward to seeing is some barrels. There's a few here and there, but they're hard to find. And if I was out there, I would be focusing on barrels, and that's what I want to see. But those flips and twists and then into the barrel, even better.
All right, well, look, great to hear from you, buddy. Keep up the good work down there. We'll check in with you soon. Thanks, Garrett.
All right, thank you.
So Garrett McNamara there, seeing it all happen from that prime position up there in that spotter role and helping everything come together. But he's excited, and that's a man who's seen a few Nazare days.
You can always count on G-Mac. When it comes to Nazare, he's always excited. And yeah, he spent some time on that fort in the early days, literally on his own, or his wife. Up there just doing spotting, just them pair, no other surfers for like 100 miles. So yeah, to see what he's witnessed on that exact spot there and where we've come, you can tell he's psyched. And yeah, he mentioned some of these waves in the break. Plenty of action there. I mean, Justine Dupont just coming out of that one. And we see Kailani just fly through the air on the inside. Also action. What was going on? Well, there's all sorts of action, but looks like they're all safe and sound.
Dupont finishing off down there pretty much right under the cliff in that convergence zone. And some wild activity from Shankar and Lenny, jumping the ski and getting that pickup done and buzzing back out to safety. We're looking at our French pair in the lineup. Dupont and Rollet. Has been Justine taking the rope for the latter part of the sea. Pierre Rollet got some couple of decent bombs ridden early on. And with Justine trying to attack mainly these big left-handers. Seb, you tend to be a man that prefers this left, mate, and I guess this is kind of, in terms of like the best sort of shape of the wave, this is probably the kind of part of the beach, these left-handers, where everyone likes to focus. That's what we'll be seeing probably throughout the day.
Oh yeah, definitely. Today I think maybe on the switch of the tide and when it gets low, there'll be some rights, could be some barrels, but definitely that's the peak. I would sit on, stay under, and stay busy. And a lot of times if you stay too far outside, you don't see those insiders. But the swell, as it's traveling in the canyon, it looks big and it looks as about to break. So you have to just stick to your ground and stay busy. I think today, stay busy.
Stop press. The goofy footer likes to go left. I mean, it's not one of the great, it's unsurprising. But,
looks like we had a switch there with Achi with the sort of flamboyant headwear. He's on the rope, so last 5 minutes, he's like, give me that thing.
I know.
Give me that rope.
Give me the dice. 5 minutes to go. Yeah, I don't know what the strategy would be good to actually. Yeah, I've got Joanna Garnell down in that boat. Just ask some of those questions when the guys come in, and we'll talk about that strategy when you swap and whether you have a set plan or whether you just feel it out.
Let's check out the leaderboard for the Tudor Nazare Tow Surf Challenge 2021. With just over 4 remaining in our first session. This is how it's gone down. So remind ourselves, these are combined scores at a 60. So 2 best waves, doubling the high score, gives us a number from 60. Crucially, in that first place at the moment, Lenny Shankar leading it, not by a whole long way from Dupont and Rollet. Munian and Porchella not really at this so far. They've got a couple of minutes. They will have another 50-minute heat as well yet to come. But that's the way it's shaping up for our early heat, Ben.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting start. We see the Andrew Cotton Memorial Rocks down there, but it's yeah, we had a really fast start, and you had Shankar come out of the blocks. I think that first wave was his 7, which got doubled. And it's just sort of had a bit of a slower sort of end to it. We talk about that tide maybe an issue, but yeah, I mean, we've seen enough to know there's going to be some dramatic action. And we've still got Kailani with 3 minutes to go on the road. Anything can happen, and Kailani's standing up and waiting around. He looks like they're eyeing off this one here. Bit of a left. Looks like he's going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, we got some activity here. 3 to go. Here goes Kailani. This wave, you just see this thing just doubling up into that big, crazy A-frame. And he unseated himself. And I tell you what, if you're getting speed wobbles undoing Kailani, you know there's some power there. And that's not a great spot to be.
That's very close to the rocks, but I'm sure Lucas will be in there quickly.
So Lenny going down there, just getting those big wobbles. And here's the pickup. It's nicely done, Lenny on the back of the ski. Chumbo getting the gas, just outrunning this one down, literally in the shadow of the rocks. And that was nasty. Those two going down. They're just trying to outrun that Shuri section. Saw that ski getting some really troubled water. Here's the backup. This is why we have backup safety. This is being run by Lucas Fink, the Andrade. And he's straight in there. Looked like he picked up Chumbo. Here's Lenny as well. You see them right in that section of the beach, that kind of cove part where we do meet the cliff. And their ski will need righting and sorting out. It just goes to show, we talk about their experience. But this place, even, you know, it's not the biggest they've ever seen. This place is no joke, Seb.
Yeah. So, what went wrong with this? There was a lot going on, but I mean, there was sort of just a bad spot.
It's a bad spot, and luckily there's sand now. Usually in this time of the year, there's no more sand, so you're straight into the cave. I think what happened was the white water in there is really dense, and as Lucas was going down the face of the wave, he couldn't keep control of it, because on a jet ski, if you're in a steep part of the wave, the ski kind of catches a rail. So he did a good job of abandoning the ski.
There's live action from Justine Dupont. And she's found herself a big left here. She just tries to slow herself down a little bit. And then that high line swoop down as a trademark for her. And she'll get onto that inside heel edge for her. And that big section will just steamroll behind her. She'll look to control this one out. Deals with a really troublesome inside. And it's one of those days where we talked about going quiet, and it just goes to show Nazare that inside. There's just so much going on in terms of energy from waves and white water, all sorts happening. Looks like our Team Red seems to have righted the ski and got back out. Here's the pickup down on the inside.
And this is the worst time for the shore break, because if it's high tide, the waves tend to break more close to the shore. Less space for the jet ski drivers, and more energy on the inside. As it gets more low tide, the waves will break more outside, and it'll be more confidence.
And what happens with the jet ski? We saw the jet ski get absolutely swamped and it rolled to shore. Will that be able to be ridden again today, or does, you know, what in terms of, it depends obviously, but do those skis take those type of you know, with no rider on it and getting rolled to shore?
It fills up with water, so you have to drain it, you have to clean it, but you can take it back up most of the time if the plastic parts didn't fly off. And you can see the rescue guys sprinting on the beach. That's a tough job.
We talked about how serious it was. These two just having a giggle. And Mounier and Porchella having a good old time out there. They're not too worried about the scoreboard right now. They're just having fun. And that comes from having the experience and being very much at ease, where most of us mere mortals would be sort of running for our life, but they're just having a bit of fun out there. We're going to wrap things up for our first heat. A little bit of drama at the end. We saw the spill off the ski from Chumbo and Lenny. And they seem to have got things sorted out and are back in business. That's going to wrap up our first heat, and incident right at the beginning, right at the end.
Yeah, well, that's what we've got in these type of conditions in Nazare. We've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times, but yeah, it can change in the blink of an eye, can't it? So it can just suddenly and dramatically, things can go crazy.
It's
Let's check out the heat recap and see how it went down right from the get-go. This was the high score.
Yeah, this is straight. This was first wave of Lucas. So a spin out the back and then a barrel. And that was a 14 point. This is a big wave, probably one of the biggest waves we saw of Porchella. And just a little bit, not as steep and not as critical, but a sizey wave for 5.34. And this was a nice big clean right. This is where he may have got wrong here. Skips out. And this is where it all went a bit cray-cray. You see the rocks just form up, and then that was an amazing pickup here. He's just trying to absolutely gun it. And, you know, both go sucked over the falls right near the ski. You can see that's Lucas saying, come and help, we're in strife there, but so much going on, Paul.
Yeah, you watch that on the replay. It doesn't get any nicer viewing, does it? That could have gone. They seem to be fine. Let's hope everyone's all right there, but that was a really, really nasty incident.
So there's Kai taking some breaths in, whether he's got hurt. He seems to be okay. Look, but he's been winded. He must have been hurt or something, but
it's part of our medical team down on the inside, our event doctor. We're going to go do a quick commercial break. All smiles on the sand for Lenny and Chumbo. They weren't planning on being in there. That's where they ended up. All part of the experience of that first heat. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you another 3 teams, more live action from the Tudor Nazare Tow Surfing Challenge. We'll be right back.
Noise.
Tudor, the official timekeeper of the World Surf League. By Jogo Santa Casa, the official presenting partner of the event. By Corona, this is living. By Red Bull, the official energy drink of the World Surf League. By Hertz. By Visit Portugal. By Nazare City Council. By Oeste Portugal. And by Portuguese Waves.
Welcome back to live action from the Tudor Nazare Tow Surf Challenge. Praia do Norte is our venue as we see tow surf teams from across the world look to perform and take out a bunch of categories here available. Best male surfer, best woman, best team. Jogo Santa Casa Commitment Award out in our second group. We'll see Rodrigo Coxa, Kiali Mamala, Andrew Cotton and Will Scudin, Michel Guillon, Ian Cosenza. That's our 9 surfers, stroke drivers. 6, excuse me. 3 teams to 2, if I've done my math there correctly, Ben.
Yeah, you've almost got that. The 2 times tables. See actually Manin there. He's obviously decided on the pink headdress. Get to ask about that. Regrouping after their heat. They'll get another crack at it later on. Put their boards. A lot of Dylan boards there. Dylan Longbottom shaping a lot of the tow boards for all of these surfers. Justine Dupont. Axie, Porchella, Andrew Cotton I think's got some as well. So, and there we have Joanna Garnell. I think she might be live.
Let's go down here from Joanna. How are you feeling?
Hey guys, I'm feeling absolutely great. I mean, I'm out here in the water. I can't really see the waves from here, but I can certainly catch a bit of talk with the guys once they drive by, and we can have a chat with them and know everything about the heat.
Feels like some strong offshores there, dealing with a bit of wind coming off town there, Joanna, but you mentioned you haven't got a great view of the waves, but conditions look beautiful, sky looks blue. Looks like a nice morning's work for you.
So much better than yesterday. You can see everything. A bit of wind, but not that unpleasant. And yeah, a lot of action in that water, right? How's the thing looking from there?
Yeah, we started off strong. We had a little bit of drama at the end of that last heat as well, close into the cliffs. which everyone seems to be doing fine from. But just this pair that we saw kind of floating around near you on their ski, they look like they're having a bit of fun, a bit of a giggle.
Yeah.
What's that? Has Archie still got his hat on, Joanna? What's the headwear situation?
That's your homework, Joanna. We need to find out why Axie's wearing a pink hat.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I want to know all about it. He looks like a unicorn.
Yeah, he is. And I like that you've worn green just in case that seasickness kicks in. You'll be fine. But looking good, Joanna. Thanks for updates. Find out about the hat.
As we'll pick up a little vision there of our pink team, Mammala and Kosher. Of course, the Kosher bomb, the Brazilian charger. He's got his own hand signal.
You can't say it without the hand signal, can you? It's impossible to say Kosher bomb without
Guinness World Records.
Yeah, what a legend, eh, Seb? He's a guy that's been around here a long time as well and just committed to this town and this wave, right?
Yeah, he has been, and I'm really, really excited to see Keali back in the lineup. He's one of my favorite surfers, not just here in Nazare, but anywhere in the world. And yeah, he's a good driver with Kosher, so let's see what happens.
Amazing waterman as well. We heard from Garrett McNamara live earlier on the cliff, but obviously back in the day, like toe partnering up as well, Keali and Garrett, they were a force to be reckoned with. And any kind of waves, you think about even up in Alaska, toe surfing the glacier waves, getting up to all sorts. So an absolute legend, Keali Mammala. And these two trying to get off the beach, and this is what you got to deal with if you're doing a beach start. So we see Chumbo on the throttle, just trying to negotiate this super troublesome shore break. We mentioned that high tide, just kind of dialing that energy in. Speaking of energy, looks like we've got a bit of a wave here. So we're looking at, looks like Michelle de Bouillon. She gets an entry from Ian Cosenza, and a big wave for her. She'll just kind of hold that line right now, opting not to fade, and realizing that that wave not really offering much of a runner section through the end, but an early start for Michelle, getting a wave under her belt. That'll feel pretty good to get one early on.
Yeah, probably not quite the wave she would have wanted, but yeah, just to get a big wave and get it under the belt in the first 5 minutes, always a good feeling. And straight back out, no problem. Straight back out there, be out there in a minute and ready to go again. So yeah, should be happy with that start.
And seeing the progression of Michelle came here, we knew about her charging. We've seen stuff in Indo, for example. It's kind of surfing what we would consider like more normal, kind of solid waves, but really impressive to see what she's done. She's been based here at Nazare for a couple of years, Seb.
Yeah, definitely. It takes time to get to wanting to be out there on the big days, and you have to spend a lot of time in the water. And she definitely is one of the most consistent athletes in the water for training, and it's been great to watching her progress. Yeah, definitely.
Teaming up here with Ian Cosenza himself, with a ton of experience as well out in this water. Bit of texture from that wind, kind of whipping a little bit more cross shore now. Let's get another look at Michelle's wave. This is the view from our drone. You can just see that wind just kind of whipping through. A little bit of southerly direction to it. A decent way to open up here for Michelle.
Yeah, you can see that. It's never really properly feathered and then just sort of kicked out. So she'll go back into third pro. We've got Team White now. Next cab off the rank. They get first choice of any set that comes through. And you're looking to see Cotty and Scooten. Sort of the classic. You don't often get the old Devon, New York kind of partnership, do you? Not one of the great sort of partnerships that we all know, but these two have paired up, and there's so much experience.
If you're just tuning in and wondering how the format's working here at the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge, we have teams being scored as with the traditional event. Going to get their two best waves. We're going to double that top score, so each surfer with 30 instead of 20. And we're going to combine those two together for the team score. We've got individual men and women. Let's stick with live action as we see the wave here just kind of dipping and fading. This looks like Scudin on the inside, being towed by Andrew Kopp. Just chatting about those two. Drive down off the top, running alongside our spectators under that cliff. Through to some chunk on the inside. Not a huge wave there for Will.
Again, just finding his feet. But yeah, he spent a lot of time over here in Europe. Spent a lot of time in Ireland as well over there. The Scudens, whenever there's some big waves, there's usually a Scuden about, isn't there? They're hunters, and really from down there in Long Island, I think. But yeah, you probably spent a bit more time with Will. He just loves the big stuff, huh?
Yeah, he's a great guy. Such a humble and nice person, and he absolutely charges. And yeah, I've spent some time with him in Ireland when I lived there, and also here in Nazaré.
Yeah, up there at Mulligan Walk. I saw some waves there yesterday. Spent some time out there. Loves a left-hander like yourself.
Yeah.
And yeah, really experienced. And as you say, quite humble. He doesn't beat his own drum, but he's always there or thereabouts when it gets massive.
So just a reminder how this format is going down. It is a team's event. Individual best male and best female as well. The combined score for the team. And there's our leaderboard from our first heat. A combined score, each surfer score into 30, so out of 60. That's Lenny and Shanker with the better of it. Got a huge lead from that opening. Of course, we're not eliminating. Everyone's going to surf twice, so we're going to add those scores together. That's how it's shaping up in this one so far. A small number in.
Tell you what, look at that last heat well down there. Hasn't surfed yet, but it's got some Portuguese OGs coming up. I'm seeing Jardim Macedo, Nick Von Rupp, Antonio Silva. There's some heavy Portuguese hitters there, eh, Seb? Can't wait.
Addition to the teams, male and women, best male, best women, and the Jogos de Santa Casa Commitment Award as well. We talked about that one. It's almost maybe like the one you maybe don't really necessarily want, because that Commitment Award out here, well, I tell you what, we have seen all sorts of drama already in this one so far. Let's pick up live vision here. Michel de Bouillon on another big looking wave. And meanwhile, underneath there, this looks like Kiali Mamala. And he'll go right. And that low slung style, smoothly done. A massive avalanche of whitewater behind him. Looks like the biggest wave we've seen so far today. Huge wave for the Hawaiian. And he's made it look easy. He's surfing with some real polish.
And a casual hair flip.
Yeah,
very nice.
I mean, if you got it, use it, eh? But that, I want to get you to talk through that wave, Seb, on the replay, because at that stage when that whitewater came down, it looked like he was going to be done for all money there when that big whitewater came down, but somehow he rode out with style.
Oh yeah, he's so solid. He's to me, he's one of the most solid guys on the surfboard. He's such a great stance, talent, style. He's made to surf big waves, and we've seen it on his first wave here. I think 95% of all surfers would have fell off their surfboard there.
To an absolute bomb. We started off following the left, turned into a big right hand. Here's another big set as well. This is more that traditional Nazaré TP that we're used to seeing. In that view from above, it looks like those whitewaters is just chewing that headland down there where all of that energy focuses. Let's get another look here at Kiali.
Yeah, so that's the section there. You think he's gone there, and somehow just pops out the front. And as you say, he finished off with a hair flick and a carve in that really dangerous part of the way. You know, that's next to the cliff there. If anything goes wrong there, as we've seen, it's the most dangerous spot to be. But he's casual and got a score straight off early doors.
And Mamala teaming up with Rodrigo Kosher in the pink singlets. And already getting down to business with a big wave. Just under 39 remaining in this one so far. As we see vision of sets. Pretty consistent, really. One of the things in big waves, you tend to get those long lulls. Can get those big sort of periods of sort of long inactivity in between rides. Been fairly consistent so far for what we've seen today.
Yeah, consider the periods, as you say, 16, 17 seconds. You know, it tends to be longer lulls when that's such a long period. But yeah, there's been waves. I think only having 3 teams out there means that, you know, every wave that comes is going to get ridden. You can choose your right wave. Yeah, it's been good. Just see the buzzing around there.
Important part of riding these waves, Seb, and something that you've paid a lot of attention to, would be the equipment, getting that really dialed in. How's that changed much in the last couple of years, or where are we at now exactly with sort of state of the art? Let's revisit that chat in a second as we'll pick up live action again. It is Michel de Bouillon pushing a left-hander. And she will look to kind of fade around and just kind of check back. This one will go into a double-up section, get some energy. As this one will just draw hard off the bottom. You see that sort of sandy gurgle start to come into it. She'll decide to get out of there before she gets into that shore break, which I reckon's a pretty good choice. But just think about that gear, mate. We're thinking, what, lead weights, heavy boards, super sharp edges, pretty small boards too, right?
Yeah, right about 5'10", between 5'10", 6'0". a lot of people like to use very heavy boards. I like to use kind of light boards, so I'm at 6.5 kilos. Some of the heavies are 12 kilos and more. And it's an individual, it's like surfing small waves. You get the shape that you want to, you get used to it, and then you refine it. And I think in the last few years we haven't really changed too much.
And if people are wondering like why the weights, that's essentially to deal with the chops, right? You're going so fast, that's just to give you more stability.
Yeah, it's more stability going straight, but the more weight you use, the more swing weight you have, so the less control you have if you want to be agile. So especially within maneuvers, I would say most of the girls and boys there would use no more than 6 kilos today. But obviously if it gets giant, then you would have more stability.
We're getting that equipment dialed, everyone putting a lot of preparation into this. We talk about that collective experience. There's a lot of it out there in the water. You're looking at Cotton and Scoodin. You can talk about Andrew Cotton. You can't really help but think of just a couple of days ago, he had a horrendous incident. He's renamed one of our little sort of basalt outcroppings as Cotty's Rock, but yeah, he went right through those rocks the other day and that looked horrendous. He seemed fine, he was laughing about it, but that looked nasty.
Yeah, that's the most dangerous spot you can end up, and it's scary to see in the video how the white water and the current just makes him stick to the rock. He didn't push him away, kind of almost sucked him closer to it, and he's really lucky that there wasn't a big set that washed him through.
Yeah, go to Andrew Cotton or Cotty's Instagram account. You can see that live if you want to put your heart in your mouth for a few minutes. Yeah, they're filming just right from the forward. It's literally, you can see those rocks on the left of your screen. Basically, just got washed through there and into safety, and live to tell the tale. He's pretty sort of calm, old Cotty. He doesn't pick himself up. It's like, I just got washed through. Not much you can do about it. Stayed calm, which is important.
Yeah.
And back out there, he's been through a lot. This wave, he's broken his back. This wave, he's here. One of the very early adopters, probably just after Garrett. Andrew Cotton came down from his home up there in the UK in Devon, and just found a love of these waves in this town, and it's been here ever since. Been through some trials and tribulations, and still here, still loving it. And we were talking yesterday, weren't we, Paul, that he was telling us about Nazare all those years ago, saying when it didn't have the reputation it has now, and we were like, is it a fat burger, all that type of business, and he kept saying it. It's been his mantra. As soon as you surf it, you'll realise what this place has, and until you do. And he was, obviously so right. That was sort of probably 8 years ago. He was trying to alert the world to its potential, and here we are now, Seb. And he's not always right, but on this particular occasion, he was right.
Yeah, and not to forget, he was the one that towed Garrett into his first world record. Great partner, and I like Cotty. He's a very, very kind human.
Yeah, he's a ledge, isn't he? Always got a bit of a twinkle in his eye. And he's out there, but he's just driving. It's been a bit of a quiet sort of round, though. The scores, so Michelle got a few of those sort of wider lefts, and has got a couple of scores. Only a 5.543 for her best. Sort of wave's been doubled, so no big numbers dropping. And still got Scoodin with a heat total of 7. These are out of 30 points for the heat totals. And yeah, so 7 and 7.44 ain't going to cut it, but still 33 minutes to go, so plenty of time. Just waiting for Kiali got the first wave for 12.33.
Yeah, he got that 5.34, which doubled. He's backed that up with a 2 as well, so he's got the high total. Here we go. Here goes Scoodin. Whipped in by Andrew Cotton. This wave looks a little shouldery at this stage, so all of that speed basically just directing that towards the beach for now. We'll try and see some evasive action from their safety ski. She does manage to get out the way. Looks like Cliff Scoodin, Will's brother. He's driving that safety ski. So the safety ski specifically to go in and help out when required, but in terms of sort of the quickest way of doing it is if the driver can pick up the surfer. That's what we've happened throughout most of the rides going down today. But Cliff and Will, we talked about what they get up to in terms of sort of water activities. They got a wave pool going over there in the States. Got all sorts happening. The students, they love it.
They got a surf school. They got a surf shop. They've got they got it all. They're just very involved. Surfing is their entire world. The students love it. Just there.
Up close and personal with Cotty's Rock. We can go to a quick commercial break. The Tudor Nazaré Tow Challenge is a go. We're bringing you beautiful live action. Join us for more from Portugal right after this. The famous shores of Praia do Norte Nazaré play host to elite big wave surfers from across the world. Tow surfing the format, the Tudor Nazaré Tow Surf Challenge 2021 kicking off in December. Sunny skies, pretty solid waves, nothing like the sort of gigantic stuff that we can see around here, but nevertheless that vision we saw of Kiali Maumala just as we wrap that break was a big right-hander. Probably the biggest wave we've seen so far. We've seen a couple around about that size. It's always difficult putting a number on it, but we're going to say there's still, what do you reckon, Ben? 25, 30 feet on the face?
Yeah.
On the sets?
27 feet. Yeah, some big, big waves. You see that.
Michelle de Bouillon, and she's got a much steeper one here. This is a big wave for Michelle, and she outruns that one. And negotiates her line down through. And you just see how thick that inside is, and she'll highline this, get out there, but a big wave from her. She's ridden a couple to the shoulder, that one. Had that more sort of vertical feel to it, the wave drawing hard off the bottom. Meanwhile, a big looking wave, and that looks like the Kosher bomb. Rodrigo Kosher driving on this one, tries to get a little snap in, and go with a little hop, and he'll disappear behind an absolute mountain of whitewash, chewing him up. So Kosher bomb flipping over with Kiali Maumala and getting himself a nice wave.
Yeah, that looked like sort of came from behind the peak. We saw Michelle, his wave probably a little bit bigger, but she was always quite out in front of the peak. It looked like Kosher drove from behind and on a solid left, so that's his first wave. They decided to swap over the halfway stage-ish. And yeah, still some energy, still some size. This is one from Michelle. There's those bumps we talk about. Hey, Seb, you know, it's so you gotta be so, your stance has to be so right. If you get it wrong, you can be in trouble.
Yeah, I think that's the most difficult part to figure out, is to have your stance wide enough, big enough, strong enough to handle the bumps, but then still be able to perform. Very nice line here, Kosher.
Yeah, exactly. Then he just S-turned his way, and you know, we talk about the line almost like a snowboarding term with these waves, and you line in, and that's sort of everything, isn't it? Getting that, what you guys call, you know, the right line on the biggest waves is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's a very very small margin of error there. So if you don't want to be on the shoulder, the wave pushes you so much. So if you choose your initial line too straight or too much on the shoulder, there's no way you'll be in the right position. If you're a little bit too deep, there's no way you're making it. But so that initial turn to get in is very important.
And do you guys sort of watch your videos of your waves and sort of think about those lines, and you know, is that a big part of it? Obviously, analysis of it.
Definitely, watching video is crucial, and especially getting the angle from the water. Like we talked about earlier, everyone thought Nazaré is a mush burger, and it actually has a barrel on almost every single wave. It's just up very high, and you have to catch the moment. It closes, not like Pe'ahi or Mavericks that you have that huge open mouth. But it's very important to watch footage, and I think we've all learned so much by having the water angle.
Yeah, and those guys out there getting credit to them as well, getting that incredible footage on the back of those skis. yeah, just to see it always just sort of, when you see that water footage, it all just becomes so real, Paul.
Well, we touched earlier on Rodrigo Cocha and his Guinness World Record. He nailed that a few years ago. 80 feet, that was deemed as. We talked about Gareth Swade that Cotty towed him into. That came in as 78 feet. That's back in 2011. I just wanted to say, this measuring thing, right? I mean, presumably you haven't got a little special ruler at home that you kind of hold up on your screen like that. It's sort of baffling how exactly that measuring is done. That's not an easy job.
I think I wouldn't want to be in a position to measure those waves, but I guess there are scientists that have ways of measuring it. I don't think it's 100% like scientific accurate, but yeah, like you said, 78 feet, 80 feet, you know, maybe 90 feet at some point. Yeah, it's small steps, but it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive to see that. And of course, we talked about Maya as well, your partner, and she kind of was one of the sort of people, well, the person that kind of made sure there was a women's division for that women's record as well. And she broke her own record. She's been really impressive as that, and basically just kind of put down a marker for all the other women big wave surfers to charge.
Yeah, I hope it brings more women into the sport, and now we have Michelle and Justine following Maya's footsteps, which is great. I know there's a few charging girls in Hawaii as well. Hopefully they'll come over and get a taste of Nazare pretty soon.
Yeah, brand new young generation, particularly over there on Maui, isn't it? It's really exciting to see. We will see Maya come up in our third group later on with Eric Ribier as her tow partner. That's coming up in our third group. This is group number 2. And the situation right now with 25 minutes, 20 seconds remaining as we see some sets stacking up. One gone a little bit quiet. Good early work done in this particular heat from Keali Mamala. He's now flipped the rope over to Rodrigo Cocha. Just got himself his last wave, got an 8.54 for that. Will Scuden has got himself a 7 as a high score in this one. That's kind of like the best of it in terms of the scores that have gone down, apart from Michelle de Bouillon, who's got herself a reasonable number of a 6.34 as well. So those scores processing in. Of course, we have another heat for everybody to surf as well. So not elimination, it's 2 sessions, 50 minutes each. 2 best waves. The high score doubled. Score out of 60 for the teams with the individual awards as well, men, women. And that Jogos de Santa Casa commitment and more. That's all coming throughout the day. Let's pick up a super busy Franco-Brazilian charger, Michelle de Bouillon. And she lets go of the rope from Ian Cosenza and charges with a ton of speed, getting on the toe edge. Just trying to direct this one through down onto an inside, dealing with a little bit of traffic as well. And another nicely done wave from her.
She's been so consistent, hasn't she? Just great read on the waves, you know, no mistake free, easy access, just all coming together really. It's yeah, really impressive to get, what, 50 minutes, and she's already had 4 waves, I think. Yeah. No easy tasks, you know, physically that's demanding. And yeah, just been really consistent, really solid, and probably now just trying to aim to get just a little bit bigger or a little bit deeper, I'd say. She's got a real platform to build on.
So on the back of the ski, powering back out, Ian Cosenza driving. We haven't seen him surf yet. Let's get another look at a wave here. Tell us a little bit about the technique, Seb. In terms of, like, you want to get low for the control, right? But obviously you've got to kind of keep a natural surfing position to deal with those bumps. Just tell us a little bit about the technique.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of strength in your legs, because if you're going so fast to control the board, it's all strength. It's your surfing technique is what gives you the line, but then the control comes all with strength. So yeah, looks like she's training her legs pretty well.
Looking good and staying real busy, getting a good read on the energy out here, hooking in some nice left-handers. Has predominantly been most of the waves we've seen ridden, but that highlights. Think about that wave of Keali Mamala, big right-hander. Kaileni as well, getting a good right too. And that's the way it's shaping up so far in our early morning. We're getting up towards just past 10 a.m. local time. It's the view from the iconic fort. There's our individual leaderboard. So these are scores out of 30 for our surfers. And it is our guess what, Shanker and Lenny. No major surprises in the top 2. Justine Dupont, Pierre Rollet, hot on their heels though, not a long way behind him. You think about adding another score that's going to be combined onto that. There's not a lot in it between those teams.
No, really tight, and no one able to get into that over that 20-point mark, which you think might be a winning type of score. So yeah, pretty tight at the top, and we've still got Kelly Mamalay. He's looking in a good spot. He's got one good wave, just needs to back it up, and he'll be right up there. But yeah, unsurprisingly, in terms of the fireworks, pretty, you know, in all departments, Chianca and Lenny with the team that's brought, you know, some action, some real. They got some good waves, and they had some crazy wipeouts. It was all going on when they're in the water, and yeah, at the top of the leaderboard, but with plenty of action left today.
As we pick up the view from above, and we see just how clean that water surface is out here right now. Because the waves get really, really big. That texture on the face becomes really important as well. Sometimes on the really huge waves, you see that wind whipping up. Just seems like such a challenge for so many reasons here. But that chop seems to be kind of like the thing, you know, you were just touching on that technique, but that is really the thing you've got to deal with. Obviously, if there's wash from skis and that kind of stuff as well, but massive chops here at Nazare, and you know, going on a tow board at what, 50, 60 Ks an hour, something like that. That's a lot to deal with, Sebastian.
Yeah, it's a big challenge. The wind as well, because as you're getting into the wave over the ledge, if it's really windy, you're going 60. You have 20 Ks of wind coming at you, plus the updraft of the wave. It's very, very challenging. And the jet ski tracks, as it's getting more and more crowded, are also a very, very big challenge.
Sets shaping up here for our second heat of the Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge. C1 ski burning out to the left of shot in the center. We'll just have a little look at a set. And it looks like we've got some action here. Our drone will pick this up. Looks like Scudin. It's Will Scudin. And he almost did a kind of snowboard move where he sort of landed in the powder, a little bum touch, and stand back up again. That wave did just back away though, so not offering a whole lot for him. That's why he was kind of looked like he was really forcing to get that fade back. And the wave just kind of disappearing a little bit. And he'll get picked up by his mate Andrew Cotton. For the moment, it's been on driving duty. Towards that 20-minute mark. Let's see if we get a switch here. How this is going to play out tactically. A couple of ways to Scudin. Looks like he's back on the rope.
Yeah, lost priority there, so now could have chose any wave he wanted. Elected to go that one and just didn't catch it. And he goes back out the back though. So is that Cosenza, and they better swap over. Michelle now driving, Ian surfing. So they decided after Michelle got 4 great waves, time to, you know, share the wealth. And yeah, that seems to be the sort of plan. Most heats have seen each surfaces swapping over sort of halfway or giving each other, you know, a bit of time. I remember talking to Ross Clark-Jones and T. Ray, one of the early sort of adopters of, you know, tow surfing, and Tony Ray was always saying he could never ever get the rope first. Ross Clark-Jones would just grab it like an animal and take it, and Tony being the nicer, calmer guy, would always say, okay, you know, you go first, Ross. It's always a bone of contention for about a decade. Obviously, Ross spent some time over here, and you know, the last sort of tow comp, got some big waves. Not over here this winter, unfortunately, with it. Various COVID restrictions, but yeah, Ross Clark-Jones, what a legend, and came over here and got a taste of it and loved it.
Went into a little moment with the cliffs as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he climbed up the cliffs. He just loves it. He loves fast cars, so he just get here, surf massive waves, and just hop in his Porsche and just burn up to Germany. Just go dry. He just drive for days just on the autobahns. That was like a week's holiday for him, just driving fast and loving life.
He's a legend, yeah. He's very much missed this season. And it's good to see like those legends appear and just absolutely charge. Like, it's so good. Like, Ross to me is one of the biggest inspirations, not just in the water, but as a frother. At his age, is amazing.
Rodrigo Kosher off the rope and onto a left-hander here. And as we see the sunlight just pick him up, and he'll go kind of quiet body, just wait patiently for this wave. This little carve from him, covering a lot of ground. He'll come out from the shadow of the white water and still with an absolute ton of speed, almost undoes him. He does have that classic low center of gravity. He's not a tall man. He's got a lot of power in that body, particularly those legs. And he gets it done for a finish on the inside.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave, wasn't it? Just a big, clean left-hander. Just really, really nice looking wave. And he negotiated it well. One little wobble that came out. And he'll be happy with that. That was That was a really, really good wave there. That was from Scuden. You know, Cotty's just back on, back out there. Looks like they're going to go the whole time. Maybe no swap. He must get his chance on the next heat. And jet ski warrior of change. It's kind of, you know, a little punchy title he's given himself there. But quite like it. You know what that means? You know what a warrior of change is? No, no one knows.
I'm curious to know what it is.
There's a Will Scuden getting another wave. Cotty still driving on that driving duty. Scuden dealing with a bunch. Got sections through the inside, get kind of exploded, getting the kick out done. Then another wave for him, goes into his total. As you mentioned, Ben, Cotty for the moment, just staying at driving detail. We'll have another 50-minute heat from our servers as well. Right now in this one, as we pick up, looks like Cosenza.
We talked before about those big wave servers like Rostock Jones coming into town, but it feels to me from the outside, Seb, and you can tell me differently, but that it's a place that embraces those people coming over from Hawaii and you know, all the other parts where you sort of like to show off this wave and have the best surfers come. It feels like quite an inclusive place for big wave surfers to come and test their metal.
Yeah, well, it started like that, right? The city started a project trying to find somebody to surf their wave, and they found Garrett, and so I think that's a cultural thing, is they welcome everyone. And especially if you have somebody like Ross coming over, of course he's welcome. And it's a quiet, nice little fishing village with a lot of Portuguese culture. So it's a good place, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a real vibe where everyone, you know, we just love coming in, don't we? Just so welcome from everyone, from the mayor to the person that serves you, you know, your coffee in the morning. Such a welcoming place, and as you say, it's a cultural thing. This town embraces visitors, embraces the best surfers in the world, and it's amazing.
And obviously, you're out of action at the moment, Seb, with an injury, but just in kind of normal time when you are surfing, you talked about the leg strength. What sort of like, are you training like every day? How many hours? That must be a big part of it, right? Who are some of the other big trainers as well down here? Who's up for it? Who's less so into the physical preparation? Or is everyone similar? I'll tell you what, we'll leave you to chew on that thought. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We're getting insights from Sebastian Stutner, who's ridden some massive waves here at Nazare. We're seeing some fun waves go down out in the water right now. Join us some more live action from the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. We'll be right back. Welcome back to live action from the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. Scenes on the beach here. The whitewater all ends up on these famous sands. Of course, attention of the surf world quite often turned to a couple of 100 meters outside, and where the apex of North Atlantic swells funnel through the canyon and do big things. Here goes Ian Cosenza. A bit of inside energy. We'll lose vision of him. Like he just punched through that one. Michel de Bouillon coming in to pick him up. Just looking around, just making sure things are kind of safe. He's right down there to the left of your shot. She's going to kind of let this wave go. That's what we couldn't see coming, wondering why she wasn't going in for the pickup. That's exactly why, Ben.
Yeah, 20-foot barrel right behind her, and just spitting in the distance. So yeah, just came in late to this. Got some energy. Got his energy right to the neck, I think, on this last section. It's here, just eyeing off that barrel a little bit. And just that bit, just got in. Couldn't get around there. You can see him. Most of his fade. You saw it might just have a little section here. And just that little fade, man. He got caught behind, and I'll tell you what, that's still a big bit of foam to your body. Yeah, we're talking about the training, and I think your question from Seb was worst trainer and best trainer. Was that your
Pretty
question?
much. He's had a while to think about it.
Seb?
Well, I think.
Just be honest, mate.
Yeah, I think Rodrigo hasn't been training that much, to be honest. I think he's been enjoying his time. And
respect for that to him.
Respect.
I like his approach. I like it.
Yeah. It's been doing a lot of mental training, you know. And I think athlete-wise, like who really pushed their training is definitely, I would say, Maya. She's probably one of the most hardworking athletes in our sport. Definitely Kai, and Pierre Rollet. Actually, he trains.
He's a fit lad. And how about you, man? How many hours a day you putting in typically?
Pre-season more than in the season, and my training, I started to work with a sports scientist that comes from downhill skiing, and we kind of adapted that training to surfing almost 15 years ago now. So it's very similar to that, and I train about 2-3 hours every day off the water, and then same on the water. Yeah.
Let's check out the leaderboard here. Lenny Shanker still with that from the first heats. Out in the water right now, it's Kosher and Mamala. They're in third place. Bouillon and Cosenza right now in fourth, still 10 to go in this one. Let's see how that mixes up. Of course, everyone getting to surf again. These are scores out of 60, so just reacquainting you with how that all works. Surfers will have a total each of 30. Add that together. That goes out of 60 for the team. There is, of course, the best team award. We've got individual awards as well for men and women for performance. Shanker at the moment, his score out of 30, 18.33. Kyle Lenny right behind him. I tell you what, Justin Dupont not far back either, though. Pierre Rollet, her partner as well. So that's the way our scores have gone down. Kelly Mamala, that big right-hander. Good enough at the moment to have him in fifth. Still out in the water right now with Rodrigo Kosher, we believe is on the rope. But that's our leaderboards, and we'll pick him up. Here goes Kelly, right on cue as he fades in. A beautiful, real kind of pure surf technique, and that's a great looking right-hander that he's gone for again, just cleaning up the face. And he'll go off the bottom nice and buttery. A little whipping carve in the pocket as well for Kiali, and he's not done yet. That rib across the face. So he gets into that kind of troublesome convergence zone. He will be very pleased to see Rodrigo Kosher coming in to pick him up. Meanwhile, it looked like Andrew Cotton there, having a quick entry for Cotti. Probably not the wave he was after on that particular one. He'll pick up back on the sled and look to head back out. And shuffle everything in terms of priority. Nice wave there from Kelly Mamala.
Yeah, he was. He's going to go right up the leaderboard to that. Obviously, he had a solid wave for his first wave on the right, and then just backed it up. Then so smooth. This fade was nice, wasn't it, Sebastian? And that's Cotty there on the left. Just caught a few of those in his time, but that's kind of the money spot, right, Seb? That's where you want to be, right?
Definitely both rides. Kelly's, you can see here. Beautiful fade, setting it up. Steep drop, waiting for the wave to really show its power, and then yeah, nice carve off the bottom. The wave kind of turned flat here, but he managed to squeeze into the turn and use the backwash to fit another one. Very impressive waves. And Cotty in the back, that's a beautiful line, very deep. Backside especially, that's a scary line to take. So yeah, solid effort on both waves.
Yeah, that opening section you didn't see live from Cotty, but picked it up on the replay, and just exactly as you mentioned there, Seb, coming from behind, and that's crucial. Basically, you don't kind of want to outrun the wave, right? You got so much speed when you let go of the rope. It's all about kind of using that to get just in front of the white water, as kind of close to it as possible. Like, think of that bullfighting analogy. You know, you kind of the horns, you want them to pass close to the body, but not quite get a hold. But a decent wave there from Andrew Cotton, who now in the sort of final 7.5 minutes in this one's on the rope, looking to get himself some scores.
And it looks like the right is better than the left at the moment. It has more steepness and more face to it. And as the tide drops, probably the left will turn on again. And hopefully we'll see some barrels later on today.
Depending on what kind of level of tour you pay for, if everyone ticks the sort of the ultimate option, you actually get barreled in that boat.
Yeah.
You're gonna backdoor one of these right-handers.
Oh, if you pay the extra €5 for the barrel fee, yeah, you can backdoor one of those big lefts. And yeah, it's Nazare Water Fun. That's exactly what it says on the tin.
Under 7 minutes to go in this one. Tudor Nazare Tow Surf Challenge underway. This is our second group of surfers out in the water right now. Good shot with Marmala. Also in the water, Cotton and Scudin. We've got Dubuillon and Cosenza. Those are our 6 athletes in this particular Group B. Looking to get points on the board. We will see them surf again later this afternoon. This one goes a little quiet towards the closing sections. Does feel a little bit like that swell has kind of turned into a little bit more lully and a little bit more period towards this kind of mid-morning part from what we saw early on, of course, throughout the day here, and particularly we talk about that forecast and we're drilling into these numbers, but I mean, Garrett's the one who's always kind of said it, the day kind of decides. You really just got to come down and see how it all goes in. Like we're thinking, oh yeah, the swell should kind of peak by midday, but Nazare kind of likes to tell its own story as well, Sebastian.
Yeah, that's very true for giant days. I think for the smaller days or the medium-sized days as we have today, it's really about the tide, and the low tide is when the best waves will come through, especially because we still have so much sand, which also changes the way the wave breaks. But yeah, on a massive day, you could have the biggest wave on high tide or on low tide. And
you mentioned earlier about the sand when we saw Kai and Lucas in there, but essentially the sand gets dragged off the beach, right? Like any kind of classic like winter scenario. After all the big swells, that beach profile gets steeper. Let's check out Andrew Cotton here as he'll fade one and go a right-hand option, dealing with some bumps. Ooh, and he just gets unseen. You see him skid there. And he'll go down underneath an absolute avalanche of white water. So a little bum slide there for
I
Cotty.
haven't seen that long a bum slide in a long time, Paul, and I think there should be more of it in surfing. And Cotty that was a good 5 seconds. And he looks to be okay. And it was a solid wave, just skipped out. And then lucky that board right there. Did the board pick up as well. Almost lost his jersey. It's ripped over his head. So all going on. He's pulled his canister there. You see, they're saying that. So that's back out to just regroup. I'd like to see the replay of that. Cotty, all action. Second wave. See some sets approaching. But yeah, it was a nice looking wave, and then just lost his fins on that last bottom end turn and then slid down. And seems to be all smiles. There's Maya Gabira. He's getting ready. Should be excited.
Eric Ribier as well, one of the great characters out of European surfing. Big waves as well.
From CT surfer, of course. One of the truly, great talents. Incredible barrel rider. I'm really looking forward to, showing his style. He's got a great style. Really smooth, powerful. 2 foot to 20 foot to whatever foot. So see Eric doing a bit of coaching too. He helps out some of the Brazilian surfers on tour. So still, very much at the pointy end of performance surfing.
Well, we're well inside the Tudor 5-minute warning. Let's check out the heat recap. Good early work here. This was the Kosher Bomb.
That's a big wave, huh? One of the biggest waves we've seen of the morning, and had a bit of foam. Dealt with it quite well. Just kicks out here. So Kosher Bomb with just a 5-point right. This is the wave we liked, wasn't it, Seb? Somehow managed to hang on. Really smooth. Got rid of that bit of foam, and then just managed a nice little carve. And back out there again. It's been kicking the rights. Meanwhile, out the back, I think this is Cotty on his backhand. So that was his first wave. And he picked up the rope for 10 minutes to go, and managed to pick off that one straight away. And got a score there. Just a 7.11 when it got doubled, and we're just waiting on that last right where he had the wipeout. So it's had plenty of bit of action. But no massive scores. Probably Namala, the pick of this heat so far, would you say, Paul?
Yeah, certainly scoreboard-wise. Also, just kind of stylistically as well. Does have a surf kind of on a toe board with a more kind of natural, like surfing style, you'd say. Looking very smooth indeed. He almost kind of pumped underneath that whitewater and came out with more speed. How did he do that? Under the 2 minute mark to go in this one. It's our second group, Group B. Let's get another look at Andrew Cotton's last wave.
Yeah, he just swoops in from deep on the point, decides to go right, looking good here, and then just start to see a bit of, there's the first bump, there's the second one, and then that slide down the face, and the whitewater just takes him over. What happens then? What happens now?
No, I think it looked like it was a jet ski track or some kind of a, like, some cross chop that took him off, and well, he took the ride after the ride.
Here he goes again. So here's Cotton. He's back on his board. He's managed to get his Lycra back on. Swings in a couple of cars. It is a smaller wave for him. Yeah, we talked about the chop earlier and kind of dealing with that and all that speed. Just unseated him, didn't he? Got that speed wobbles, and one moment there, almost like the board was kind of in front of him in a nasty sort of position. It's good to see that board, sort of him past that board, not make contact with it. On the rope here, Ian Cosenza being towed by Michelle de Bouillon. She's been busy, caught a ton of waves early on in this one, hooking into those lefts, so she can get a wave here under that final minute. Look for a last gasp effort. Let's see if they can find one. It's the bright morning sunshine lighting this thing up. Not a lot of time left to go. Of course, we will see our surfers in action again. This will be the halfway point for them.
Yeah, exactly. They get 50-minute heats, and they each get to surf twice. Can elect who does the rope, who surfs and who drives at any stage in the heat. But yeah, they got another whole 50 minutes. And we see last throw of the dice here for Cosenza. Looks like he's got a left. Just elects not to do that. Didn't have priority. And that meant that the surfer there.
Kosher bomb. Here he is. Let's go with the rope. Goes into a little kind of layback stall, which I don't mind. To open things up. Great looking double up bowl here. Final few seconds of this. What do we got here? Wow, big, huge tube section for Rodrigo Kosher. From behind. It's hard to see exactly how deep he gets in. He looks like he's on the QS now. He's throwing in all sorts of turns, hitting the white water. Little close out Rio.
And there was a lot going on.
Get him in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I'd get him on. Just went for that. You know, it's not every day you see a rebound cutback either at Nazare. Get the foam on the back, but this angle was the one. Just from the top here, you just saw it steepen up right there, and he's just right in the pocket. Amazing footage, well surfed. There's his with the cutback here. So the Kosher bomb just putting it all on. That was ridden with 10 seconds to go.
And then he turns around and he just sees this coming at him.
He looks nice and relaxed, and probably the mental training.
Yeah, mental training. What's all that mental training he's been doing? Exactly.
Yeah, looks very comfortable.
This comes in, sort of carves. So yeah, that'll go into his score. He already had a sort of 4.54 or thereabouts for his first wave. He's got doubled, and that's going to be better than that, you think? So he's done well.
Final order of business for our judging panel is to assign a score for Rodrigo Kosher for that last left-hander, and that'll wrap things up for our Group B second heat. The Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. Have a little bit of time in our timetable to get the transitions as well. A lot of organisation going in. Now all this is going down. Of course, a lot of traffic in terms of skis, the safety ski as well. A bunch happening out here. Seems to be going down pretty smooth so far, as that'll wrap up our second heat of the day. We're going to bring in our third group real soon. We're going to see the lights of Von Rutt, Scooby, Maciel, Silva, Cabrera and Riviere. That's all coming real soon. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Tudor Nazare Toe Challenge, here's a go. It's all happening in Portugal. A sunny Monday morning. Exciting action in the water. We'll be right back with more of it right after this. less than Buddha. She might get the Buddha award for like the least amount of.
What's the reason why I'm feeling what I'm feeling? What's the reason why I'm dealing with these demons? What's the reason why I'm feeling what I'm feeling? Tell me what's the reason why I'm dealing with these demons?
Welcome back to live action from the Tudor Nazare Toe Surfing Challenge. We'll bring our third group, Group C, into action. 6 surfers will take to the water now, 3 teams of 2. And that'll be our final group. Surfers that we haven't seen today, we'll pick up vision there. Whitewater Willie, Will Scuden. It's got Andrew Cotton on the back. A little grimace from Cotty. He's done some work, ridden some waves. They'll be back for more later. Right now, our attention turns to our next group out in the water. And let's set them up. Nick Von Rupp out of Portugal, alongside Pedro Scooby from Brazil. Big character on the charging scene and a ton of experience at Nazare as well down the years. Taking on, talk about experience. Well, let's think of João de Macedo, the Portuguese, with an absolute ton of experience here in Portugal. Put some time in over cold breaks in Northern California as well, and the Mavericks area. With Andre Silva, his partner, massive charger out of Portugal, Maya Guevara and Eric Ribier rounding things off in Team Black. A bunch of talent in the water, Ben.
Yeah, this is really exciting, really mix. So João de Macedo and Nick Von Rupp. João is Nick's mentor and coach, and yeah, massive supporter of his. So it's great to see those 2 guys going head to head in the heat. And yeah, of course, Pedro Scooby, he's been around forever. Doing some good paddle surfing here as well. I also like the fact that in his little bio, he's got a little hat, nice little pork pie hat in his bio pic, which I think is also a strong move. And yeah, really good to see Nick Von Rupp. He's a great surfer, really, you know, good style. I reckon in these type of conditions, he'll be trying to go for the barrels. You'd think, Seb, that's his go-to, right?
For sure. And Nick is one of the guys that has really adapted well from like normal small wave or slab surfing to bigger surfing in just a few years. So a lot of talent, a lot of commitment. He's very dedicated. Yeah, it's good to see him.
Yeah, he really is. You know, just such a great tube rider, and there's some big waves coming in here. If one of these can wedge up, you would hope Nick will be trying to slice through one of these TPs.
Thick corduroy line stacking up outside the iconic Fortnum Lighthouse at Praia do Norte Nazare. And the crowd enjoying some early action as well, the first couple of heats. Let's see how our third one goes down. As we'll see everyone kind of go stage left, heading down, looking for a peak. Breaks outside that fort, pretty much right at the point of that convergence zone that we talked about on our animation, where that canyon meets the kind of more regular coastal bathymetry and where it all comes literally to a head. Big A-frame peak. So see everyone just kind of rigorously reposition here. Some bunch of stuff going on in all sorts of directions, man.
It really was zigzagging, and everyone just getting involved.
Coach has run the safety in this. That's why he's just switched the singlet out there, and he's taken up a role, which is something that we've seen in, you know, a few of our surfers are doing that. So they're not only surfing and competing, they're also backing up their buddies, and that, you know, we talked about it, Sebastian, all part of that kind of camaraderie and that kind of team feeling. It's really good to see that.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's the jet ski drivers that are also the surfers and also the best rescue drivers, and yeah, the camaraderie, and I think this is Maya on the first wave. Looking at it.
I having a little look there, being towed by Eric Ribier. Deciding that's not the wave she's after. Meanwhile, right behind, some action here. It's hard to pick up colours at this stage. This looks like it could be our team Grey, in which case it will be one of, well, in that case, Shannon Merced. Is that Grey? We're all squinting our screens here. Bright sunshine, we're just picking up from the Joan. Looks like Jalda Merced.
It looks like, yeah,
with
that
wave.
I think.
And getting one early on. You see the two skis just coming in behind. The driver and the safety ski as well, keeping very much a watchful eye on things. As that first set opens up proceedings in this one. 50 on the clock for our three teams now. That was actually yellow. So could have been Nick Von Rupp or Pedro Scooby. Not particularly sure who rode that wave. We'll find out when we get a tighter view of that. That was our team yellow in action early on. We talked about Nick Von Rupp and what he's been doing in sort of slabs down the years, just bringing that energy into the big wave arena as well. In the meantime, Joanna Garnell, she's out there in a boat. She's going to have a chat with one of our Hawaiians who's been very impressive and smooth, Keali Mamala. Take it away, Joanna.
Yeah, that's right. Look who just pulled up. Keali, congratulations. How was it out there?
Oh, it's such a beautiful morning. Just trying to find the right waves and looking for the best scores, and just trying to be in the right place at the right time. It's very difficult because waves here, waves there, and just trying to stay focused and get the best ones. And my thing was just trying to find those big rights that kind of scary, but you know, that's the ones that you kind of get the big scores. So I'm very, very honored to be here and partner up with Kosha, and we're just doing our best and having a good time at the same time. So I'm very lucky. Thankful.
I saw you put some leaves in your wetsuit. What's that? Is for good luck?
I like to say, you know, it's just more for blessings and ceremony. You know, in Hawaii, the tea leaf, it's we use it for ceremonies and just to prayer and guidance and strength and just all around greatness, you know. So I'm very thankful.
Well, it certainly worked really well for you. How are these conditions? Do you think for your second round things are going to pick up?
I think the conditions today is absolutely perfect, and I just think, you know, we just need to find the right ones and just kind of stay focused and just keep an eye on the right direction of the wave. So I think the next heat's going to be exciting, and we just try to put on a good show for everybody. And yes, Nazaré, Portugal, amazing.
Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Joanna. Awesome stuff. Good debrief there from Keali. I like the hat, Ben. Eat more veg.
Yeah, eat
Aina.
more. Yeah, it was.
I've been telling you to do that for a while, mate, and you never listened.
No, I know. Where to get those hats? There's also, yeah, he was just so stoked on. He's such a positive dude. Loves this place, and yeah, he saw what his strategy was. He wants those rights. And he mentioned that, you know, they're the dangerous ones, so he can get caught inside near the cliff, but for points, he's willing to do whatever it takes. So yeah, good stuff from Mamala. Liked it a lot. And saw some actually head crest out here as well, as we see
Maya.
Black. That's Maya. Yellow board, just sluicing through, and nice big left-hander. Just kicks out. So off to a good start. Now at the back. Another one here. It's Nick Von Rupp. Just got that nice smooth style. The wave just didn't cooperate. Yeah, kicks out. So yeah, a bit of a flurry straight from the off. Also, Jalda Merced, we saw him in the paddle comp, I think, Paul, we were lucky enough to call that, where he actually, 2018, maybe 2017, so we Costa there, getting some leaves down the back for a bit of good vibes.
Yes, this is what Joanna was mentioning. This was earlier this morning in the harbour. And the tea leaf, the Hawaiian tea leaf, used for ceremony, as Curly explaining. Just all part of that team bonding, that good mojo, good energy from those two. They're putting on a good performance as well. Love to see that kind of bonding going on. And, you know, your partner said, right, that's essentially, that's your life in a lot of ways. You know, it's, in all sports, it's kind of like teamwork's essential, but it's hard to think of one where it's more crucial than out here.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, if you have the right partner, you feel safe, you're able to perform, and you kind of push each other. And definitely the person that drives you into the wave is also the first person to get you when you're in trouble.
Looks like we've got action here. This is João Damasceno, a team great, the Portuguese surfer, towed in by his compatriot Andre Silva. A smaller wave for him. Just on it. Quick turns, bring this through to the inside, and it will be a case of just finding a place to pick up the ski again, but just enjoying himself, surfing all the way through down on the insides.
And he's also one of the guys to watch to get a barrel today. So he's definitely one of the very experienced barrel hunters in big waves.
Bit of a chewed pig is old João Damasceno out here. Yeah, you mentioned it, Ben, surfing in the paddle comp as well, and just going super hard, charging that left. The late drops, and then when it comes to the ski as well, a ton of experience, able to mix it up. One of the veterans who just so impressive to see his like relish for still enjoying it, still wanting to surf and compete. Let's get another look at his wave.
Yeah, just fades there. It's yeah, I mean, just the way he approaches the sport, the way he articulates the sport as well. He's a really clever and positive dude. Whenever he talks about, you know, sports, he thinks about it a lot, and he just gets it across really well. Really important for Portuguese surfing, a lot of the stuff he's done. And yeah, maybe the helmet going on. It's so interesting in the more and more. I think helmets are coming to surfing. I think rightfully so. It seems like a lot, you know, logistical steps. See Justine with her sort of, you know, she's got the headgear, which seems to be working for her, but it seems to be something that probably our sport needs to look at a bit more. Would you say so?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the more, you know, especially more jet skis, as we've seen in the morning, Lucas losing the ski. Imagine that ski lands on you, on your head. You want to be protected. And I think there's a lot of improvement of equipment, the safety equipment in our sport. And it's going to happen step by step for sure.
Picking up live vision from the drone here at the Tudor Nazare Tow Surf Challenge, our third and final group. So when this one wraps up in just over 40 minutes time, we will have seen all of our 9 teams in action here this morning. And the swell is not quite of the magnitude that we were hoping for, to be honest. It's coming a little under our size expectations. There's still bombs out there though. We're looking out here, trying to get a point of reference. We're looking at waves, lulls and sets, and then all of a sudden you see someone pop turning on this right, and you go, it's actually, there's still some size. So a relative term when we say a smaller day, but certainly for Nazare and what we come to expect from her down the years, this would be a smaller one, but offering a different opportunity for a different type of surfing with the tow format. Going right now, this looks like Nick Bonner up. What's this wave? Looks super interested. So he would tell his partner Pedro Scooby, not this one. Let's wait and get another. Right from just down the coast. On the outskirts of Lisbon, Praia Grande, his home break. It's the coast of Portugal very much providing him with lots of opportunity throughout the winter. It's big waves and slabs and all sorts going on, but Nazare in the last couple of years really coming into his own. Let's check out live action here. And this is Maya once again on the inside. There's a bit of girth to this wave. She'll just kind of redirect and look towards the inside. I think quite wisely decided to stay well clear of that shore break pick up there from Eric Ribier. She'll get back on the sled. And Eric talked about his experience as a driver down here. Get her in a position. But thinking about Maya, like, you know, Sebastian kind of like to think of that accident that went down as kind of like maybe like the beginning in terms of Nazare and the progression she's made to having that women's world record. It's been an incredible story. Why does she love big waves so much? What is it
what's wrong with her?
Yeah,
good question. Good question. But I think, I mean, just watching her path from the start. She's the first woman to really push it in big waves, and then she had her accident. She had all the negativity coming at her from from the community as well, and then she had multiple back surgeries. She was written off. She lost her sponsors, and it shows her character that she doesn't give up. She's a warrior, definitely, and yeah, establishing the first women's world record that she also fought for, and establish it for the women's side, which is, I think, very important for the next generations and all the women that we have in the sport now, and then breaking her own world record in the last comp. That's an amazing story, no?
And how about your particular partnership? How did that come about? You guys team up together?
Well, it just happened naturally, and she was around. I saw her, kind of trying to make her way back. I was partnered up with Eric, and she just kind of joined the team as a third wheel, and then just progressed so much that at a certain point I was like, okay, she's driving so well, and she's such a solid partner. I was comfortable with teaming up with her.
And you had to just boot Eric out. Say sorry, mate.
Nah.
Yeah, no, sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
No. Eric actually, discovered a lot of waves as well up in Galicia, and focused on catching some absolute bombs up there.
Well, speaking about her world record, we do have a little film of it. She was good enough to speak to us all about getting that Guinness World Record, a historic moment.
Yeah, that's her first world record, right? Oh, there's no audio.
I was pretty confident. I've been surfing here for a long time, and I mean, I know the waves that we all catch. I see all the waves, and I knew I had the biggest wave. So it was more about fighting to get it recognized and make a women's category on the Guinness, which I thought was important, not just for me, because it is important for me, but for the other girls to be able to just beat the record and go straight into contention. I think just creating the platform was basically the main goal, really. I would say it's the biggest accomplishment I've had in my career. Nazare is amazing. I give it all the credit to this place and this wave, and if this wave didn't exist, I don't think this would be a dream that could be a reality for me.
All right, so Maya Gabeira, that was her first world record there that we saw footage of. As Seb mentioned, she broke her own world record in the last tow event. There's live vision over there with Eric, we're picking up. She's had a couple of waves already this morning out in this one. 36 minutes and 40 to go in this one. So plenty of time left to come. Everyone will get a chance to surf again, that 50-minute heat format. Two of those available. A little bit of communication going on from Eric there. He's chatting to someone about something, probably waves.
Yeah, probably back to the spotter. And Maya there. I don't know, probably with that certificate, she's earned it. Instead of the Hawaiian tea leaf, she actually puts that certificate down the back of her wetsuit before she surfs. But yeah, what an achievement to not only ride the waves, but then have to fight to get the recognition and pave the way for other women.
Von Rupp here in live action, dealing with some jet ski tracks. Surfing a long way down a wave, really meaty. And he's still got an absolute ton of speed. Just use that to make sure he gets out nice and clean. There's the pickup right in the nick of time. Meanwhile, right behind, this looks like Antonio Silva. Our Portuguese charges from this particular pair. He's a big, powerful guy as well.
I think I've ever been more scared of being at Cochos and seeing him coming down the line at you, doing 110 mile an hour, 100 kilos of pure Portuguese muscle. If you get in the way of that, you're in all sorts. Always so, yeah, it's such a friendly guy. He's helped me out in loads actually when I've been in Portugal. Always the guy I could always ring up, and for lifts or a board or a wetsuit, always goes out of his way to make you feel welcome. Does a lot of the safety at the events we do. But yeah, really solid, so experienced. And, but just had to kick out there because that was you never really want to be kicking out over the lip at Nazare, do you? But just
it was close to the rocks.
This is Nick Von Rupp here, just biding his time. Couldn't really dig in. He's got a really good style, really good car, but just couldn't find a section to either hit or do an air. Just kicks out. So Nick Von Rupp just got a 10-point heat total out of the 30. Still that first heat of the day, still on the leaderboard. Lucas Chanka still out with 18.33. This is the last heat of the first heat, so all these surfers are getting to surf twice, so 6 heats in total. And still Chanka out in that. He'll be coming up in another half an hour, see if he can better his score. But Von Rupp will be looking for some of those barrels, some of those big wedges. Although you reckon he might be saying he probably knows a few slabs going off right now. This coast must be on fire, right? So he'd be like, oh, there must be some waves. He's got
For sure.
That in the back of his mind.
Let's check out our leaderboard and see how it's all going down so far. In terms of our team's competition, once again, the reminder, scores are out of 60. So the lead scorer at the moment from our first heat, Lenny Shianka, 31.67, so around about midway. So if it was a, like a traditional sort of individual heat, you've got a combined total of just over 10, something like that. That's the sort of reference. This is out of 60 anyway, as it stands right now. Koshan Mamala coming into that second place position. DuPont and Role at the moment very close behind them. I mean, just tiny decimals separating 2 and 3. So that's our teams. In terms of the individuals, Ben, not a load of surprises thus far.
No, yeah, Chanka and Lenny pretty tight. Lucas just getting the nod of those first couple of waves and clean exits. And there, Carly, Mamala surfed really well. And Justine DuPont right up there as well. So, yeah, really tight. Considering all those surfers have another 15 minutes. Yeah, you expect to see a lot more action. But, yeah, Chanka the man to beat, which, as we said, was kind of what we may have picked out at the start. And these guys here down the end there, they haven't had a chance. Eric not able to catch a wave just yet. Scooby yet to get off the mark as well, so waiting for some action. As you see just behind the peak there, this is live action.
This is Maya. She's got a good looking wave here. And dipping into a beautiful looking clean face. She'll go high line. Just kind of control this one out, does Maya. Comes out with an absolute ton of speed through on an insides. Eric tracking her on the ski. And we'll pick her up down there. And we'll do a quick little debrief on the way. Big smiles from Eric. As always, good energy. Kind of like an upbeat character at all times. He'll be offering encouragement. She'll be telling him, hey, you should put me deeper. They'll be having a little giggle.
Yeah.
In the meantime, speaking of giggles, well, some people got more serious business dealing with water safety. Joanna Garnell, what have you got? You got part of one of our probably most important team members. What have you got, Joanna?
That's right. I've got Sergi right here next to me. I grabbed him. What can you tell us about the conditions today and all the safety procedures you need to look through?
The conditions are, as you can see, beautiful, good waves. The safety team, we are all connected and working well, and we had some situations already that gone well and was good because all the team are connected. I'm with Kalani Latanzi, one of the grabbers, and we are waiting for do nothing all day. I hope the teams can.
Hopefully. How was the situation with Lucas back there?
I hear in the radio that a jet ski was flipped, and we went into the shore break. But when you arrived to the shore break, all the people in the water, in the beach, was helping and taking the jet ski out, and we were there to help if case necessary. But I'm glad that they didn't need us.
Well, great job keeping the crew safe. Good luck out there. You're doing great.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Amazing contest. Thank you.
Sergio Cosme, the guardian angel of Nazare. We've been talking about that safety aspect, Seb, which is obviously the single most important thing before we start and get to anything else. But Sergio Cosme, an absolute legend.
Yeah, safety is definitely at the top of the priority list for us surfers. Yeah, I think it's a long way from being where we have to get it to really perform on those giant days. So I think this format and these conditions are perfect to compete. Yeah, safety is the most important thing in our sport.
See Latanzi there, but he was smiling away, wasn't he, on the back of the jet ski? He's known for going out and just body surfing the odd 50-footer every now and again, just as you do. So, these safety guys are just know the wave inside out, surf the wave, live for the wave. yeah, all their procedures so far working a treat. And as he said, he's hope he doesn't do anything. That would be the ultimate.
I like the no booties there, and a little bit of dance mojo as well, getting the hips nice and loose. Don't mind that at all from Keali Mamala. He looks happy.
What do you think he's listening to there, Paul? What do you reckon he's got on the vibes there?
Very surprised it wasn't a bit of island, kind of Hawaiian Island sort of reggae style stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit Landon McNamara, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's one of his buddies. Likes that music.
Oh, nice one.
All right. Absolutely fired across the face there, Von Rupp on that yellow board in Team Yellow. In a good way from him. I wonder if these start to think about switching at some point, maybe that halfway mark. Scooby still driving right now. He'll drive Nick out of danger and away from that rock setup. Now into the deeper water. Meanwhile, out the back from our Team Great is
Silva.
Antonio Silva, just carving hard in that red wetsuit. Matching up pretty nicely with the helmet and an emphatic sort of call to his buddy to come grab me. Get him back and ski. She's dealing with getting that board as well. So a quick wave there for Antonio.
Yeah, he's on that Dylan long bottom board as well. He's been on them for a long, long time. And this wave was such a lovely looking, clean Nazare face, isn't it, Seb? Doesn't get much more sort of cleaner than that.
Very beautiful. It's the same peak as we've seen Keali, and Kai and Cody.
One of the bigger carves, that one, I would say. Just sort of engaged the rail for, you know, good 20-metre section.
It's interesting you mentioned that, Ben. And this time we do have a panel of judges, right? So last time we kind of ran that expression session format, and it was a little bit more of sort of that voting sort of system. Right now we do have a traditional panel. In terms of what they're looking for, essentially, we're talking about that line, right? We're talking about that real critical line on the biggest and steepest, most committed waves.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you heard Sebastian talking about how important that line is. And so, yeah, it's got to be critical. It's got to be on the biggest wave we can get. And there's a style element as well, which is ingrained in it all. So, yeah, the combination. And, yeah, I think last time I think the fellow surfers had a go at it.
Jada Mercedes in agony watching Silva, so he's like, give me that rope, come on, let me at it, come on, I can't watch any more of this.
He's frothing.
So it looks like he'll be back on the rope, and that changeover comes, so multiple switch over, different strategies being employed. It looks like they're maybe just kind of doing like a quarter of the heat each, so splitting it up that way. And let's see, with 26 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, sets stacking out the back. Might see a switch at this stage or soon from our Team Yellow, Von Rupp and Scooby. Let's see if we see Pedro in action. As we see some waves steamrolling in here. In terms of our leaderboard, Von Rupp at the moment, he's got himself at number 6th place. Let's keep with the live action. So we'll pick up higher. Still on the rope, Eric Ribier. Toner in, just getting that critical speed. Don't want to go too fast, just want to get nice speed, get a nice easy entry. It's exactly what she's got here. Easy being a relative term, of course. Just as that whitewater bears down, she'll just lean a little more on that toe edge. Want to overcommit as well. Obviously, it's not the kind of wave you can suddenly sort of flick off. You do have to just kind of steer it through. That's what she's doing here, bringing it all the way to an inside. Get some manoeuvres done. Probably not loads of points at this stage in here, but every little does make a difference, and also just important getting a feel for that board. She'll finish up with some energy down in the shore break.
Yeah, she juiced that wave, didn't she? Every single part of it stuck to the end and right into the shorey now. And there's very, very good technical fast pick up there from Eric, straight on and out through that tricky shore break zone. Did it with aplomb, and yeah, Maya looking good. That wave just had a bit of a sort of track from a jet ski on the start, and then it sort of just didn't quite steepen up what she would have liked.
What can you tell us about her equipment, Sebsy? You're riding quite different boards from her, right?
I think she's actually on one of my boards.
Okay, you're riding very similar boards to her. She's on one of yours. Okay, what has she got?
She's got a Sonova 510, 6.5 kilos.
Looking like it's working pretty well for her. How do you like how she surf this wave?
Yeah, I think she could have been a little bit deeper, but she's dealing with some jet ski tracks and a lot of bumps, as we can see here. and the wave didn't really shape up to be, you know, a running wave. It was a bit of a soft one, and she did a great job on staying on the wave, kept her speed nicely and tried to use every inch of the wave. Probably not a huge score, but yeah, like you said, every second on the board it gives you experience and gives you a feeling for it. So,
speaking of those boards, oh, I see. Hold that phone. We've got a big wave out the back.
This looks like Pedro Scooby.
Yep. He's
So
going to go for. Oh, I thought he was going to pull in then.
They did make that switch at the halfway point. Nice and committed and styly with the carve down from him. Kind of a football field sized carve down. Covers a lot of ground with that maneuver. Gets an exit down in there. So as soon as they made the switch, important to get a wave under their belt, and that's exactly what Pedro Scooby's done. Von Rupp in for the pickup.
Yeah. Back to those boards, Sebastian. What are the materials? Are they the same as a normal surfboard? Are they made from, like, is it PU fiberglass, or is it special materials that are used to make these surfboards? How are they different from a normal one?
well, my boards are done with a PU and Balsotec, like a sandwich, and a lot of the boards I think are carbon, epoxy, carbon, fiberglass, and some new boards I think they've been experiencing or trying with Kevlar.
Right.
But yeah, you kind of want to have a certain stiffness, but not too stiff.
All right, we've got 23 minutes to go with our Group C. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us some more live action. This man, Pedro Scooby, he's fired up. We'll be back live from Nazaré right after this. The Tudor Nazaré Tow Surf Challenge welcomes you back to Portugal live action from the iconic big wave break, the centre of the surfing universe, certainly for a Monday morning in Portugal as the world tunes in to enjoy the show. Right now, our third group out in the water, looking to throw points on the board in our competition. We will be rewarding teams awards, best male, best female, Jogos de Santa Casa commitment award as well. That's all to be decided on a Monday morning. Heading into the afternoon in Portugal, bright sunny skies. And the swell, well, if not perhaps the gargantuan proportions that we've kind of been sport with down the years at Nazaré, nevertheless, there's plenty of meat on its bones still. Myself, Paul Evans, in the studio, joined by Ben Mundy and Sebastian Stoitno. Injuries keeping him out of the water, but he's still involved in the action. You still enjoying your morning so far, mate?
Oh yeah, it's lovely hanging out with you too.
Correct answer, Sebastian. How'd you do your injury, mate? What'd you do? Was it surfing, or what? You done your ankle? What's the update?
Yeah, I tried to get barreled on first peak on one of the first days, and the wave clamped and my board twisted and broke my foot.
Right.
In a few angles.
Right, so you'll be back later on this winter, or what's the time frame?
Yeah, I'll be back late January or early February, I hope. All right, here we go. Ashi.
Yeah, she's strapping on.
Gear.
She's got the hat on.
Yeah, let's have a chat with him.
Yeah, let's get Vinay on board.
If you're going to have that kind of hat on, we need to have a word in your shell, basically. But yeah, loving the energy from our teams down here. And everyone does seem to be pretty stoked. Basically getting an opportunity to get out and get at it. Bright sunny skies. Fog frustrated us yesterday. And this, well, is basically a run of, well, we've had what, it's fourth, sort of fifth day of Nazare, really, kind of like the sort of proper Nazare sizes, and it really fires up. And we're looking at a week of yet more swell as well, so a real kind of run of it. We've seen some of the equipment changes going down there. Actually,
how many boards you got there?
His quiver with him.
Yeah, a lot of them from Org surfboards down there in Portugal. Rabbit, they had one Rabbit, one Dylan there, and classic, the legendary Shaper Rabbit from Portugal. The Org surfboard guys pumping out some great boards, and he got about 18 of them there, it seems that too. Yeah, how many did he have? All ready for every scenario, and still haven't found out about the hat. That was going as her homework.
She'll get to the bottom of that. There's one thing you can be sure of at the moment. Team Yellow, in terms of individuals, it's Von Rupp with the best of this in this particular encounter anyway on that leaderboard. He's got a high score of an 8.54 at the moment. His backup's more modest, coming in as a high 3 and steaming out his Team Yellow to meet a peak. Looks like Scooby on the rope. Von Rupp at the wheel. As you see, it's that energy on the back foot, on the tail for Scooby. He just waits till the speed picks up the ball, gets planing, and he'll be whipped in by Von Rupp. He'll keep a beady eye from the shoulder. Well, actually, looks like priority went to Jean Merced, who says to, I'll be taking this one, to his young apprentices. And here he goes. And this one will go steep in here. We talked about him liking the barrel. Just kind of waiting there, keeping his options, seeing if he could get some vision. Particularly come for him on that one. He'll just keep plugging away down the line here and get out of a danger zone as the right-hander will bear down on him from behind. Antonio Silva with the pick up there. You mentioned, Ben, some of the water safety that he runs at various events. Highly experienced on the ski indeed, and nicely done. They'll get out of there and head back out. Probably not putting massive points with that last wave.
No, not huge, no turns. As you said, he was eyeing off the barrel from the start. Unfortunately, it just didn't really happen. So, yeah, not a lot of movement, but sort of up and running for Zhao. So, he'd be relatively happy. But, yeah, if he wants to pack a big barrel, that's what he lives for.
Looks like we've got a switch here with Eric Ribier taking on the rope. Let's get another look at this last wave, though.
Yeah, just waiting here, Sebastian, but it's never arrived, did it?
I think he was chasing the section more down the line, and it just never happened. That's why he didn't fade more in the beginning. But still, nice line, and yeah, in my opinion, he should have done a backflip right there.
Yeah. Had a big closeout section. Nice wave at the start. He sort of saw his opponents eyeing it off. He's like, nah, I'll have this. He had priority. He got straight in. And then here's the backflip section. He elected not to partake as a 20-foot closeout hits the sand. So back out there. He's doing a lot of hunting himself. Goes to the Azores a lot, a place we know and love, and he's been scoping out some big sort of tow waves and paddle slabs over there. So always on the hunt. Does a lot of amazing work for the environment, real activist in the environmental causes. Really big on educating people and how service can make a difference. João de Merced, and trying to make a difference here. I don't think that wave is going to be a big score, but he's back out there with 16 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how this one brings to a close, and we'll have everyone surf. We'll have a first look at what we've seen, but just, you know, a bit of time to come in this set. But in terms of performances, what we've seen today, anything really surprised you? You know these athletes better than anyone. Any real surprises from what we've seen?
Not really. Well, actually, I'm a bit surprised not many that the other athletes didn't do any airs, really. It's just Lucas and Kai. I think, you know, Nick and Scooby could get some air time, to be honest. And also maybe João and Pierre and Eric. I would expect Eric with something to put a little bit of pressure on him in his next heat if the waves get a little bit more steep. In all fairness, the first heat I think had the best waves. So maybe in a few hours or in the next heat the waves will turn on again and become a little bit more steep.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. If anyone knows, Seb knows. But yeah, I think some air time would be nice. So obviously Lucas and Kai are just so comfortable spending those big airs and critical sections at the start, aren't they?
I think they've made an agreement that they're basically not allowed to not do one air at the start of a wave.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Seems like
if you don't be in this team.
If you don't do an air, you don't get picked up. just got those loops down pat.
Well, a little bit of a lull in the action. We're getting some fascinating insights from Sebastian Steutner live in the studio. We've also got a little package from where we had a chat with him a little while ago. Let's hear from you, Seb.
The day was really bumpy, so we're looking for waves more on the inside. The outside in Nazare a lot of times is very tall and very big, but it's very bumpy and kind of you go really fast, but you can't properly surf it. It's more you're outrunning, you're trying to run away from the wave. And the waves that I find more interesting lately are the waves that break on the inside, that double up, stand up. It's more of a proper surfing wave. That was our goal during that day, on January 18th, and I'm happy we found that wave. Got dropped in from behind the peak. As I was rolling into it, it was really bumpy, but then as soon as the wave started to suck, it became really smooth, and I could do a fade, kill some speed, and had a nice vision of a gigantic wave. I saw a little bit of a white water patch, so I changed my line a little bit, and I was going really fast, really fast. And that's it. It was a good wave, and I'm stoked I caught it.
So getting some great insights there from Sebastian Steutner, also joining us in the studio and bringing us some insights from the action out in the water and some of the other stuff that goes into preparing a course to putting together a season, a campaign here at Nazare and just hunting down some massive waves. And you've also been watching your habitual partner, Maya. She's out there surfing right now. She's going all right so far. How are you feeling about things?
Yeah, it's a great contest so far. I think they need to step it up a little bit. Hopefully there's some more lines coming in, some more waves. But it's been great, yeah. Nice to be here with you boys and watching the show.
And you mentioned that importance of that tide. Basically, this kind of size is particularly significant, and we're hoping we're getting towards that lower tide. So that come the other side of lunchtime, a couple of hours' time. Hopefully things will improve towards then.
Yeah, usually on this size of waves, if the tide gets a little bit lower, if the swell doesn't disappear too quickly, we'll see some more steep waves, barrels maybe, some airs, I hope. Yeah.
A lot of action yet to come. Of course, we will be crowning men's and women's performance awards, the teams award as well, the Jogos de Santa Casa Commitment Award. It's all coming at you from Nazare, the Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge. Ramping up competition this morning, pretty early on. It was Kaileni and Shanka who threw down a performance marker. And since then, well, we've had some lulls, we've had some good performances as well, but someone who's been watching it, keeping a close and beady eye on things, is Jessie Miley-Dyer from the World Surf League. And she's got a pretty good vantage point, I believe. Jessie, do you copy?
Hi guys, how are ya?
We're feeling pretty good. It's nice to see your smiley face. A beautiful day. We've got some energy in the water too. How's the energy out there on the fort?
Oh, it's amazing. You know, I've never been here to Nazare, and to be on the fort and just to be kind of have this bird's eye view is incredible. It's such a, I mean, I feel like I don't want to miss anything. I keep looking over my shoulder, but this is awesome.
In terms of, from the World Surf League point of view, putting this event on, of course, really important one in the calendar, but so much coming into it and all of those logistical decisions and everything else. But of course, most important ingredient, the swell. And it was awkward yesterday with the fog, but it's great to actually be out there and running today.
Yeah, it is. These are really important events for us. The big wave surfers are really, they're really special, and I have so much respect for them, and everyone at WSL is really supportive of everything that they do. And for us to be here and watching it live, as well, I think it really makes you kind of watch and just be totally blown away what everyone does. But yeah, it was a bit of a bummer for sure yesterday with the fog, but sometimes things are meant to be, and we wouldn't have had this day today.
And one of our big takeaways obviously is that safety at this event. And the first look at it here from you, you're pretty close hand to the spotters and all that communication going on. It's pretty impressive to see this team live in action.
Yeah, it's really important for us to have best-in-class safety, especially for an event like this. And we have a lot here on the fort. Every team has their spotter. Every team has a safety spotter as well. And then we have Pitbull, who's Paolo Salvador, is Pitbull's his nickname, but it's the best name for him. He's our safety coordinator here as well, and he's overseeing everything. And then we also obviously have Garrett McNamara here as well.
Hi Jess, Mundy here, and your first time in Nazare, so did you pack to 12-11 for some from post-seed surfs tomorrow or the day after?
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen, but I'm definitely really enjoying watching. Maybe I think the closest I'm going to get is sitting on a jet ski.
All right, well, you've got the best seat in the house there. Enjoy the view, enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks, Jessie.
Thanks, guys.
Jessie Maledai there, giving us some good insights on top of that fort, which is really kind of the brains of this operation, literally. It's where those decisions are being made, that information's being relayed as well, with an amazing view of it all unfold and the action out in the water. In terms of the action, loads to bring you for the last 10 minutes or so of this heat, down towards that 9-minute mark now. It's still Team Yellow with that priority. They've also got the highest scoring Nick Von Rupp's early effort. Nick Clout getting a 9.34. That's a doubled score, of course, out of 20. So not as encouraging as a 9 would usually be in a heat. That's essentially a high 4, is what that score means. But the best of it so far in this one, as we see the flotilla in the lineup. We'll just kind of cruise in and looking for the energy to be delivered from the Atlantic. Let's hope we fire up with a little pulse to bring this one in. We talked about the tide and the importance of that. Meanwhile, let's remind ourselves where we are exactly. This is a competition. We've had expression style format this time. We are having a traditional kind of leaderboard in terms of that scoring, going down from a panel of judges. Lenny, Shianka, early doors with the best of it. Not far behind them, Kosher and Mamala, and very close behind them, DuPont and Rollet. Still that same situation.
Yeah, those early runners still right up there. And of course, Kai Lenny and Lucas Chenka coming up for their second surf just in 7 minutes. So the potential to improve on that. But yeah, it's pretty, you know, they had a really good start. I think there's room for improvement. They had some pretty gnarly wipeouts and lost a bit of time as well in that first heat. So expect them to improve. Justine DuPont at this stage looking really good for that women's award as well. Got a couple of scores on the board, but yeah, nothing to the excellent ranges yet. As we see more sets approach, let's hope we get a flurry, we get some big numbers, get some big waves, and we've got the best big wave surfers and one taking off right now.
Here we go, live action. It looks like Scooby, as he'll stall himself here. He's just kind of putting himself in the slot. Wow,
go Scooby,
huge
make it.
barrel. Oh, and we're willing him out of that. And you saw him set that line. He was bleeding off the speed. That was.
I was like, he's not, is he? He's not. He did. That was one of the biggest barrels I've ever seen. And that's exactly the stuff that we hope for today, where this size, you know, those big open barrels are there. And he just absolutely packed it. Unfortunately, just couldn't come out. But what an incredible wave, and what an incredible commitment.
Oh, definitely. It almost looked like he was a little bit too low. It's a very high and tight barrel, but yeah, what an effort on his commitment. That was special. He was very deep.
Yeah, imagine. I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine the vision that you get inside a 50-foot barrel. But I imagine that was something he's never ever going to forget. You know, when you get one of those seared into the synapses. And Scooby just couldn't quite make it out. Here it is here though, this angle. So he's right in there. Yeah. He's in a good spot. You hear the crowd go wild. Just couldn't exit.
Almost a little soul arch into it as well, wasn't he? Still to kind of lean back just to put a few extra style points if any needed. That was really, really impressive stuff from him. Unfortunately, won't get a mate. Be interesting to see where that goes score-wise, though. It was a huge section. The completion would have been crucial. Going really big up the scoreboard. He's picked up. He's back on the back of the ski. Of course, this is the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. We are super stoked to be partnering up with Tudor this time out. Of course, Tudor is a historic Swiss fine watch brand known for its award-winning robust tool watches. The brand signature is born to dare, and very much reflecting on its pioneer spirit and very fitting with our Nazare chargers. Meanwhile, Eric Ribier, that signature style, that slightly kind of wider stance, very smooth and very precise on the backhand. As he draws out a bottom turn on this right-hander, running down right in the pocket there. And now we'll deal with all sorts of turbulence on the face.
A good spot to be.
So much speed in there. Behind him comes his team. I'll pick him up. Getting in there. Eric is safely on the back of the sled. Potentially troublesome spot. Ending up in there. It's one way to deal with. There's Kosher with his running safety for that Team Black. Picks up Eric. Head back out. Jump back on with Maya. Let's get another look at his wave.
Yeah, big fade. Looked at the left and decided to go to the right. And just gets down this few bumps, a few wobbles. Board looks really small on his feet. And there's a big hook under the pocket. And then just here you see all that turbulence, all that white water. Really, really difficult to navigate. Just comes off at the very end and gets out safely. So he'll be back out there. I think eyeing off probably one of those lefts next time if he gets a chance. 3 minutes to make his mark and improve on that. As Kosher, fresh off of heat, straight back on the safety, staying busy, staying active. All the safety work all on getting the boards, getting it all sorted. As you said, that element's improved massively, hasn't it, Seth? And just the amount of people on the beach, amount of people organised and ready and prepared.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fast response is the most important part of safety, and every second counts. So, you know, every improvement that can be made and it has been made is important. All right, Eric back on the rope.
Eric back on the rope. And look at a wave here. So he's found a backup board. He wants to get straight out of business, knowing that only 3 to go in this one. Maya's got the high score of this team so far. She's had sort of the lion's share of the time allocation, getting a good number to the tune of a 6.34. Her best, good enough for 9th so far in terms of those standings. Of course, a lot of surfing yet to come. Everyone will get a chance to go again. We're confident, optimistic about the tide improving things this afternoon as well. But Nazare can be full of surprises in terms of exactly what kind of conditions you're going to get. We'll just wait and read on that as and when it happens. 2.5 to go in this one. In terms of our Team Black, it is Eric Ribeiro going to finish things off for these two. The Goofy Foot partnership.
They're looking at, yeah, he's checking the equipment, just checking that he's got his feet in the right place, straps all good, and all ready to go. 2 minutes to go. Last check before he gets potentially one last wave.
Let's have a look at the heat recap, see how it's gone down. This was the early work here from Von Rupp, who looked good.
Nice and loose.
Yeah, he was on his feet, a few little air hops to feel the groove, and then Joao de Macid, he's just coming the corners. Just a bit of a smaller wave, a few nice carbs, no huge points there. And he got a sort of 5.97 for his best wave. It's a bigger wave here from Von Rupp again. Just a little bit tracked out, a lot of foam. That meant he couldn't really get any big turns in. Solid wave though. This is the highlight of the day for me. That is a giant barrel from Pedro Scooby. We'll never know how far he went, but what a piece of commitment and barrel riding. And then Eric Ribier going on the right. A few turns before he just come unstuck on the middle bit. So yeah, for me, although that wave, Pedro Scooby's didn't score huge, only got 7 points. He's definitely got the respect and the absolute accolade for one of the best barrels of the day so far. Joao de Macid still just cruising in there, not a whole lot of action. Bit of a turn there, but not really troubling the scorers so much. That's a recap. Some, you know, some big waves, some fun waves, but no big numbers.
Picking up Eric on the end of a ride there, going the left-hand option. Maya with the collect down on the inside. Final 15 seconds of this. I love how quick they're getting back. They're like, one more. Probably not going to happen. Just over 10 seconds on the clock there in the shore break. Nevertheless, very much at this and staying busy. Kind of reaching that halfway point essentially. We've seen everybody's surfers will just wrap things up with a bomb left. Whoa, look at that thing.
That was Scooby again. Yes.
Wow, Pedro.
Well done.
Viana with an absolute bomb. And that thing, we just came to that wave thinking everything was wrapping up, and guess what? That was explosive. That was incredible, Ben.
Well, the spit, if you're coming out after the spit at Nazare, I think you're doing something right. And I just almost blew my eyes. We were just sort of dumbstruck, weren't we there? Just packed it. Here it goes. Right in the pocket. There's the spit. And he comes out. Incredible tube ride from Scooby. And I think we might have a new contender for the best wave, the biggest wave. We talk about no big numbers.
That is a big number.
Changed. I mean, that could be the biggest number, right? Is that a 10? We're talking that? 20 if you double it.
Incredible
I'm giving
stuff
it 10.
there from Pedro Scooby. We saw his intent early as he chose that line in, bled off the speed of this first wave, got clamped, didn't come out. That one there, we picked it up, it was actually hidden inside the barrel. We thought we were watching an unridden wave. We saw a massive spit and then fired out from the trouble, the danger zone. We saw Pedro Scooby Viana absolutely flying out there. And big ecstatic claims from him as well, you might expect. Big tube for the Brazilian Goofy. Surely a good number to come his way. So wrapping up the sort of halfway point with an absolute flash of brilliance. And he will be absolutely buzzing after that. Big Stoke. And really impressive to see the technical skill. You think about charging and that kind of head down aspect of just throwing it over the ledge, but it's when you've got time to actually set up is when you've got to be a little bit, I'm going to say psychopath, right? Like, you've got to be a bit weird to just go, I'm actually going to slow down right now.
Yeah, you got to make the decision to put yourself in immense danger. It means that you've, something's gone wrong somewhere. But yeah, it was
all right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, coming from.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, but you're one of the mad ones. We can't trust you. No, but so calculated and so technique was spot on. He knew that he was coming out of that, and he just it's not that often to that spit. Coming out with a spit over here, and you called it early. You called the barrel, Sebastian, and that's what it's all about. That's why we're here.
And what a epic commitment as well. He just got smashed on the same thing he did on the wave before, trying to get barreled, and then to get the courage, recover that quick because it was only like 5 minutes after. He's happy.
Look at that. Nico as happy as him almost.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Getting away with your life, huh?
That is actually, to me, sometimes I enjoy more putting my partner on a wave than getting the wave myself.
Numbers in. Judges gave him 14 for that.
Oh,
It's 14 out of 20. Monday, you're not happy with our panel.
What are you going to do?
Off the cliff.
What are you going to do?
In a caravan, we could just undo the handbrake and just roll them off.
Storming. I'm going to go out there right now. There's only 5. I'll just take the biggest one on. I just think you're going to pull in a massive barrel. I think it's worth more than a 7.
Wow.
I mean, it's a new.
We've got improving conditions for this afternoon, hopefully. Could be some more tubes out there, Ben. They're leaving the proverbial room in the scale. Let's check out the leaderboard.
Look, not for the first time. I could be wrong about this.
In terms of the individuals, well, we've shuffled that pack big time with our very last wave, the final second, basically, of our third heats. Pedro Scooby. Good numbers for him. His 14 points combines gives him 22.9. His score out of 30. Lucas Shanky in second, Kai Lenny in third. Those are your top 3. Kiali Mamala in that 4th place position. And that's how it is. In terms of the individual surfers, here it is. So we're just looking down the list and looking at second page of that list. Wrapping it all the way down to some of our surfers towards the bottom. Didn't get much of an opportunity. I dare say they'll be getting a bit more time on the rope. Surfers like Achi, who just had 5 minutes at the end. They'll be having the lion's share of the second heat. Let's check out the teams now. So new leaders there, Von Rupp, Scooby. They're leading it right now from Lenny Shianka. They'll be fired up. You're going to see them in action soon. Kosha and Mamala, super polished and impressive. Good enough for third right now. We're at the halfway stage. We've kind of taken this temperature and we like what we see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, well, we've said it a few times. Something at this place can change in the second, and we were just a bit of a slow heat, and bang, we see one of the best waves we've seen in a long time. So it's all that, and we've got an hour to go, hour and a half to go.
Time at the Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge. Join us for more live action. Hopefully a lot more of this We'll be right back.
Yeah, really good. How long is the break?
This is black on black. This is my quiver from my toe boards for this season. Me and Kai is kind of different because he likes something. He has many toe boards, so in all the toe boards is different than my toe board. What I like from our partnership, it's like we are looking always for performance better and looking turns, barrel, and doing something on the wave, not just in survive on the wave. We already met like from many years surfing big waves, but we never had this relationship a little close like that. I really trust on Kai's driving and performance, so going fast, going for the biggest, for the harder, for the barrel, or looking forwards for performance the best we can.
And a very warm welcome back to the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. Let's welcome back our Group A. 6 surfers into the water we saw in action this morning. Kai Lenny, Lucas Chianca, Ashi Munian, Francisco Porchella, Justine Dupont, Pierre Rollet. That's our 6 surfers from our Group A. They've had a read of conditions. They've had a surf. They've got some numbers on the board. And they're back for more. And there wasn't a lot in to separate these 3. It's probably been the most even heat, Ben, in terms of scores throughout. Pretty consistent. Everyone kind of nailing scores in this one. That's sort of a reflection of some good energy early on this morning.
Yeah, exactly. There's probably just a little bit more, maybe a bit on the lower tide before the high as well. Could have been a factor. I think just all probably just they're all frothers as well. Like you know, they like to stay busy, so that probably helped. It's Justine Dupont currently leading the women's division with scores. Now got 50 minutes to try and improve her lead. Looks like she's going first on the rope. Yeah, action-packed, and of course we've got, yeah, Chianca and Lenny, and they'll be fired up. They would have heard about or even seen Scooby's barrels. They would know he's in the lead, and they'll only just fire him up. They're not going to take this easy. They both want to win, and yeah, it's looking pretty exciting sort of match-up. I'm pretty psyched for this one, Paul.
Yeah. Let's go down and hear from Joanna Garnell in the boat with the man of the moment, Pedro Scooby.
Absolutely. Tell me all about it. I want to know the vision into that huge barrel.
Oh, it was a crazy heat. The beginning of the heat, we chose the wrong wave. And I said, hey, fuck, Nick, what are you doing, bro? I said, no, relax, bro. Everything's going to be okay. I said, no, it's not going to be okay. I want a good wave. I said, no, it's okay, relax, relax. I said, okay. And I catch a good barrel. The barrel was really good, but in Nazare, you never go deep, you know, because it's not a long barrel, really hollow. But I went really deep, and I was a crazy wipeout. And we went to the inside, I lose my board to the rocks. say, when you're back, I say, okay, I have 1 minute. Let's go, Nick. Let's go. Okay. And he put me in a not really good wave. It was a bomb. Then I got the barrel. It was not me, you know. It was my driver. You know, when I surf the wave, no, the drive is the most important. The first part of the wave. Choose the wave for you, and I did the rest.
I can see your communication skills are on point. If there's a lot of shouting in it, how is it teaming up with Nick?
Oh, this is my brother, you know. He's not my partner here. He's my brother for life. Every time I say, this is my Portuguese brother. We have a really good relation. Okay, we fight sometimes, you know. We love sometimes, but bro, this is my brother. I'm really happy for him. And let's go to the second hit.
Well, that's a dream team right there. Congratulations.
Let's go.
Best interview ever. Can we give him a 20? Can we give him a perfect 20 for the chat? Love that good stuff there from Pedro Scooby. Full of energy. He's just had an absolutely huge barrel. You can understand the excitement levels.
You know, for the kids out there, you know, we don't condone some of the language you may have heard, but if you've been spat out of a 50-foot barrel, we're going to give you a bit of license. But yeah, what a character, hey, Sebastian, and you can tell the energy of the man just from that, eh?
He's such a legend. He almost drowned a few seasons back, and I was lucky enough to see him in trouble, and I rescued him and took him to shore. And we put him on our safety system, and he had oxygen on him, and then he's on the back of my truck, like strapped into the stretcher with his oxygen on, and he takes it off. And he's like, brother, do you have a camera? I didn't, because I just came, you know, from the jet ski with him, and so somebody else took a little video, and he's such a funny character in all situations, and yeah, he's a good person for our sport.
I thought you were going to say he asked if you had any wax. You want to get back out there?
Yeah, what a classic. And yeah, his brother Nico. You can see Nico just trying not to laugh. He was loving it.
Yeah,
but,
normally Von Rupp's got quite a bit to say for himself. He was a little bit outshone there. He knew when to just kind of chill and make sure the ski was ticking over.
Never heard Nick not speak near a camera ever. So it was very impressive.
Yeah, great stuff. Really impressive. Looking attention back towards these two. Lenny Shianka, they were as ever full of energy this morning. They entertained us. What have they got in this heat? Let's see what they come back with. As we see team in blue. Apache didn't get a lot of action this morning. He's lost that pink chicken skull cap that he's wearing. And some instructions to Pachella. We saw those down a bit of a giggle as well. So it's really interesting to see the communication and the bond between our surfers. Kind of pointing and shouting. Sometimes that's what it comes down to.
Sometimes you just got to point and shout. Trying to sort of find their way on the lineup. Where's the best spot? And these two. Now, second priority, so they got to wait. Team Red gets first crack at it. Here he goes again. Actually had a poor first heat for his standards. Trying to just get some points on the board.
Well, yeah, he basically said the last 5 minutes, so I think he'll just be certainly getting the lion's share of this one. Might see if he offers a wave over to Francisco at the end. Some nice energy though, and you see that kind of A-frame sort of shape to it. That's what we like to see at Nazare. You see some sets stacking up here. 10 minutes gone in this one so far.
Lenny Shianka. Relatively quiet for those two, haven't they? Just obviously deciding to wait. Meanwhile, someone's not waiting around. It's Justine Dupont. And there's a nice little line from her. So solid. She doesn't make many mistakes, does she? Very calculated surfer, Sebastian.
Yeah, she's very calculated and taking it very slow from, you know, working her way into going deeper and deeper. Yeah, very calculated for sure.
DuPont's been so impressive here. There's a body of work that she's put together from 5 winters, something like that. And Nazare, she decided to base herself down here for the winter. Of course, she had that big spill, well, that drubbing, that PR heat. She had an injury to come back from. Meanwhile, in live action, Munyani said, no, I want the inside. Achi jumps over the track from a ski, gets an inside bowl section here, and there's some ribs in the whitewater up the face, make your eyes go a bit funny. And he's going about 1,000 miles an hour down in there, does really well to control it, makes it look pretty easy. Talked about that turbulence in the chop, does well there. Meanwhile, it's Chianca, and he looked like he was looking for a ramp there.
Oh
dear.
Seen a big wedge coming towards Chumbo. He just sort of holds your breath. Of course, his younger brother just actually got onto the CT and made the CT through the Challenger Series, Joao Chianca. So, yeah, there's some pretty good surfing DNA running through the Chumbo clan. And no doubt he'll be watching his bro right now, seeing what he can do. But just that wave didn't allow him to showcase what he's got. He's back out there on the end of the rope. What about the length of that rope, Sebastian? As we see, is that a factor? You know, like, do you have some people like longer, some people like shorter? What difference does it make? Hold that thought. We just see Justine again fading into a big wave.
Wow, look at this thing. As she S's down and goes with a left-hand option. She's put herself right at the apex of that thing. And then a big explosion. And she just hops her way through. She's sort of just enjoying herself with the ollies down there. And she'll just keep surfing away and find herself.
Is there a Guinness Book of Records for the most ollies done on a wave at Nazare? But really well surfed. Yeah, that rope factor. Yeah, is it longer or better? How's it all work?
Well, usually you go, if you surf a slab, you get a shorter rope to have the ski closer to the wave. But as the waves get bigger, you want a longer rope to maximize the distance. And I think today they would be on a standard size rope. Don't ask me how long that is.
How long is the rope?
Okay. No clue.
With me and you, Paul might go out. I might get the 100-foot rope out.
I know you've been really curious about some of the rope length, Ben, haven't you? It's one thing that you were talking about a lot coming into this event. Have you got your answer now? You happy?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, please.
Bigger the waves, longer the rope.
But getting another look there at that bomb from Justine. How's the setup work she was doing? I don't know if she was going right or left for a while there. Do you reckon she did?
Literally making up as she goes along. But yeah, we've talked about that line, the all-important line out here, and yeah, she absolutely nailed that one. Really, really well surfed, and she's already had 3 or 4 waves in such a short time, so really got a good read on it. And just be debriefing about that with the partner Pierre, and seeing where we're at the moment. So impressive. And I mean, we got the WSL Big Wave Performer of the Year award. Justine, some of her work not just here but in Jaws, a place she spent a lot of time at. Sebastian was really impressive. Mavericks just went on a tear, didn't she?
Oh yeah.
During that winter, and it all came together. And yeah, putting in performance not just here but in all those big wave spots. Yeah. Really, really impressive. Some of those waves she rode at Mavericks on those big days, giant,
big barrel of Jaws,
massive barrel of Jaws. So yeah, really just stepping it up each winter.
Yeah, collected herself a few Red Bull Big Wave awards as well. Got a doorstep, didn't she? A place down here at Nazare. Surprised to win a couple of awards. So add that to the silverware cabinet, the trophy cabinet, which I reckon she might have to keep kind of extending year on year. Very impressive lines groomed by this offshore wind. Beautiful conditions down here as we get vision of that lineup at Nazare. And our skis just kind of waiting patiently. I'm going to say, is it picking up, Ben? Feels like it.
Oh, you said it.
Stare at the ocean for long enough. It's picking up, mate.
Yeah, it's like when you stared at that fog yesterday for all day, just willing it to go away. I've never seen 10,000 people just stare at fog, just trying to mentally make it go away. It has gone away. And yeah, I think the tide's going to make these wedges up. Well, that's what Sebastian told me, and he knows. So it's low tide, bit more swell, bit more energy. I think we're in for a good, great sort of 3 last heats of this event, and see some more fireworks. I just want to see more Scooby, basically.
Me too.
Yeah, some more tubes as well. Be great to see some of that go down. Let's hope that is indeed what happens as we get down towards the low tide. A little bit of a quiet stage in this one right now. Early stuff done from Justine Dupont. Busy at the beginning of this one. Here she is again, having a little look. It's not the kind of wave she was after She'll reposition out there in the lineup because her partner, Pierre Rollet, got some good waves in that first heat as well. No doubt he'll be taking up the rope at some stage here. So we pick up Ashi and Francisco. And then buzzing back out towards the peak. I think we'll see Ashi on the rope, certainly for the most of this heat. Didn't get much of an opportunity in the first one. Porchella rode a bunch of good waves. That is our situation with surfers basically now with a pretty good read, having surfed earlier on this morning and surfed about 10 minutes or so, but they've been out in the water before that, of course, out here, and they know exactly the kind of waves they're looking for. Just waiting for those shapes to align, right, Seb? Just looking for those lines to come in the right place.
Exactly, and a lot of it has to do with the swell jumping out of the canyon, joining the regular swell. And you can kind of see the waves that join and then become one big peak. That's what we're all looking for.
Yeah, they march down that canyon at the steepest points, 5,000 metres deep, Paul, which is some trench. As we see some action here, so this is
Justine, looks like, and in front of her, well, let's just stick with her as she sticks a super tough, choppy section and then gets absolutely blitzed by that whitewater drone view. Just kind of shows you an idea of that violence. She pops up, just identifies herself. Meanwhile, in live action is Ashi Munyan. He rode a wave the last time out in the toe challenge, got a big kind of chop hop down there on that right-hander. He likes that right-hander, Ashi. He's got some great waves there in the past. Finishes down on an insides. That's Fred David, who was the partner of Justine last time out. He's running the water safety for Justine and Pierre. Team France. And a good wave there for Justine. Unfortunately, she got the wipeout.
A potential sort of two surfers going for the same wave. You know, first ever toe challenge priority interference, Paul, which would be quite exciting. But I think they've managed to stay out of each other's way.
Chumbo on the rope.
Come on, Chumbo.
What's he got here? Then he whips him in. And he's got Pix making the difference in the wave from behind it. It looked like a 4-footer, and then we pick it up here, and you're like, all right. And he kind of airs his way into a cover-up section, gets the vish, as that curtain just cascades outside of him. And he goes into some powder turns through that soupy section. So Lucas Chumbo, a wave to his buddy.
I think they really made an agreement. They have to do that helicopter rotating thing every single wave.
Really hard to judge that, isn't it, for the judges? It loses the impact a little bit because we're seeing it so often. It's still so technically difficult, so much risk as well, really. So it's a bit hard to judge. But so then he sort of, as you said, Paul, sort of air hopped into the barrel. See him there, just in front of it. Another great line. And it just sort of went all soupy, but plenty of action. And, probably doesn't need a big score. He was sort of right in second spot after Scooby got that last big barrel, but you need to back up a few ways. So we'll see if that's done the job. They might be chatting about swapping over here potentially. Half an hour to go to Kyle Lenny to show what he's got. It looks like something's gone wrong there. Maybe not happy with the wave, or maybe some equipment issues. Not sure. Find out later.
I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief there. I just saw him holding the back of that right leg. Let's see how it all plays out. And Lucas Chumbo, ever an entertainer, and he's kept that entertainment factor for everyone watching online, but particularly for everyone as well. Down on the cliffs here, a massive crowd yesterday, waited patiently all day, and the fog just wouldn't go away. And obviously that was a Sunday, so few people had to go to work there, but again, thousands of people streaming in here today and really enjoying it. Blessed, really sunny skies. Beautiful day for watching from. And we are underway here. Well underway. We're in the second half of the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. Hope you're enjoying the show from wherever you're tuning in from. Could be a late night or an early morning, depending where you are in the world. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring in more live action. Kyle Lenny, Lucas Chianca, Ashi Munyan, Porchella, Justine Dupont and Pierre Rollet. They're all out in the water right now, and they'll be back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to live action. The Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge is a go. Green lighted this morning around about 8 a.m. local time in Portugal. Cliff, crowds lining that cliff and watching it all unfold. Action out in the water at the moment, been brought to you by Kai Lenny, Lucas Chianca, Ashi Munian, Francisco Porcella, Justin Dupont, Pierre Rollet are our 6 athletes out there. 3 teams of 2. This is their second shot at this. This one will wrap up when this 50-minute heat comes to a close for these particular surfers. Everyone, each team getting 2 sessions. As we see live action here from Team Green. And a nice looking wave here. And this is Pierre Rollet on a right-hander. Faded that takeoff sweetly to the bottom, just timed it pretty well. You see the avalanche just kind of bearing down behind him. Get a little check turn done in the pocket as well. So Pierre taking the rope around about the halfway point in that one. So it's pretty much democratic and even in terms of the timeshare between our French team, Justine and Pierre. And he's back on the ski on the insides. All that experience Justine has garnered down here, down the years, down the seasons. Very much paid off already in the way she's reading this lineup. Getting his pickups done. Of course, the surf side important as well. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Big fade, wasn't it? Thought about going left and saw that right was just a bit steeper. Beautiful offshore conditions. Hung on through the foam, so it sets out the back. And, yeah, did well, surfed well. Just not a whole lot of drama. We don't want too much drama at this stage. Quick pick up from Justine. Yeah, the work on the jet skis. Sebunan is one of the really good drivers. I mean, how much? It's just experience, isn't it? You can't do a course. You can't. The only way to learn is to just spend time on the machine. But it must be an ever learning process, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's so important. I think big wave surfing as a whole, it's an experience sport, right? So it takes years because we don't have the conditions to train every single weekend, like in racing or in other sports. So it takes years to develop yourself as a complete big wave surfer. Some might progress quicker in driving a ski, others progress quicker in surfing. It's a nice looking wave.
All right, looks like Achi here found something he likes. He taps the rope in encouragement, and he'll get whipped in by Francisco Porcella. And he will fade this one all the way around and just carve it down from deep. And then just apply that heel edge. Get a nice turn done at very high velocity. And then he decides to eject and gets out of there. So good stuff from Ashi. Didn't get much time in the first heat, been busy in the second one. A great looking wave.
Yeah, sort of put it all on the line for that carve. He knew that he could have just sort of went straight and and played it safe, but he did a massive carve and knew by virtue of doing that carve, he got that white water behind him on the head. So that was to the points. But yeah, what a whip in. Huge arcing fade. And a nice big carve, and then they go back inside, ready to start all over again.
Yeah, just over 23.5 on the Tudor clock here. Let's get another look at this.
Yeah, big whip. And that nice turn, and then it just sort of closed out, and you have to deal with that foam. It deals with it well.
Very committed though, I have to say.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and out the back. Looks like Kai Lenny's up and riding. Kai Lenny got the rope, 23 minutes to go to make his mark. And just kicks out, see what he did maybe out the back. So we've got 25 minutes, some fireworks from the Hawaiian, hopefully.
Yeah, the switch coming. So decided to allocate themselves half each.
I think that was probably what Shank was, that was his day done, and that's why he was like probably not as happy with some of the ways he thought he may have get. It's probably just frustration that he wasn't going to get any more opportunities. He knew he was driving. Now his job is all about trying to up the teamwork, up the team total. They are coming in second. I think they've probably just gone up into the lead for that pair now. So Lucas Chianca has moved up, back up a 7 to his 8-point ride. He's doubled up, so he's up 23-point heat total out of 30. just ahead of Pedro Scooby, who though does have another heat coming his way. So Shanker is done. He can't improve his score if Kyle Lanny keeps the rope. And, we'll see if his partner can do any better. There he is there. Lovely sweeping top turn. It's the difference between these guys, doing some big turns right in the power source of these big waves. And goes back out, ready to again.
Haven't seen floaters from these two in this one, but it's almost something we saw a little bit of them. Remember a couple of seasons back, I remember seeing this sort of like, I thought that maybe like a move we might see something of, but thus far, haven't seen it. Plenty of time left to go under that 21.5-minute mark.
Well, they say like in normal surfing, floaters are quite functional, aren't they? Oh, I don't think they'd call them a functional maneuver at 50-foot Nazare, but I'd still like to see it. I reckon if anyone's going to do it, it's Kyle Lanny.
Entertainment factor super high as ever out in the water. Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge. Let's remind ourselves of the individual leaderboard and see where we're at. We got the data. Lucas Scianca in the lead right now from his compatriot Pedro Scooby. Scianca, who has just given the rope to his buddy Kyle Lanny. He's now driving, but he's in the leaderboard right now. Let's see if he can stay there. So nice little, interesting to see that go between these. Pedro getting a big barrel, getting a big number, but Lucas coming back.
Yeah, just edged in front.
Pedro's going to surf again, let's not forget.
Yeah, Pedro's got a chance to back up that. Only really got one really high-scoring wave. The barrel didn't that he didn't come out of, didn't get huge scores. So yeah, he's well in the hunt. He'll know what he needs. These guys down the bottom end of the leaderboard also got some surfing to come. But yeah, they're going to need some big numbers. They're going to nudge that top of the scoreboard. Scianca, Scooby, they're the ones at the moment resting on to this lead. Justine Dupont looks pretty solid too in terms of the women's, but also got Maya to come as well.
The individuals. Let's check out the team leaderboard. Lanny Scianca at the moment leading this thing, 36.68 out of 60. Von Rupp Scooby behind them. Kosha and Mamala, who we'll see real soon, coming up in that next bracket, the B group. They're in third place right now. Justine Dupont, Pierre Rollet in the water currently. They've got about just under 20 minutes to come back in terms of this one. That's the view from the lighthouse. A bit of wind whipping through, a little bit out of the south, pretty much straight offshore. Cross off, pretty clean on the face. Delicious looking wave faces if Nazare's your thing. And it's been a really enjoyable one to watch it all go down.
Yeah, exactly. Clean conditions. Not ginormous as we've mentioned, but super, high performance big wave surfing, which is what we're here, what we came for. It's what we've got. We've still got plenty of action to come. This tide draining out. Hopefully will make a bit of a difference. Swell's still hanging around. Doesn't seem to have dropped off much at all, if anything, from this morning.
All right, got some action here buzzing in. This is Kyle Lanny on the ropes. Got priority, as we see. View from our boat, and as we see some action, we're picking it up here. This looks like Pocella. So Pocella is back on the rope. He's got an absolute bomb of a wave. Actually, he's whipped him into one here. Big left-hander. Here's the high line, going the handstall, and he will fly down out of that bowl and whip one, get onto the rail. Snapping carve from him. So Francisco Pocella, he likes it. Has a huge wave. And he's back picking up the rope. Straight into one, using the ring here. Just making things easier on the pickup. Something bigger to grab onto. He's back on the sled. Has a little look over his shoulder. Actually, we'll get them out of there.
That was an amazing looking wave, wasn't it? Just couldn't quite get the tube that he wanted to get, but it was just perfect, big left-hander. Some action down there. Swamped. Arm up, waiting the lift. There's another quick pickup. This is that wave from above. You can see the sun glistening off the face. Just stalls. Couldn't quite get a lot of cover, but definitely got a little bit of shade at the very least. A lovely carve on a nice green wall. So yeah, sort of pencil case perfect kind of waves. Cartoonish almost in its perfection, and he'll be happy with that.
This is Rollet behind.
Yeah, section got him. just got mowed down by that section. Couldn't get around. And that's going to cost him a fair bit of oxygen and a fair bit of time. There he is there, just found the board. So he's got everything he needs now, 16 minutes to get back out there, try and march up that leaderboard.
Yeah, traditionally on the Bradleys, Pierre Rollet. I'm not sure if he's got the Bradley toe ball going as well.
I think he might be on Dylan. Oh, no. Yeah, he's got some big guns. I saw, yeah, Christian Bradley's shaping some serious weapons for Rollet's paddling campaign for this winter. He's back out there.
Big bomb from him, picked up by Justine Dupont. And our French surfers in Team Green will steam back out of the lineup as we see plenty of white water filling in here at Nazaré. It's not generally what you want to see when you're on the inside, but they're in a pretty good position right now. Just kind of be patient early on before getting an opportunity and punching through. 16 on the clock in this one. Second session for our first group. So it'll all come down to the next 16 minutes or so for their chance to put numbers up on the scoreboard. Looking pretty good so far for our red team. Shank and Lenny. We certainly want to add to that score, particularly potentially with the lower tide. Does bring optimal conditions for our other groups, but as yet the surf, as we see, some ducking and weaving, some zigzagging. Justine Dupont on the ski driving, getting back out. Great to see that side wave effect there. You can really see how that energy, the waves come out of the canyon, basically speed up and overtake their sort of brothers from the same swell or sisters. They kind of steam past them, and when they interact, get that triangle that you were talking about, Seb. And I think that factor is something that you guys here at Nazaré really kind of understood the days when that is going to happen, and that is the kind of waves particularly that you're looking for, right?
Yeah, it has to do a lot with the swell direction, also with the tide and how much sand is on the beach. But sometimes you get lucky. It's not, and some waves you think it's going to do one thing, but halfway down the face it changes completely.
Yeah, we talked about that sand getting washed away. How does it change? What does it make the waves? I know, like in pipeline, for example, we always say getting the sand washed off the reef is a big thing. Does less sand tend to help for the waves, or?
Yeah, it gives the wave more space. You don't have as much rebounds from the cliff, and also the wave doesn't stay so close to the shore, so intense. It stays more outside, so it kind of gives more room for the wave to break.
Yeah, we'll be getting chewed up over the course of this week.
All right,
6-8 foot waves all week.
14.5 seconds remaining. The second session for our Group A surfers. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you more Lenny and Chianca, Munian and Porcello, Dupont and Rollet. That's all coming live from the Tudor Nazaré Toe Surf Challenge right after the break. Welcome back to live action from the Tudor Nazaré Toe Challenge as we hone in on vision of 6 surfers, 3 teams of 2 and the water right now. It's our first group. Let's remind you who they are. Lucas Chianca, he's driving right now. Kai Lenny's on the rope. We've also got out in the water Ashi Munian. He is also driving his buddy Francisco Porcello right now. They're in blue. And Pierre Rollet, our Frenchman. He is surfing. Justine Dupont, also out of France. She's driving right now. She surfed a good first half of this heat. So the swaps have gone in. And it's all about the last chance for these guys to put more pressure, put more points up, Ben.
Yeah, their race is run effectively in another 12 minutes. So we've seen well, we saw Pedro Scooby get a wave in the last dying seconds of the heat, so that's always a possibility. But yeah, 10 minutes isn't a long time with conditions like these. Got Kai Lenny being uncharacteristically quiet. He'll be starting to get a bit edgy, running out of time. A long way for this, and it all could come down in this last 10 minutes. To really put in a statement performance. He was the standout performer from the event we had 2 years ago. See if you can try and match that with just one piece of magic in the last 10 minutes.
There's the view of the forts and the lighthouse here at Nazaré. Real kind of signature shape. Putting that perspective from those shots that you see from the top of the cliff, looking down at the wave, really just kind of letting you know it couldn't really be anywhere else, but also offering an incredible vantage point when you're actually there. You see the way those cliffs kind of unfold and sort of get sort of multiple sort of tiers almost in the terracing there for our fans. Just watch it all happen. Really enjoying it. The crowd is absolutely buzzing on this. People checking the forecast. Sebastian has been saying, you know, any kind of day when it's sort of solid, you know, the spectators come down and they can see themselves on screen right now, give themselves some waves as well, but a really, really well-supported event. And Seb also been saying you can hear all that going down from the water.
Yeah, real, you know, yeah, there's big waves. It's an involuntary kind of gasp and cheers from the big crowds up there. You know, they know they're doing it for themselves, but they do know there's a crowd out there. They love to entertain. And that crowd's huge today. You know, people have been waiting for this for a long time, and just stoked whenever there's some surfing action, as in all the events in Portugal. So well supported. This place has just become synonymous as one of the great surfing nations. And yeah, the support, the sponsors like Tudor coming on board for this event, they just managed to get so much support. It's a beautiful thing to see, Paul. Tudor getting behind the big wave scene, obviously going over to the Jaws event, not the WSL event. So yeah, great to have them on board, and you know, with waves like these, with surfers like this, it's just a great package. Just need some waves though, Paul. 9 minutes on the clock. I don't hear me talking. Want to hear some surfing? The boys there just getting pretty animated about what's going on. Actually, just talking through some his last wipeout, maybe.
You know what he's doing there. Classic Muniat. He knows that they've got priority, but he's actually seen a set coming, and he's starting to tell him an anecdote. And he's like, and then I started swimming down, and all of a sudden he's going to go hit the throttle and see if he can get a jump on.
Classic, actually. Distraction. Distract and move on. Kai, they're sitting patiently. They know the wave they want. Much use buzzing around. They're in the spot. Just got to hope a few of these TPs come out of that canyon and explode on the hard-packed sand of Nazaré.
All right, set stacking up here. Under 9 minutes on our Tudor timing in this, our Group A. Let's see who can add to their numbers. We'll take away in this one. And we see a little bit of throttle action. As we see repositioning, heading a little bit up the beach. Very much still sort of staying focused in our kind of first peak area. That's where most of these waves have been coming through today and offering up good opportunities. Looks like it might be Porchela. Cisco Porchela, it is him. He just found himself a bomb and he'll fade on this one. Just slow himself down. What's going to happen here? He's stolen. He wants some vish. And he tries to put himself into a massive section. Certainly didn't get as deep as we saw Pedro Scooby. And then a big gap on the end there, Ben.
Yeah, I like that carve. He liked it. He's right in the pocket again, like his last wave, just trying to slow down. Just couldn't get, you know, he didn't disappear from view, so not a barrel, but he was right in that sweet spot as that cabin came over him, and he was stoked with it. Yeah, and a real shroud at the end. So Porchela feeling it. And now still got another 7 minutes to add to his score. Let's look at this. Just the carve. It's just a little savage little layback. And it's back out there. So Porchela at a 9.14 as his best wave. It's got double, so he'll that'll add to his score. He's going to sort of a small backup wave, and he'll sort of at least go up the ranking somewhat. More live action.
Yeah, here goes Pierre Rollet. So this is Justine, so they have slipped back. Justine Dupont here, Pierre driving, Justine surfing, doing some nice carving work. She sets up for a double up section on the inside. Justine just washing off speed on the rails. It goes for big air rotation to kick out as well. Pierre Rollet coming in, buzzing in to pick her up. So switch back from her, she's getting a bit more time on the rope.
Yeah,
She
she's
wants
called
more.
it. She's like, come on. Where they're saying they're going to get, oh my gosh. So, just talked about floater, Paul.
Pierre Rollet trying to punch through over the top of the wave, and he just saw the wave grab the ski, didn't it? And that was kind of involuntary from then on. And they will go down. Get skis in to rescue them. The sort of point that is encouraging is they're further from the rocks than we first thought. Like on that right hand, you're never really sure how far away they are, but they are towards that mid-beach section. But that looked nasty, Ben.
Yeah. Both well clear of it in the end. I mean, Pierre rode out of it. And both safe, all the team safety there onto it. But yeah, that was a bit of crazy action, that manoeuvre. As you said, involuntary. One of the better floaters I've seen in some time. And yet again, we've said it over and over, and at risk of repeating ourselves, just something can change so fast in this lineup. It's just a split second. Even relatively, innocuous situations can suddenly become very, very dramatic. And it looks like the surfers are fine. Justine may get the chance to get one more wave with 5 minutes to go.
Climbing back up on the ski. Actually, just deciding just to let this shore break do its thing for the time being, not take undue risk. I think pretty smart decision making really in there. Even with sort of using the inverted commas, the smaller size of Nazare, never underestimate the power and of course potential danger. So Pierre Rollet basically catching an edge on that ski there and going pretty much over the handlebars pretty hard. It's actually good to see him get some distance, both of those get some distance from that big heavy machine. Meanwhile, at the back, let's turn our attentions. Under 4.5 to go in this one. Looks like Lenny still on the rope for our red team. Shianka on the handlebars. Could see a right-hander here. Meanwhile, up from deep, Porchella. Let's have a little look. So we'll pick up Kai Lenny. More of a sort of a canter of a pace as he gets whipped into this. Then a little squirt on the gas at the end. Then a massive spin. And he'll fade this one down. Dealing with the track there. Didn't quite get that kind of bowl he was hoping for on that right-hander. Kind of iconic shot from last time out. He's doing the bottom turns. Massive bowl. Towering, looming over Kai Lenny. But he's keeping the energy up. Ben, he just wants more.
Yeah.
Classic Lenny.
Yeah. So his body language is a bit, that wave didn't quite pan out. Nice spin at the top, and then it just didn't have that section where you could lay a hack or even go for the air. So straight back out there.
How long is that rope, do you think, Ben?
I think that rope, I would say it's a longer rope for the bigger waves.
Sure.
So I think it'd be about good 13 to 15 feet.
So Lenny Shianka, maybe got 3 minutes to go here.
Right for the end.
It's Pierre
Pierre Rollet, his job is done for the day. Deciding wisely to quit while they're ahead after that wipeout. It was fine, so survived that one.
Let's have another look at this. So Justine looking to get under the double up here. She finishes off right in this zone here. And my one first initial concern was I wasn't exactly sure where the rocks were. It's encouraging to see them they were down the beach, but this is nasty, Ben.
Yeah, because Justine was on the back of that, and then he does a rock and roll floater, rides out, and then just, too much downward force, and he catches the rail on the edge of that ski and straight over it. Luckily, no, didn't get hit by it, picked up quick, but it was touch and go there, and especially if you're on the back of that ski as Justine was. flung off. And right now, she has... so I think there was potentially an interference. We talked about that. Looks like Justine may have scored interference. We saw earlier on in the heat where she went to catch a wave and there was another surfer on it. So that means that she might lose her second best scoring wave potentially. We just might need an update on that, get that clarification from the judges that be. Bit of a Verstappen kind of Hamilton kind of vibes there, but she's potentially had the judges scrub off the best score. And that could hand her opponents, Maya Gabeira especially, a path to a win.
We don't get a lot of triangles in toe surfing. 90 on the clock here as our first group will soon conclude proceedings. Let's pick up some live action here as we see Pucella, and you know what he's going to do. He's going to look for some fish as he sets up here. He's nice and deep, but he'll decide to low line that, and that thing was throaty, and it's a big wave with an absolute ton of chop, all sorts going on up the face. Just ducked out of the way of danger there, and he'll bring it in. Well, I say out of the way of danger. Still got a bit of business on the inside here, as he'll get lit up by a big explosion down in there. It just doesn't look quite real when you see the jet ski come in and give it a sort of size and a bit of scale. You see some of those explosions are basically inside waves.
Yeah, just probably 3 or 4 waves all converging just in the one spot right where Pucella was, and he's fine. But yeah, the forces involved in that, and the energy that a human body can just deal with it was miraculous, but he's fine. And he's had a good heat. He's got some big, nice, long left-handers. Hasn't sort of marched up the leaderboard too much, but he'll be happy with that session. Got some great waves, got some sort of almost tunnel vision. And looks like the job is done for what were once known as the Young Bulls. Not sure if Kai got a wave then. But their job is done. Yeah, sort of way up in the lead. Still probably favourites for the team award. And we'll see if Lucas, currently in the lead, whether he can hang on. Pedro Scooby coming up in the last heat of the day.
Yeah, Team Red just dealing with some white waters as they make their way back out. Not sure if we saw any extra wave ridden from Kai from the previous we saw. It looks like we've got a number to come in, so looks like we will have a score to come in for Kai Lenny. See if that can improve their overall position at the moment. It's a pretty good one. They are leading so far, but of course everyone's going to have everyone else, the other remaining 2 groups are going to have a second surfer all shortly. But it's not really a huge surprise to see them doing well in the pointy end of things. See kind of some of the pre-event favourites coming in, and they've been carrying the form over from last time out.
Yeah, exactly. 2 of the most electric big wave riders in the world. A good pair, know the wave, sort of, especially in these sort of high performance type sort of realm as well, even more dangerous. So, and as it stands there, got a pretty good lock on that team lead. And yeah, and Shanka holding the lead in the individual one as well.
Let's check out the recap, Ben, see how it all went down. This was Shanka, stolen for some Vish.
Yeah, so that was big barrel he was really happy with. On the outside here, looks like Justine, Axie coming around the corner, floating over, and then just getting absolutely annihilated. Here's Justine Dupont. Looking around, looking right, looking left. Goes right. Just nice line. Skips out and hangs on. So Justine, unfortunately though, looks like she may have got interference, and that could hurt her score. That wave there, Changa just didn't open up for him. He couldn't really get any type of action. Hoping for a little wedge coming his way, didn't get it. And actually another big fade there from Dupont. Surf well, got some big waves, and some nice waves. Just her scoreboard affected by the interference call potentially. And a lot of chop hops. And then this one, smaller wave, but really nice angles, nice size. And this is where it all went a little bit wrong just after this. But another good line showing why she's one of the best in the business when it comes to riding giant waves of consequence. Kicks out, so Dupont. And here we go, that's where it all went crazy. Massive jet ski floater. He hung on for grim death, did Rollet, but couldn't hang on in that situation. And this could be the last one from Kai Lenny. Last wave of the event, and there's his trademark sort of turn that he does. That's the last wave we see. Still managing to S-turn his way through the foam. And that concludes Kai Lenny's week here. And a little bit of flair just at the end, bit of butter. Kai Lenny getting the score there, so he's up into third. Shanka into first. And it's all to play for.
That wraps up the second session for our first group. We're getting a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're bringing more live action from the Tudor Nazare Tote Surfing Challenge. Sun's out, the crowd's here, and our surfers are putting on a show. Join us for more of it real soon.
And welcome back to the Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge. We are live in Nazare Praia da Norte. We've got 2 more heats left of this Tudor Tow Challenge. And right up now, we've got the Kosher Bomb, Keala Mamala, Andrew Cotton, Will Scudden, Michel de Bouillon and Ian Cosenza all out, willing to try and improve on their first round heats.
Yeah, they're a really impressive group first time out, weren't they? It looks like we've got Michelle on the rope here for the blue team. She was busy early on. Got a lot of waves, focusing on the left. Some good stuff done. She's looking to carry over on that energy. Meanwhile, here's the pinks. This could well be the Kosher Bomb. Again, that wave just not quite offering it, so looking to get a strong, fast start. 2 of our teams. Let's see what Cotton and Scudden have got as well. Meanwhile, looks like done a little U-turn, and the Kosher Bomb is up for this again. Rodrigo Kosher out of Brazil. Big wave here, just delaying that bottom turn. And then going in with a layback. Just dropping a hammer in the pocket there, the high line turn with a ton of speed. It'll feel pretty cool to throw one of those down.
Yeah, imagine max speed, a big sort of layback carve on a massive, massive wall of water. Yeah, you'd be feeling pretty good. And a really good start. Only 3 minutes into the heat. And he's definitely proved to score and feeling the groove, importantly. And, yeah, so important.
Eric Ribier, who's running safety for these 2, is in for the pickup. Of course, the partner of Rodrigo Kosher is Keala Mamala. He will be waiting to bide his time to get the surf again towards the back end of this. Most of our teams sort of favouring the switch at the midway point. I haven't seen too much variation on that, Ben. Which seems like a pretty smart way of doing it.
Yeah, whether they do it by sort of halfway or whether they each get 3 waves, what are they pre-arranged? But yeah, they're giving each other a go in each heat, not just doing one on, one off for the entire heat. Yeah, it seems to be working. Of course, you're getting judged here individuals on their 2 best waves, but also as a team. So the combination of the two scores to go all the way to the top.
Well, we talked about Rodrigo Kocha. The Kocha bomb is Guinness World Record. Big achievement for him, and his energy is always great down here at Nazare. Great character to have around. We actually had a word with him. We got a little film to show of Rodrigo Kocha.
Welcome to my garage, my white house here in Nazaré, Kocha bomb. Yeah, this is for the bomb. This is 10 kilos and 5'10", almost 5'11", 5'10 and a half. I have the CO2, and this is the big one. Boom, can pop up better. Here's the biggest wave in the world. Every year we have a huge waves. A lot of cameras, a lot of staff, a big crowd. We can hear people screaming in the lighthouse, in the rocks. So this place is unreal. It's a place like it's a dream for us. You can feel in a stadium. All my life surfing big waves, traveling, and try to understand the ocean. Now I got this. So this is my love. Makes sense of everything that I do in my life. Kocha bomb.
Kocha bomb.
Kocha
Only question: what is the Kocha bomb? Is it the handshake? Is it a way of life? Is it a brand? Is it a big wave he catches? It could be anything, can it?
Once again, I think you're coming at that question the wrong way. What isn't Kocha bomb when it comes to Nazare, mate? Because his sort of vibe and his mind is all around us. I love his energy.
We're all part of the Kocha bomb.
It's been a pleasure to watch him surf and call his waves. Let's hope we see some more. 44 remaining on our Tudor timing in this heat. As we see our priority situation, you mentioned Justine Dupont getting on the wrong side of priority, getting that interference, so she'll lose her backup score. Just in the way the weighting of the score goes, that's maybe sort of slightly less of a penalty. Interesting though, to penalise the surfer rather than the driver,
yes,
right?
I was going to bring that up.
One of those sort of questions, isn't it? Whose fault was that? Is it the driver? Is it the surfer? Both?
Yeah.
Neither?
Well, both, I would suggest. But probably a bit harsh to penalise both. But yeah. I mean, I think if you're surfing, you haven't got a whole lot of say in the way that the driver picks. But we'll have to ask Seb when he comes back in. But
Maybe just penalise Justine's backup score, but make Pierre do some push-ups.
Yeah,
basically.
Fair's fair. Anyway, the priority's there for a reason. It makes the whole thing run much smoother. So you can't mess with it.
All right, let's see some lines filling in here towards Praia do Norte at Nazare. The town of Nazare, of course, just tucked in the bay behind us. And you go down the beach there, even on a big day like this, you'd have no idea, apart from maybe just seeing some of these sort of lines sweeping in. But the kind of energy on this headland really is just incredible. So you walk down, you kind of hear those rocks kind of gargling around, kind of smell that spray in the air. It's a beautiful place to spectate from. It looks pretty good on our screens too. Right now, getting chugged into action here from Team Blue. This looks like we are still keeping with Michelle Bouillon. And she won't get an opportunity to get into that one. Partner Ian Cosenza will go and pick her up. Get her on the back of the rope. Not sure exactly what happened there.
It's sort of wave, just sort of managed to get a bit sort of fat, and then she just hit a few chops and just couldn't get entry. Must be a fairly terrifying feeling, just not quite getting a wave and just turning around to see what's behind it. No, she was fine. Go back out. Does lose a priority though, so she'll have to wait for her third. Well, after the other two surfers have got some waves, restart. It's the first mistake of the event so far for Michelle. She's been really consistent in the first heat. So we'll see some more live action.
Here goes Rodrigo Kocha. Looking to put himself in the steep part of the wave here. So you see him fade back, just change his line. And then when he feels it's time to get down the line, throw up a little tweak tail in the ollie. Getting loads of maneuvers done. And just maintaining, whoa, it just about holds onto it. Talk about lead foots. He's one of them, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a lot went on that way for a long time. Good layers. Just dealing with the bump and the chop on the inside. It's a good spot not to fall off in there. He did well. Straight back out there to Cave. Koshobom, ready for more action. That wave, I don't think it'll be one of his scorers. Just a little bit soupy, a lot of foam on the face. He managed to make it interesting, but I think the judges will be rewarding all these little inside turns, unfortunately.
Yeah, right now his best wave has got him down in 10th place overall in the standings. Sorry for his total, is Koshobom. Looking to come back at that here. Not sure he'll add loads, as you mentioned, points-wise. What has he got? He's looking at an 8.54 as his high, 3.934 the low. That's where we're at with Rodrigo. Of course, we saw that clip of him talking about his world record, a really proud moment for him. Still standing. This is Buddy driving, Kiali Mamala. And Eric Ribier running the safety for these guys. He'll also be surfing as well in the third and final second session for the Group C. A drone picking up some sets moving. One of the things you can see from above pretty well, it's kind of differing speeds. Let's talk about that canyon effect. Those waves that come from our left of our shot kind of coming in and picking up, sort of overtaking the swell and making it triangle. One of the things to see. We didn't really have drones so much. When we first started seeing Nazare, we almost had like one sort of little handy cam from the cliff. Now we've kind of seen this from pretty much every angle. Not much underwater stuff from Nazare though, Ben.
No. Yet. Well, yeah. Yeah, the water angles are the most dramatic and also obviously the harder to get. But the yeah, I think that, as you said, the drone angle gives us our best portrayal of the canyon effect. See there the little tripods, TPs sort of wedging up. These big ones not quite coming in this seat. Andrew Cotton's been quiet. And you see the pullback sort of view now. Start to see that energy. And what we're saying, it's not a huge swell, but I tell you what, there's still so much power and force in these waves. Just need a bit of action though. Just a bit of a lull. That set didn't really deliver any of the goods. Only Kosha so far managing to make any inroads on the scoreboard.
Yeah, under that 40-minute mark in this one, so plenty of time has yet to come. Because 50-minute heats, each surfers get the surf twice each team. There's 2 cracks at this, and this is the second for our B group. As we mentioned, Kosha getting a bit done early on. He's teaming up with Kiali Mamala. Cotton and Scudin, they've been quiet in this one. The team in white. Not much to bring in terms of action from them. And a couple of quick nearlies for Bouillon and Cosenza. Meanwhile, Joanna Garnell, she's floating in a boat. She's going to have a little chat later in the show with Francisco Porcella.
That's right, we're struggling a bit here, trying to get these guys next to me. Hey guys, how was it?
That was fun, huh? We finally made up for the first heat.
Don't go! Come back!
Go closer. Go. Oh yeah, I put Ashi in some good waves. You know, he showed what he's supposed to do out here, and he had a cat line reflex and some lefts and rights, and then we switched off. We had a bit of problem because we lost our boards. Our shadow lost our boards, and we went back in, got the boards, and then switched off. And yeah, I got a couple pocket rides. I was trying to get in the barrel, trying to slow down, but you know, I did a couple turns, and yeah, I mean, it's always good to be out here and try to put on a performance.
Well, you absolutely did put on a performance. And Akhtiar, I have to ask about your hat. What's up with the unicorn?
Eso va en honor a Ross Clark-Jones, la leyenda de Ross Clark-Jones, que lo estamos echando de menos aquí en el line-up. Que nos estará viendo desde Australia, así que le mandamos un fuerte saludo, ¿vale? Y esta va por la leyenda.
It was for Ross Clark-Jones.
Yeah. Y bueno, agradecer también un poco la invitación a la World Surfing League y a todo el staff y a todo el pueblo de Nazaret, cómo no. Y un saludo a la gente del País Vasco. ¡Gora Rica la hostia! ¡Gora Rica!
You! Back to you guys.
Yeah.
All right, great stuff there. And a shout out to pretty much everyone. A shout out back to the homeland as well. Skadi, great stuff from Ashi Munier, Francisco Porcella, great energy. Meanwhile, on the rope, Michel Debillon. with that speed, dealing with some chops. She'll fade back here, try and put herself in the critical part of the wave. She wants to be in that steep section to really damage the scoreboard and get some points. Whipping with that kind of mid-face line with an absolute ton of speed still from Michelle. She'll kick out. She was busier in her first hit. She's been unable to be that busy so far in this one, Ben.
Yeah, she had some really long lefts, big long lefts in the first run. Didn't make any mistakes, surfed well. Just getting off to a bit of a slower start. To be honest, I'm still none the wiser about the hat. I know Ross Clark-Jones has got something to do with it.
He's
so
involved, but we kind of suspected as much.
Yeah, I mean, that is
okay.
that is unsurprising, but I still think there's more work to be done. I think this case hasn't been cracked yet, Paul. There's still some legwork for Garnell. So homework not incomplete, I would say, at this stage.
All right, good stuff. Cool interview there with two of the more colourful characters out in the lineup. Speaking of characters here at Nazare, one man, he's synonymous at this place. His name's Garrett McNamara, and he's down on the fort. Garrett, how you doing?
Wind kind of kicked up a little bit, but there's still some good waves.
And performance-wise, mate, from your point of view up there, obviously you're a little way back. We've got kind of tight shots on our cameras, but it's been cool to see some different lines being taken. Like you talked about barrels earlier, we think about that one, Pedro Scooby. How was that thing?
Oh, it's so amazing to watch it from the lighthouse up here. The first one he got, I thought he was coming out of, and he didn't make it. Takes a beating, goes right back out, and pulls it off on the next one. It was unbelievable.
In terms of those conditions, mate, you mentioned that wind just whipping up a little bit. What does that do for our surfers? What sort of extra challenge does that present for them?
It makes the wave more choppy. The chop's bigger and sometimes more teeth, and it's not quite as hollow. But there's still opportunities, both left and right.
All right, mate, well, we're always trying to pick your brain and get insights and stuff. We've been talking a little bit about the tide and what effect that might have. What do you think we might see as this tide kind of drains away towards the low? We'd hopefully maybe see more waves and some steeper sections?
Yeah, the waves will move out a little bit, and they usually get more hollow, but with this wind, we'll have to see what happens.
I know, hey, Garrett here, Monday here, Garrett. I know you've been asked this question before, but just in terms of coming here at the very start of all this and helping put this place on the map to where we are now with this crowd and this level of interest, mate. How does it make you feel personally? You must be proud.
Super proud. I mean, this is like our baby, and when your baby succeeds, it's just there's no feeling like it.
Awesome. Well, I think I saw some of your kids running around the fort yesterday. I think they were playing hide and seek. I think one hid behind one of your 11-7s I saw. They were having a great time up at the fort.
Right on. Yeah, they're all up here having fun. There were just I couldn't hear the first part of that question. There was some chatter in the background.
Well, mate, listen, it's been great to have your insights. Thanks for that cool update, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thanks, Garrett.
Thank you. Aloha, everybody.
All right, great stuff there, Garrett McNamara. We talked about his role, absolutely instrumental. Coming over here, pioneering this place, getting a big record as well. Back in 2011, towed by Andrew Cotton, is in the water right now, and ever since then, just kind of acting as an ambassador, but playing a crucial role in making decisions for this event, and also in that safety spotter role as well, up on top, just trying to relay all the essential information.
You could tell if he was a bit nervous. He doesn't like putting his back to the ocean, does he, Garrett? You could tell he was a bit like, he's saying, I don't like this. Obviously doing it for us, for the cameras, but it's just that little edge. Like, prefer to have his eyes on the prize. But yeah, remarkable story. And Garrett turned up, and we talked. We was in the booth. Luckily, 2 years ago, wasn't he? He was talking about the first few years, and he was a little bit surprised that the locals sort of weren't really being that friendly, and they were a bit standoffish. And he found out after sort of living here 2 or 3 years that eventually brought up, he said, yeah, a bit standoffish. What was all that about? And they always thought, well, we thought you were going to die, mate. We know he's getting close to you. We just couldn't believe that someone had come all the way from Hawaii, go and surf those waves on their own. They know how dangerous this sea is, being a fisherman community, and yeah, since then he's just been taken right in and made this place so special, and allowed people like Michelle Debouillon here to come here and almost make a living out of riding these amazing waves.
Yeah, she's been busy again, hasn't she? This dialing in now, getting another wave from her. That was a replay watching of her previous wave. Nice little line across that one. Down towards that halfway point. There's loads of sort of headline stuff in this one. A little quieter, relatively speaking. A little bit more wind whipping across, as Garrett mentioned, with that live report from the cliff. Just adding a little bit of a further sort of part to the conundrum, to the equation. Making those chops a bit bigger. Let's see who deals with it best. Maybe that might affect the left a little bit less, I'm going to say, Ben, with that wind kind of blowing into the right-handers.
Yeah, a bit from the south, probably southeast or even nudging a bit to the south. Those lefts might be a little bit cleaner. Probably had a 75% split to the lefts ridden compared to the rights today. They've been the majority of the waves, the best scoring waves, coming from Scooby and Shanker on the left. So that wind, not too bad. As we see the ruffle there, the texture, various shapes and sizes. That shows just canyon distorts these waves and turns them into big wedges.
All right, we've got some action out the back. Keeping our wide shot, just taking in this whole arena. You just see where the waves are pretty much all over the place in terms of exactly where you're going to be compared to most big wave breaks, where you're very much dialing in the energy to a specific takeoff point. Let's pick it up here. As we see, looks like Scudin. It is Will Scudin, the American. Being towed by Andrew Cotton, the Briton. Doesn't like that wave. Does Whitewater Willie. Doesn't let go of the rope. Go back, do another whip. Well, then ideally he likes to do now is another wave to come in while he's still on the rope. This looks like he sends up a switch from these two. And he's back surfing. Good looking section here for him. And he got real steep at a moment there. The wave almost seems to kind of grow and bottom out at the same time. Deal with that. Deal with it pretty well. Sheldon Bouillon coming to pick him up. So the switch being made by those two.
Yep, about the halfway stage. Shell got 3 or 4 waves. Again, really consistent. Good surfing. Stayed out of trouble. And decided to hand over the rope to her partner. He's back on there. So it was a nice wave. It was a big wave. As you said, just seemed to be growing down the line. The ribs getting bigger and gnarlier. But he out of there. See some sort of, this is the wave here. So you can already see the ribs on it. So nice S-turns, and he hits that sort of foam from the wave before, turns it into a soupy thing. But that's what we can't see here, Paul. It's just the width of these waves. You know, we see the front view, and it just looks, you know, obviously the tallness of it is, but it's got girth, this place. Our friend and producer Wes, I think he went out the jet ski the other day, and I think he may have mentioned it once or twice in passing. But yeah, that was his, you know, he'd watched the light. We hadn't actually been out and seen it live, and to see the thickness of those waves is, yeah, it's a real powerful mountains of water exploding on these sands right now. Looking for one of those to stand up.
Yeah, we need some action in this one, don't we? Good to see it fire up. We saw a little fire up there from Kyali Mamala, and then he went incomplete early on. He's back on the rope now. He's surfing, so Kosho is on driving detail. Let's see if that pair can find a wave. Felt like Kyali had a good read earlier on in terms of his energy with the set. See if he can replicate that. Looks like a bit of a different ocean now with this wind going through. This is more kind of what you call slightly more sort of typical Nazare fare.
Yeah, definitely rare to have that really clean offshore like it was this morning. Very rare for it to last the entire day. You know, this has got the texture that even that green sort of, that green colour's gone, and it's gone a bit more grey. This is, yeah, what we're used to.
Well, this is our second session for our B group out on the water, the Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge. We can go to a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action from Portugal right after this.
presented by Jogo Santa Casa, is brought to you by Tudor, the official timekeeper of the World Surf League. By Jogo Santa Casa, the official presenting partner of the event. By Corona, this is living. By Red Bull, the official energy drink of the World Surf League. By Hertz. By Visit Portugal. By Nazaré City Council. By Oeste Portugal. And by Portuguese Waves.
Welcome back to live action. Tudor Nazaré Tow Surf Challenge. Our B group is having their second session out in the water right now. We're looking at Rodrigo Cocha, Kiali Mamala, Andrew Cotton, Will Scudin, Michel de Bouillon, Ian Cosenza. Our 6 surfers out there at the moment looking for opportunities. Been a bit of a slower one, this one so far, but it looks like we got some action here. As we see some big old teepees coming in, that classic Nazaré texture, that afternoon light, you get shadowy on the face. In the meantime, let's remind ourselves where we are in terms of that leaderboard. Chianca leading it right now. This is the individual one. He can't add to that. He's surfed twice. So that is his total out of 30 points right behind him. Pedro Scooby, who can, of course, improve. He's going to surf next. And right now, that's what we're looking at. Kaileni down there in 3rd place. Kiali Mamala. So we do also have, of course, team awards. And that is the individual. Let's check out those team awards and see where we are. Lenny Shanker leading that one. Nick Von Rupp and Pedro Scooby. They're not a long way back in terms of points, Ben, and they can add to that. So Kai and Lucas, they're done. Rodrigo Cocha and Kiali Mamala, they're out in the water right now. They're not a long way back either.
No, they're right in the hunt, especially if Kiala can get on one big wave. So we get the, they're to 25 points is their current team total. So yeah, each surfer obviously gets 2 waves, Paul. You can get up for a maximum, and your top wave gets doubled, so you can get up to 30 points as a maximum individually, and that means you get you double your score for both surfers out of 60. I'm not describing this very well, but basically 60 points is the perfect heat score for these teams, and at the moment that 36 is the leader mark. And yeah, I think Von Rupp and Scooby, they're looking good. Scooby got that big barrel, got a big score, but Nick Von Rupp didn't put on a big number, so you think you
just thinking, expect him to bring it for the final, and he'll be amped up as well. Even not been able to say as much in the interview would have fired him up a bit.
Yeah,
so I
he'd be
reckon
angry.
Nicolau was like, give me that thing.
He'd be angry.
Come on. So still 23 minutes to go in this one. Lots of surfing yet to come for our Group B, but this will conclude their participation. Our surfers out in the water right now. And in this one so far, in terms of those highlights, well, had a lot of activity from Michel de Bouillon, Ian Cosenza, a couple of nice waves. Kosher Bomb dropped one early on, and then we did just see Will Scudin. Haven't seen a lot from those two though, that pair. Well, just as I say that, during the break, here's one. This is Will Scudin, towed by Andrew Cotton.
Yeah, Scudin from New York comes around the corner. It's a big wave. You can see the chattering of his board as that wind hits the face. I'm not sure if he managed to
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he
outruns it.
Just piped up. They don't call him Whitewater Willie for nothing. And you just see there, and look at the amount of water behind him and in front of him. He's in the cauldron down there. So yeah, great surfing from Scudin. Good positioning from Cotton. And that'll help their team score.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see some Cotty soon. Must be his turn very shortly. Will Scudin, the American, having the rope for the opening part of the second session for them. Let's see what Cotty can bring us in the remaining part of this one. Picking up Team Blue right there. It's Cosenza and de Bouillon. Those two have been pretty consistent. Wave catching, particularly on the lefts, what they've been dialed into. It's our famous Nazaré buggies. Sebastian Stoitner was kind of relaying us some of the changes in safety. Those 3 surfers, well, swimmers essentially, with swim fins on the beach. And that is all about trying to get into the shore break to help anyone that might potentially need assistance. And then from there, of course, they're still a long way from kind of infrastructure, aren't they, Ben? So those buggies, let's just get this very quickest way back up into any potential attention that might need. So far, all looking good. As we see Cosenza having a little look. He's interested, having a look around, kind of scouring. Michelle de Bouillon has been building up her experience here the last few seasons and just really focusing in on charging on the bigger days. Very impressive. So good play from her last week, a big left. That might have come on Thursday or Friday. A windy day, there was some potential. We were talking about, you know, that possibly being a go for the event. There was a lot of wind, much cleaner today, man.
Yeah, exactly. Those early swell, it was bigger last week, but it was always going to be affected by that northwest onshore breeze. They were pretty strong, made life quite difficult, quite dangerous as well. So pulled the trigger for, well, yesterday was the day, and then that was curtailed by a bank of fog that came in and didn't leave. And we woke this morning to waves like this, offshore, green, Nazare, pretty much at the higher end of the high performance big wave surfing level. And to see there, just driving around the corner, lovely looking wave, kicks out. So Cosenza there, backing up his wave with a good one, and out the back, there's more action, big swooping carve in.
Yes, Cotton, he carves down hard on the left and then goes right. And just absolutely motoring down the face here is Cotty. He'll run out of wave there. We thought we might be seeing him soon. That's exactly what we've seen. So whipped in by Will Scoodin. And Andrew Cotton, who's got as much experience out here as anyone in the water right now. All day today. Got the on the rope now and looking to put points up. He's got just over 19 minutes to do it.
Swapping the board over there.
So just dialing a load in. Getting that equipment handy. Get that board up. That's obviously not. Well, let's see. Looks good. Maybe think about surfing again later on in the heat. Let's see how it all goes down. So far it's Cotty now who will be surfing towards the back end of this under that 19-minute mark. Team Pink with the first priority. You talked about priority. I know it's one of your favourite subjects, Ben. It did actually come into play with that Justine Dupont situation. I'm not sure it's really affecting things massively scoreboard-wise. She did lose her lowest score.
Yeah, absolutely. It will affect it. Yeah, so it was only time today we've seen sort of two surfers on the one wave, and Justine didn't have priority. So yeah, she loses a backup. She had not a bad backup. So it means that she's opened the door there for Maya Gabira to potentially overtake her. Maya, Justine and Michelle de Bouillon in this heat, going for the women's award. So yeah, it was a strange one for that. I'd love to see what the reason was. Whether Justine didn't know, or Pierre Rollet, her partner, didn't know who had priority, or didn't see the person, or she was just frothing.
I think, yeah, also at some point you get those late decisions to go, right? You kind of whip around, do that little U-turn, whip it into the pocket, and maybe they just didn't realise the other team were actually going that way. But I think it was Lenny and Shianka, unless I'm mistaken. They got the right-hander kind of inside of Justine. Anyway, that's all done now. Focus our attention very much on the present right now. So we'll see a redirect and a potential onto a wave here. Hard to pick up the colour right now, but we could be looking at Cosenza again, could we? It's Michelle, I think. Looks like Michelle de Bouillon is back and surfing again.
Dealing with some bumps.
Really bumpy this one for her. She is pretty slight in stature herself. We talked about some of the weighting going into the boards to help deal with those chumps, but she is pretty slight, and so those bumps will be particularly troublesome as well. Meanwhile, here goes Andrew Cotton, just picking up the end of a wave for him. Looked like a big one.
Yeah, it was sizey that way. By the end of it, we could see, we could get the replay and see how he went. But yeah, back to back for Cotty. Only got the rope about 4 minutes ago. It's immediately set to work. Didn't have a very good initial heat, so now showing all his experience. Very few people have spent more time in the water at this wave than Cotty. And he's back out there, still with plenty of time.
Yeah, looked like a board change for him, right? Getting another look here at Michelle's wave.
Yeah, it's like a 40-second drop, this one. Went forever. Big wave, but it was just really bumpy. That meant she couldn't really drive around or get any type of turns in. And then just kicks out before it went on the inside. Meanwhile, you see there, just doing really well, those bumps. No easy task. And then comes around the corner. Yeah, nothing doing there. And then Cotton, we just saw whether he was able to get a big whip in out the back. So the boys there, Team White, just chatting about their strategy. What's going on there? He seems to be relaying some type of important information.
So it's getting told off, can't he?
Sort of talking, obviously, about the ways they want to get and the lines they need to take. And they'll have a firm idea exactly what they want. Whether it pops up is another matter. Earnest discussions. It's a team work. Obviously, there's these two guys here. They've also got a spotter up there on the fort. They've got their own safety guy as well, all in communication, all trying to, sort of all the simple job of trying to get the best and biggest wave they can find.
All right, under 15 to go in this one, and it will conclude our B group. 2 50-minute heats surfed by everybody, getting down towards that final 14 minutes in this one. Let's see how that one fires up. Their last chance to put stuff on the leaderboard. That will then bring us, I guess, we'll have sort of situations in that last heat. Ben will have all the scores in except who's in the water now, and they'll have kind of need requirements, just much of sort of what we're used to generally at surf events. As we pick up a bit of vision there. It's quite a well-known face in the world of surfing and many other disciplines as well. Standard surfing, spent some points on the board. He's thinking, well, it's not going to win. It's not going to win individual men's. Might win a chat with Joanna Garnell, because he looks like he's heading over to our boat there. See if we can have a word with Kai Lenny.
Oh shoot, I'm here now.
Yeah, great. The first proper interview. The last ones we've been having is me just sticking out of the...
Yeah, no, or should we do it with the wave in the background?
And we'll pick them up in a sec. Well, let's go down. Looks like they're ready. Let's go and hear from Kai Lenny with Joanna.
That's right. Kai, tell me all about it. How much fun is it out there?
It's so much fun. You know, 2 heats is just not enough, but it's just, Nazare is crazy. As you saw in our first heat, it was ended chaotically, but that's what we come here to do, is to charge. And the second heat, the beginning half was incredible. Lucas got a crazy one. Pedro, the heat before, Scooby got an unreal one. I mean, we're all seeing it from the back, though, so I can't wait to see the footage later. But, I mean, conditions are pretty good. Not massive, but it's always big in Nazare.
And what kind of strategy do you have between swapping and towing?
You know, I mean, we kind of just went with whoever went first, and we decided Chumbo would go first. If he got 2 really good waves, we'd switch. And then when I get 2 really good waves, we'd switch. And that was just sort of the strategy. We just wanted to be able to build the scores. And we're gonna have to review how our performance was, because our scores weren't as high as we wanted. We were definitely like trying to emphasize our aerials and doing it later under the lip. You know, it's a bit of luck to get barrel, but fortunately I got Lucas on a good barrel. I only saw it from the back, but you know, if we can find that, that's the ultimate score, of course.
And last competition you were the young bulls, but this competition you're the dads to be. Is that right? How's your?
We were trying to think of a new name before the event, but young bulls stuck. So I don't know. It was just like daddies to be.
Is there any kind of worrying in your head now that you're in this position?
No, there isn't really too much of a worry. I mean, we train as hard as we can to be safe, and even if everything goes horribly wrong, you know, I'm willing to swim in on those rocks to get up the cliff, and so is Lucas. And our overall team has just been incredible, with Lucas Schmink on the safety ski. And so I mean, definitely don't put ourselves in positions we don't think we can get ourselves out of. But again, here, when things go wrong, they go wrong really quick, and you just got to adapt.
But you guys definitely put it on a show. Thank you so much for your entertainment, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
Great stuff there. Cool insights from Kai Lenny. I like the strategy. So we talked about those airs and what he was doing with those spins. They're trying to do them later, trying to do them under the lip. He's doing it to pretty good effect, as we saw. Ooh, that looked quite nasty, like cotton. Just getting that slightly amiss and going down. And he might have this to deal with. Let's see And exactly this wave lands. He'll be coming up. It's not exactly what you want to see generally when you pop up.
I know, you got...
He's back on ski.
That was really tense because we just see the replay, hopefully, but Cotton just fell off on the takeoff. Just as he was getting up speed, and then set reared up behind it. We couldn't see him for a little bit. And just to the corner of the screen, see him scooting out. As we see Michelle, a big wave there again. She's happy with that. Oh, just couldn't hang on, but looked like that was a solid wave at the start from Michelle. She's been really consistent. Needs a score to try and get up above Justine. They're really all grouped really close together on the leaderboard. DuPont, Kabira and De Bouillons, and Cotty, I don't know what went wrong there.
It looked like the wash from the ski, right? He went across their own track. It looked like he is on backup equipment. He's not riding his own board. Maybe that was a part of it as well, but look at this. This is a big wave here from Michelle.
Big wave with lots to deal with as well. She chops, she tracks, and eventually she came off, but only after she negotiated the very dangerous part of the wave and just sticking those big lefts and doing a great job of it.
9.5 minutes remaining in this one. Haven't seen a lot of Kiali Maumala at all, have we?
No, and he's right up there in the leaderboard. He's 4th. Doesn't need big scores, so yeah, he was surfed really well in that first heat. Such good style. And we really expect him to have a crack here. He's really quiet, as I haven't mentioned Kosher for a long time as well. So yeah, those two are biding their time. But 9 minutes now to make it count. Their day will be over. So yeah, can Maumala get back on track? You see Michelle sucking in some big ones there. Took her out of that last wave. She seems to be regrouping. Or maybe it's deciding what to have for lunch. I mean, you know, it's hard to tell, but pretty earnest discussions about how she's feeling, where she's at.
Yeah, she's been really busy. Caught absolute ton of waves. It's going to take plenty of endurance as well. She wants more. She's not a whole long way back. You mentioned it. She doesn't need massive numbers to really kind of threaten, particularly DuPont, who's done here. She's in the lead right now in that women's race, but she won't surf again. Let's see if Michelle De Bouillons can come back in contention. Let's see who else can get some bombs and get some good waves out here at Nazare. We're going to quick commercial break. We'll have some more live action from the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge real soon.
So yeah, this is the warehouse. This is where all the Red Bull athletes, big wave athletes, keep their stuff. Like when I checked the waves that morning, like it looked like I saw a couple of mental lefts. And when I saw that wave, when I got put into that wave, it was super inside. The wave changed dramatically. It hit a little lump. When I jumped off the board, I didn't actually have any impact. I broke my back. I had to sort of look at the injuries as an opportunity. I think I put way more time into training than I ever have done. So it's a good place to train, you know, and keep up your skills. And without a doubt, like it gets, if you're looking for big waves, like it gets the biggest.
Welcome back to live action from the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. Out in the water right now with just 6 to go for our Group B for their second session. looking to add points on individual and combined leaderboards. Get in contention for prizes. 4 of them to bring you male performance, female performance, best team, Jogos de Santa Casa Commitment Award. In about an hour from now, we'll all be dialed in and tallied up with our scores. We'll be crowning champions for those various categories out here at Nazare, as we see the overview. Our storm steaming in out of the North Atlantic, not bringing us the biggest day ever on record here, but still delivering enough size. Saw Kai Lenny in his interview saying it's Nazare, there's always big ones, then there's always drama. Let's bring in the leaderboard and have a little look where we are in terms of our standings, where we're at, who's controlling this one. We talked about those two, that pair dominated last time out. They've been pretty good in it so far. Lenny and Schenker, Lucas Schenker individually in the lead right now. Pedro Scooby crucially right behind him, and he's gonna surf again. He's coming up next in just under 5 minutes time. 4th place, Kiali Mamala. He's out in the water right now. He's been really quiet in this one. Let's see if he can get a wave at the get-go. Just in terms of that group that are up there, those are the ones at the moment that could do something about this. Obviously, everyone that's surfed twice won't get a chance to improve. And that's the back end of the leaderboards. As we see surfers that just haven't really had that many opportunities or even that much time on the rope. Andrew Cotton is down there in 17th at the moment. It's on the rope right now. Let's see if he can get an opportunity. It's pretty close for the women there, Ben.
Yeah, those 3 grouped together, weren't they? The 3 women surfers all within a point of each other. Justine has finished. Michelle DeBillion's got 4 minutes to go, and then we've got Maya coming up in the next heat, so she's got a real chance to take this lead after we had, unfortunately, Justine interference. But the teams group, yeah, Schenker and Lenny out in front. See Michelle going again.
Yeah, that looked like a big wave from the beginning. Beautiful shot there from the beach, and just saw huge TPs. Meanwhile, behind, or perhaps this is one we pick up, as we'll see an absolute bomb go down there. That looked like Kosher. Was it Kosher surfing that one? Looked like we got Kiali on the skis. I think that was Kosher bomb behind. A nice little exchange there in the final 4 minutes of this one, firing out with some big waves. You see that shot from the beach, you look at, see these huge teepees. They look like they're going in slow motion, Ben, from a distance. Tell you what, they go pretty fast when you're out there in the water. You get a real good perspective of that from the cliff, which is similar views from this camera angle here. First of all, let's look at Michelle, big wave.
Yeah, one of the biggest waves. Oh, she just almost got bucked off. She's hanging on, driving down, heart and a throat stuffed the whole way. Just so bumpy. And just managed to hang on all the way through. So big wave, she's happy with that. You hear the crowd go wild. One of the bigger waves ridden of the heat especially. So yeah, we'll see what she needs. Doesn't need big scores to get above Justine. So with that wave, we'll see if it just comes in. She may have every chance of overtaking both Maya and Justine and going into the lead.
Yeah, right behind her. Looked like a bomb for Kosher as well. Let's see what we got in the last couple of minutes in this one. Can't forget, of course, that drama in the previous round, right at the death. And an absolute bomb, a huge barrel for Scooby. Basically got spat out with the horn, essentially. That last Hail Mary, very impressive. And that fire, that energy from those two, we're looking to bring back for our 3rd and final Group C. Let's have a look at this wave from Kosher.
Yeah, the Kosher bomb up and raining fades on the left. That's what the crowd was here, and almost somehow rides out of that foam. Somehow hangs on, so strong, such good timing. And Rodrigo Kosher just on fire, big wave, waterfall landing on your head, rides out, so he'll be happy.
All right, under the 92nd minute mark now, as we see motoring out. Skis trying to scramble for one last shot at this. Let's see how we go in the final minute as we pick up the view. That's the town of Nazare in the background. Kind of got the town on the beach down in there. This is Praia do Norte. Some buildings you can see up top. That's Sitio. as it's known. There's a big sort of elevation distance between the two. There's a funicular you can get if you don't fancy doing the walk, Ben.
Yep, there is a funicular. Goes up there. Costs about €1. One of the great funiculars in my books. So yeah, you just get a stay in the town. It's easy just to hop up the train up to the top of the fort, watch all this stuff. Incredible town.
Kocha live action here. He's got the bit between his teeth and he's got another good looking wave. The low line here deals with some chop, deals with it pretty well. He's slowing down now, trying to look for the pocket. Doesn't quite get inside it. Nice little pocket ride. He'll drift it down. Finish all the way through on the inside. He's travelled an absolute mile on this wave. And I don't know whatever sort of training that he does or doesn't do to his legs, but they look like they're holding him up pretty well, Ben. Admirably.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been strong. Finished off with a beauty, and Cotton too gets a wave just before the hooter goes. Good to see Cotty finishing off on a high note.
Yeah, nice little swoop there from Cotton. This is live action, and he'll get absolutely blown up there through that double up bit where the wave just kind of crunches. You see the side wave come in. Meanwhile, well, a frenzy of activity. Michelle de Bouillon, she's still swinging at this. She's calling for the ski there. That'll wrap it up. That'll be the last action we'll see from our Group B. So, a real frenzy of activity right at the end of that one. Everyone getting a wave. Everyone getting solid less. Cotton getting some nice snaps done. Kocha getting a big one of his own. So good to see that one firing up. And that's going to wrap things up. So, according to how the leaderboard goes, they will put their scores. Obviously can't advance from whatever they end up with this. It'll all come down to our final group, Group C. And they'll have maybe some scores to aim at. I'm not sure they're necessarily surfing the scores though, Ben. They probably won't really know what their requirements are.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe. Someone like Nick Von Rupp, though, I think you'd be pretty inclined to know. He'd know the mass and what you might need paddling out. You see Cotty there, frothy inside runner on the left. One of the huge crowds. Does well to negotiate the most of that. You put it on the line down here, and then yeah, this soupy section. I mean, that is gnarly. I'm not quite sure what.
Where's Cotty?
I don't know. And a big one out there for Kocha. Surf well. And it just kept going on this, as you said, Paul. Just macking down the line. Probably a good 400-yard wave. This done it pretty much torque speed, and just finished it off. So Kocha had a good run. 2 good heats from him. Impressive. And that drone shot just showing the size of that wave. Nice little arc in the pocket there. It was Kocha's wave from above. See the ribs, see the bumps, just crouching, managing to stay on his feet somehow. And then just last little inside barrel section, then flicks out. Yeah, wicked surfing like that wave, like the footage, like the angles. Having a good time here. See some action out the back there, requesting some information as well. It looks like the new heat will start. And really, it's that Pedro Scooby. That's where the interest lies, Paul, I would say. Can Scooby get the score he needs to go all the way up into first place? Doesn't need much. You see on the scoreboard, he only needs a 4.34, Paul, which is not a big number.
Not a big number at all. That'll wrap things up for our Group B, though, as they have a nice little moment, get some shots done. Let's just recap, see how it all went down on that last one out in the water. It's kind of a sort of story where a bit of a fractured heat, some action at the beginning. So we're just picking up some early vision of Kai Lenny. That was this morning.
Yeah, that was some action from earlier on in the day. Skipped out on a big wave, then it all went crazy after that, or chaotic, as he called it. Meanwhile, looks like Cosenza S-turning down the face. This might not be this heat. This might have been the one earlier on today. So some action there. We'll just get a recap later on. But right now, the last heat of the day, 50 minutes on the clock. We're getting down to the climax. Got some big names, big Portuguese OGs. Pedro Scooby going for the win. And it's all on, Paul. It's all to go.
We're still staying live here at Nazare. The Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge has disappointed us thus far. We were expected from the forecast, from the early vision we got when it saw horizon. We knew it wasn't going to be Guinness World Record in size of wave size, in terms of the height. However, we knew we'd get drama. We've had that. We knew big performances. Some of the best surfers from all around the world. We've had all of that, and there's yet more to come. We've got another 50 minutes of live action to bring you. Before we get into that, let's have another look at the recap of the last heats. I feel like a lot went down. It got off early on and then right at the end, Ben.
Yeah, flurry at the start, and you know, as you say, this was Kosher managing to hang on through what was an enormous whitewater. That was towards the end. He got 2 or 3 waves in the last 10 minutes. Surfed them really well. And moved up into the top 5, the 4th or 5th position. So great performance. Michelle on a big wave there. Just managing to hang on through all sorts of turmoil. Waving her arms around, just trying to maintain any type of balance. And surfed it really well, just to survive, basically. And we saw a good pick up, and then out the back, Kosher again. This one got a bit of a turn in the pocket, and then raced down the line. This wave's kept going and going, and that's got him up into 5th place. So good surfing and consistent, and he's had a good comp. I give him a K-bomb myself when I see him.
Kosher bombing it.
Say thanks for the performance, buddy.
All the way through to the inside with the flamboyant dismount as well. Andrew Cotton still had something to say.
Yeah, last roll of the dice for Cotty. Got a few rights, had a few falls, and this one, the inside here was absolutely, I mean, this might be a better angle, but just comes around the corner. Nice sort of carving top turn, and then this section just free fell out. Haven't seen sight of him ever since, but yeah, great surfing from Cotty, and that was a wrap. Saw Kealo, he was anyone that probably had a bit of a shock. He didn't get any of the waves he needed, and he's just stuck in 4th, so he's not going anywhere.
We are heading towards our final 50-minute heat of the day. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you more live action. We're going to wrap up the Tudor Nazare Toe Surf Challenge. We're going to be crowning champions as well. That's all coming at you live from Portugal right after this. Welcome back to live action. Group C taken to the water. We'll see in yellow Nick Von Rupp, Pedro Scooby, Tim Gray, Sheldon Merced, Antonio Silva, Team Black, Maya Gabera, Eric Ribier. That'll wrap it up on a big day, literally a toe surfing competition. Tudor Nazare Challenge for 2021. It's not disappointing so far. We're going to get more action. Looking forward to it in this one. Not like Sheldon Sid. And he goes down, spinning hard. Antonio Silva there, backing him up on the ski with the fist pumps of encouragement, energy levels always high. It's also time to welcome back into the studio Sebastian Steutner. Welcome back, mate.
Thank you. What's happening?
Been enjoying the action? What you seen?
Oh yes, it's beautiful.
A lot of people on the cliff and a lot of good waves out there.
Some crazy action. I'm loving it.
All right, so a little pick up there and a little debrief as well. Sheldon Sid, a big fan favourite here down the years, massively. The competition as well outside of it as well. Big wave there from him, opening up with a bomb. See his partner as well, Antonio Silva, what he brings, fires up. But the big talking point in this one, just thinking about that leaderboard, excuse me, where we are. Pedro Scooby's not a long way back. He's got 50 minutes to surf here, put some scores on the board to try and get that Male Performance Award.
Yeah, that's should be doable for him. And it was crazy, his barrel attempt and the barrel he made. That was very impressive. Good commitment and crazy technique and skill.
Yeah, there's a lot to admire. We had a really cool little interview with them as well, him and Nick. We're chatting with Joanna Garnell in the boat, and just the energy that they were having, the vibe, and just like so stoked on it all. And let's hope they can carry that over in this final heat of our competition this year. 50 minutes for our surfers, 3 teams in the water. Most of them decided to kind of give around about half each, just kind of split it like that time-wise throughout. I wonder if that will change according to where we are in terms of standings, and the surfer that feel that they've got a good chance maybe of taking it out might get a little bit more time on the rope. All of those things are part of putting the teamwork together. There's a beautiful view from up the beach. It's a view that we tend to see a bit less, people that sort of focus our attentions looking down from up there, down on the beach at sea level, at ground level. You just get an appreciation of the scale and the size of it all, the waves, the cliff, all of it. It's just an incredible place to be.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And you realize how big the waves actually are, because you see the shore break and it's a 10, 15 foot wave smashing on the shore, and you can only imagine how big the waves are outside.
All right, looks like Vonner up here, down to business. We thought he might have something to say about some tubes. Let's see, he'll look to set one up here, will he? Well, just maintain that low line. Didn't quite get that double out. It's a big wave though from Nick. It's very smoothly done. And he finished that with a load of control, just kind of stomps the tail and almost docks it right on the sled. Very impressive. So a big wave there for Nicole. Thinking about that anticipation of Scooby, who's yet to surf in this heat. Doesn't need big numbers, does he, Ben? In terms of that overall men's best performance award.
Yeah, not at all. Just a 4-point ride, and it's a nice big line there. But unfortunately, just didn't get in that pocket that he wanted from Nick. But yeah, Scooby, his partner, he doesn't need a big number. And Scooby here and Nick Von Rupp well in with a shout too of the team's title. So plenty on the line for those two competitive fellas. Nick has obviously surfed in competitions all his life, had a serious crack at the QS and successful junior career, so he's surfed many a heat, he'll know the drill. And Scooby right in the hunt to win it as well.
Set still, continuing to pour through, been pretty consistent throughout the day. You see that kind of crisscross effect there, that interaction between the waves. It does give us our trademark shape and size here at Nazare. It's all part of amplifying the swell, actually making these waves bigger than they travel through the open ocean at. In the meantime, let's get some first-hand opinions of what's going on out in the water. One of our female athletes, 3 of them trying for that best female performance award, is Michelle Debouillon. She's with Joanna Garnell.
That's right, Michelle, tell me all about it. How is it in there?
It was amazing. It's really beautiful, but the waves are not easy at all. That is really bumpy, but I tried to control everything that I could. And yeah, I'm happy happy with my result, my performance. Let's see the result actually.
And I saw that you were training with some underwater meditation. I can see how that can come in handy here, but gladly you didn't have to use any of those techniques. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, my mother is a yoga teacher, so I do a lot of meditation with her, and there was like a fire breath. We do like a several times. It's really strong, really powerful, and these keep me warm. So I was starting to be cold before my heat, and so that's why I started meditation like this.
She's talking about the meditation underwater.
Yeah.
That what you were doing, we were doing last week.
Oh, when I
Training
fall,
with Guto.
Ah, with Guto, sorry. So yeah, Guto is my coach, and I love training at the pool and apnea and everything. So this is really important in keeping me really confident to do a best performance. And it's been helped me a lot, and it's working.
Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese and maybe explain to our Portuguese watchers and Portuguese-speaking people what's it like to be here at Nazaré?
O que você acha, tipo, em português mesmo?
É.
Qual é a tua sensação de estar aqui em
Ok.
Nazaré? Como é que você se sente?
Cara, aqui esse lugar tô emocionada. É muito especial, é muito especial. Eu sei que pra muita gente parece uma loucura, mas a gente treina muito pra estar aqui. Rola um feeling tipo especial, então não sei, eu tipo, quando eu comecei com as ondas gigantes, eu me apaixonei por esse esporte e estamos aqui na dedicação. E esse campeonato foi para todos que estão nos acompanhando e torcendo por mim e pelo Ian já desde aqui do início. Et pour mes copains en France aussi qui me suivent toujours, ils sont toujours là pour moi. Merci, Brasil, France, tout le monde, todo mundo, obrigada, amo vocês.
Well, that was an emotional Michelle right here, just saying a few words in Portuguese and in French, and that's it. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Joanna. Awesome stuff from Michelle de Bouillon. What a performance. She got so many waves out there. She just kept at it. Got some absolute bombs as well. Understandably emotional there. She's buzzing, and quite rightly too.
Yeah, you know, my limited French and Portuguese, I can't understand much, but yeah, I could understand the emotion. You could hear it in the voice, couldn't you? Yeah, the passion and the adrenaline still coursing through her brains. And yes, so happy and stoked. And yeah, what a great performance. And just another notch on the calendar, eh? She's just, you know, she'll just get better and better, right?
It's the first time in a contest, and I think it's very special for anyone to be, you know, in this tour comp. It's only, how many, 9 teams? So, yeah, rightfully so, she's excited and emotional.
Now let's check out our performance leaderboard and see where we are right now. Lucas Scianca leading this one. Scooby in the water as yet to take the rope in this particular heat, crucially. We like the fedora as well he's got going on his profile pic. Give him a little extra half point for that. Hi Lenny, his business is done, as is Marmala and Kosher. So you have to go all the way down to runner-up to find someone who's sort of still in the chance of improving on that first page of the leaderboards. And as we dial it all the way down to page 2, that's how things stack up right now. Crucially, in terms of that women's awards, see the bunch there. Dupont, Gabera, Bouillon, of course. Justine can't improve from here. Maya Gabera. Well, let's see what she brings. She's in the water right now.
Yeah, she's got a great opportunity to win this, especially after, oh well, because of that Justine Dupont.
Let's talk some teams. Lenny Scianca at the moment leaning out, but not a long way back. Just about over 4.5 points in it between Von Rupp and Pedro Scooby. So collectively, if they can add those points during this heat, they'll be good for the team win. That's how it is standing up, those scores. Of course, if you're wondering what those numbers exactly correspond to, that's a total out of 60. Each surfer getting 30 points for their top 2 waves. Add them all together for 4 waves, the 4 best waves ridden over the 2 heats. That gives us a score from 60 right now. Scianca, Lenny, good enough. Will it be 36 minutes, 20 seconds time, the major threat in this heat? It's from the team at the moment in yellow. Of course, everyone's still with a shot in this, absolutely. Team Grey, of course, are Portugueses with so much experience. Sheldon has said Antonio Silva. Seen Antonio Surfied as well in this one, as we saw Zhao early on with the left. Let's see what they've got to say. They've got so much experience. And of course, we cannot certainly count out Eric Ribier and Maya Guevara. Let's see what they fire up with. Meanwhile, look at this thing. Varner up. It looks like trying to bleed off the speed. He goes high up in the bowl, swings it down. Looking very smooth indeed is Nick. Absolutely flying. And again, decides, well, you know what, I'll get straight back with the driver, because he had the option there. Scooby, who whipped him into the wave, was backing up the safety ski, which is Lorenzo Katzenstein driving that one. And Nick says, you know what, I think I'll just jump on back on the other one.
Yeah, had a choice. Nice little high line top turn there. See the spit sort of come, and he comes out smooth. There's that style we talked about. You know, just a great surfer in all conditions. And, yeah, looking nice and composed and calm. A couple of, you know, solid waves off the belt, so he'll be happy. Trying to improve their team scores. They're in the running for the teams.
Scooby's got the old set the alarm ready for the 25-minute mark. He's looking at the watch. It's like, when's it my turn, mate?
Yes. Yeah, well, you think if he's, you know, got a chance to win it, you know. I mean, he said he was his brother, but, I mean, how much does Nick, you know, really like his brother here? Because he could just say, now, look, here you go, mate. You have a go. But it looks like they're sticking to the prearranged time. And Nick might get one more wave before Scooby gets his chance to win the Tudor Nazare Toe Challenge. And what a achievement that would be.
Yeah, it's all going to go down in the next 35 minutes or so here. Just a reminder once again of those categories. Men's and women's best performance award. So essentially, it's just the highest scores. We've got the team award as well. That is for a combined total of both surfers in the Jogos Santa Commitment Award too. All of those coming in the next to be decided in the next 34 minutes or so. And right now, they're picking up some live action. And it looks like Jad Massid. He's got a bomb of a wave here. Loves the lefts. This wave will just crease. Might go for a little bonus section from behind. Look at this wedge thing. And there's a bit of traffic in front of him. I think he makes a decent call not to try and link into that one. Another good wave for Zhao.
Yeah, big fade at the top, wasn't there, Sebastian? That's often,
very nice.
You know, that's when you get that chance to that big fade. It must feel good, right?
Yeah, and it's good to check your line, fade off, wash up some speed, and stay deeper on the wave. Very good job.
There he goes, yeah, just fading right and redirecting. Big wave comes around the corner cleanly. Jad Massid just getting some points on the board. Your partner in the surf world, Maya, has been a bit quiet. Sebastian, it's strange. A half hour in the heat. She's in with a chance to win this, but just hasn't caught a wave. It's a bit surprising.
Yeah, it is. Not sure what's going on there, but maybe it's too small for her to get so excited. Who knows?
She's probably just being patient. She's a patient sort of a person, is she, or is she?
Yeah, very patient. She usually just waits for a turn and waits for the proper waves. Although last comp we stayed really busy, and she did a good job in driving me under, and surprisingly, they're not more active.
Just over 32 to go in this one, our second session for our Group C. That will conclude the Tudor Nazare Challenge for 2021. Are we going to get some drama towards the end? We had it, drama right at the end of this group's first heat when we got that incredible barrel from Pedro Scooby, which just love to, one of those things you just play back and watch again and again. That thing's absolutely enormous. The fact that you're doing it in a heat as well, so impressive. He's yet to surf in this, and I reckon, according to my maths, if it's a 50-minute heat and they're doing it sort of half-half, 25 gone, so maybe about 6 minutes time he might be taking up the rope and looking to get a number. His requirement basically needs to put 4 points on the board. So needs to replace his low number. Doesn't need a huge jump to come back at his compatriot Chumbo. Let's see how that plays out. Of course, we need a wave to get all that done. In terms of the sides, like early looks of what we first saw this morning, Sebastian, you know, anytime it's huge, we talk about the peak of a swell, and obviously when you've got big numbers, things can drop off pretty quick. It's kind of held in there pretty much throughout the day, right? What are your assessment on the day so far?
Definitely. I think the first heat had the best quality waves and also size-wise. Probably second heat, Kelly's wave, to me was the biggest. And but it's still holding up. It's looking nice.
All right, still plenty of waves in the water. We get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up our second session for the Group C. Can Pedro Scooby bring some more fireworks? Sheldon Macedo, he'll be looking for bombs as well. All of that to come and more right after this.
Nah, thank you.
Welcome back to Nazaré, Portugal. The North Atlantic is angry and unloading at Praia do Norte. The Tudor Nazaré Challenge reaches its conclusion. Our final heat, second session for Group C. 3 teams of 2 out in the water right now. As we see lines stacking in. Haven't had a load of waves ridden so far in this one. Vonnerup with a couple. Sheldon has said 3 waves for him. Other than that, it's been very quiet. Getting down towards that halfway point where we kind of see the switch generally, Ben. And we reckon that Pedro Scooby is very much in with the shout with the wind. We're pretty keen to get on that rope.
Yeah, absolutely. Really weird dynamic in terms of serving competition. Often you know what you need to do and you know you need to score, but very rarely you have to sit and wait and help your partner out. So, a new dynamic, which I like actually. Sort of adds something to it. But yeah, he's got to get on that rope now. He's got 28 minutes and he needs just a small wave, a 3 or 4 point ride to go into the lead. So yeah, he'll be itchy. They've done well. He was a standout performer in his earlier heat and now he just needs an opportunity to go all the way.
And Sebastian, we talk about, you know, just kind of regular surf heats, that sort of mental game, and surfers got to try and be patient and not kind of get oversight. What about when it gets into big waves? Is it a similar kind of thing? Are you trying to dial it down? Like there's long lulls in between particularly. How do you kind of focus in on exactly what you want to do next?
Well, if it's giant, then you want to get the best waves or the best wave. And you have to be patient, aggressive, calculated, all at the same time. A lot has to do with the team. So your jet ski driver is half of you in the water, and then also your spotter plays a crucial role. I'd say in the competition, if I was Scooby right now, I'd be stressing, to be honest with you.
What about when you get a terrible song in your head, right? When you go for a surf, you get that last song on the radio that catches it. Is that worse in big waves? I imagine it's just be the same, but worse.
Yeah, much worse. Yeah, you've got grease lighting going on at high volume. But yeah, you'll be stressing, you're right, Sebastian. He's probably got a bit of nerves. He's not, you know, he's obviously surfed competitions, but hasn't surfed one of this magnitude and hasn't been in this position where he's, you know, really close to a win. So,
he's in the water now.
Yeah, he's on the water now. Yeah. So Pedro's up. Nick's driving. And he's got 25 minutes to do it. But Maya's in the exact same boat. Both Maya or Eric haven't ridden a wave at all between them. So Maya needing a score to get her a win as well. So this is what I like about the competition. So it does bring in that element of sort of a bit of suspense, a bit of climax, Paul.
Here she is. Well, you mentioned her. There she is on the rope. Eric having a look. Things maybe just slowing up in terms of the frequency on this one. Not as much opportunity. I don't think anyone's been fussy. I just don't think there's been as many waves come through. It gets to a point where that patience, just kind of back yourself, trust the process. No? Hashtag trust the process. Basically, you put the time in out here, you know what you need to do.
Pressure is a privilege, Paul.
It's another good one, Ben. Another good one.
Yeah, good hashtags I'm learning here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, like you said, it's slowed down a lot. If I was Team Nick and Scooby, I would have put Scooby first on the rope, just to make sure. But yeah, I think he has 1 or 2 opportunities probably to make it happen.
All right, 25 minutes and 40 to go before we wrap up and conclude the Tudor Nazare Challenge. Got that Jogos Santa Casa commitment award as well. Think about the scores, but also that overall commitment. That'd be an interesting one to see where that goes. Eric Ribiet on the ski, just waiting for an opportunity for his partner, Mike Barra, who's in the brine right now.
Oh no, that's Nick still in the rope.
Okay. Wow,
punchy.
Finish out said in the water. We haven't seen anything of Antonio Silva either in this one. It's been all Zhao so far. And everyone just having to be pretty patient at this stage. Wait for these big bombs to come through. As and when they do find yourself in that position. It's a look at the left. It's that all important line from behind. Get across that bowl. Hopefully, in the case of Pedro, into it, underneath it, through it, out after the spit.
Let's bring it on. So there's sitting there, Sebastian, like sort of strapped in. When you're out there normally free surfing, is that how you wait? If you're up next, you're about to surf, you usually just do you wait on the ski, or do you strap in, or what's the general way of doing that?
The fastest is if you stay in the water strapped in, but if the water is really cold, and sometimes it gets so cold, we just stay on the ski, holding our board, and you jump in the water, grab the rope. But yeah, usually the fastest is just to stay in the water.
Yeah, not so cold. It does get freezing cold here. The water temp stays relatively all right, doesn't it? But when you're out there for 6-7 hours and the biting North Atlantic winds, it's another element to it. A bit more action now, hopefully. Just a few lumps. 23 minutes on the clock. Small scores needed. This might be.
Could well be Maya and Eric. Oh, catching an edge going down there as that wave softens up. Our drone view picking up, and then a quick whip around the communication, the information, getting eyes on your target, and just burning in there, getting that collection done. Back and looking for another wave. This will just do a little flyby outside this famous section here. And get that convergence. Those big triangles. Seen a few of them today. There's our leaderboards. That's what we're looking at right now. It's as we were. Lucas Janka at the moment still leading. We haven't seen away from Pedro Scooby in this, his second session. Time's ticking away on it too. One up down there in 8th place. He's still in with a shot at this. He's still surfing. No one else on that first page. Still got a chance of surfing in this heat. So can't really affect things if they've already surfed twice. Of course, hang around. We will be informing our champions for male performer, women's performer, best team. That'll be happening live in the water. China Garnell will be passing on the information to the successful parties. And it'll be happening immediately as we wrap up this heat in 22 minutes and 15 seconds time. Here's your team leaderboards. We're unchanged. Von Rupp unable with his time on the rope in this, with a couple of ways to add to that scoreboard particularly. And therefore they're still in second place, and that's really what we've got our eyes on, and this will kind of boil down to that clash.
Yeah, and for Scooby, one wave could not only elevate him personally into the best male performance, but also get his team up into first as well. So much riding on this last 20 minutes for Scooby in particular. Can with a single sort of wave at Nazare, he can take both trophies. So huge bit of pressure.
Great view of the angle here. You see that overview, you see that northwesterly swell direction that is the optimum, just dialing in right on the button there and just aiming exactly where our surfers want to be looking to generally pick up these lefts. It's what we've seen throughout most of the day here. Let's see if we get surfers in position. Look like we've got some interested skis kind of scurrying towards the apex of this energy. Let's see who we've got in terms of first takers in this, but everything really open. It's all going to dial down now. See where we are Get some rides and some scores on the board.
That is a great view, isn't it?
It's Nick Von Rupp. It's still Von Rupp on the rope. And he is bombing down. Pretty solid wave. Interesting to see why isn't Scooby surfing. Anyone?
I can't explain it. It's 20 minutes, mate. They said 3 waves each and had a plan.
That looks like Maya just went down.
Okay, so it's in and out, looking for her as the boys converge on the foam. There she is. I think just popped up further out than they expected. Someone right there to help. We'll see another wave get ridden there.
Looks like Sheldon Merced, wasn't it, on that one? So another wave from him, a left-hander, finishes in some bumps. Not sure what happened on the start of that wave out the back. Could have well been a bomb. It looked like it was pretty far outside from the early positioning. A little scramble, the pickup of Maya. As you see Antonio Silva looking to pick up his buddy Zhao. Under that 20-minute mark now, and we're a little bit baffled and confused. Maybe Scooby, well, maybe he's hurt himself, or maybe he said, I only need 10 at the end. That's all I need. Just give me 10 minutes. I got this.
Nerves of steel.
Likes the other pressure. Yeah. He's like, yeah, never, guys. Yeah, surely they'll swap now, unless there is some type of other injury or some other factor we don't know about. They have to swap over. Scooby needing a tiny score. Although that wave also Von Rupp's might actually improve their team score. And hand over the baton. Scooby bring it on home with just 19 to go. So he hasn't got a whole lot of time, but he's got enough time. He got his best wave in the dying seconds of the last heat. Here's his big left hand, and what a wave, Sebastian.
Yeah, beautiful. Very good line. Saw that it wasn't going to barrel, wasn't going to open up, so he stayed low on the bottom. Very solid stance here and good commitment.
Yeah, and this is Sheldon Macedo. S-turning around the face. The previous wave of Nick's just added that foam. He's done so well to negotiate that. And meanwhile, Maya, to see she got caught in and out and got a bit of one on the head. So to see how Maya got on. More sets approaching, though, looking nice and clean. That wind seems to have almost backed off a little bit, or just got a little bit cleaner. Nick's wave was really clean, Paul.
Nice and velvety on the face right now. And a big set stacking up here. Just over 18 minutes and 15 on the clock. We'll wrap up Group C, their final session. We're close to concluding to the Nazare Challenge. Let's see from Team Yellow who we got on the rope here. Is it Scooby or is it still Von Rupp? Looks like still got Nick Clout surfing here. Von Rupp again on an absolute bomb of a wave, and he'll stall here and then he'll pump, realizing that wave's not going to throw. Come down in his low line, cleaned up heaps on the face, big carve from him, massive spray, and we remain slightly baffled and perplexed as to why Scooby's not surfing, but obviously these guys, they've got a reason, they'll know why. And Nick will remain on the rope for the time being. They'll make their way back out. That is Lorenzo, who's doing the safety run for them. Scooby with a hat on the driving skis. Have another look at Nick's wave.
Yeah, good driving. They under-pro'd this one. You can see him stalling, and then when he sees it's not going to open up, he puts on the gas. But this is a great turn here. Scything rail turn. That'll be a good wave. Maybe one of Nick's better waves, I would say. So just slowly tallying up the points. But as you said, as we can't explain just why Pedro hasn't had a turn yet, given that he's in a position to win. And
yes,
here we go. Here we go.
Got the adjust here. Vote for Pedro, and here he goes. He's going to take the rope.
Better late than never.
So Von Rupp, he's quaffed up quite a bit of that heat time in that one. Pedro says, yes, fine, mate.
If this heat was a cake, I think Nick probably would have had a good 3/4 of it.
Scooby on the board now, and the requirement for him is not a massive one. In terms of that overall total, she anchors on 23.34 points. Pedro Scooby 22.9. Not a lot of difference in it. 0.4 of a point, but obviously as he gets another wave, he'll replace the score that he's got counting now. So he needs a bigger score than that. But he doesn't need a huge one. Something mid-range should do it for him, Ben.
Yeah. And it's one of those situations where not sure whether these tow events, whether that, they'll play to the score. I think it's pretty hard to do. If you think you need a 3-point ride or whatever, you're still going to try and go for the best waves. So I think he's just going to have to stick to it.
So what do you do now? It's 15 minutes on the clock. You don't need a massive number, 5 or something. Maybe the tubes are not on. What are you thinking? What are you trying to go for?
I would just go crazy. I'd catch everything and just go big. Full risk.
Hit the go mad button.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, we're going to wrap this thing up real soon. Before we do it, we're going to go a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to conclude the Tudor Nazaré Tow Challenge. Join us for more live, the thrilling conclusion from Portugal, right after this.
Wow, that was a crazy move to let Nick surf that long.
Welcome back to live in Portugal. Picking up Pedro Scooby, just styling down on the inside, making beautiful shapes on a smooth face on the inside. He's ridden a long way in there. So second in the leaderboard as he grabbed the rope with 15 to go. And already getting a long left. We just pick up back half of it. Let's get it from the get-go.
Yeah, it's a nice big clean wave. Just scoots underneath it. No barrel this time, but turn there. So that's didn't, as we said, it took a while to get on the rope, but as soon as he got it, he didn't waste any time. This one just kept going down the line. Full spin at the end. So yeah, interesting to see where that score comes in.
And that's the challenge right now. The waves are not so steep, so critical anymore, so it's harder to make points, get barreled, or do big airs. Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, if he'd made that, he probably would have been right up there. So
3.77 in for him. It doesn't count, won't go in his top 2, and then it won't threaten the leaderboard. He's got a 3.9 as his backup. And that's what he wants to improve. He does not need a lot more. As we go down under 13 now, and Von Rutt will be absolutely caning it back towards the peak. The froth levels amongst these guys are so high, and when you add competition into it as well, well, don't need any more incentive. They'll be looking to get busy at the next opportunity. Communicated with the spotters up top exactly where the waves are. They'll be able to tell them where to head, where the energy is, all of that stuff. The advantage of having that elevated position.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the spotters at this stage of the game too, isn't it? Something you haven't really talked about too much. But they're up there trying to, they pick the waves, don't they, Sebastian? So they'll say, if a set comes in, they'll say 1, 2, 3, or 4, or
yeah.
And with 12 minutes on the clock.
Live action. Here goes Scooby. They've decided to go this one. I like the approach. Don't get too patient. Stay busy. Slingshots in. Look at the speed. Nice little kind of soul slouch from him. This one has got some great double up energy. It's an absolute bomb of a wave. He just low lines that. Didn't really have a tube for him to get in as such, but I tell you what, he was steep in a pocket there, and that would have felt really nice to him. So no downtime at all on that wave, and the energy of that, it just drained off the sandbar.
Yeah, but that sort of made it look an amazing wave, but also meant he couldn't really do any turns, could he? He had too much downward force. It was too sucky almost he had to just sort of mainline it for survival. So we'll see. Okay, so Maya now on live action.
Here goes Maya. Big wave for her. What she got here? And she'll clip her first turn and keep with the down the line speed. big chop. We saw all of her fins there. Just kind of flex towards us. She gets some air time and does really well to manage it. And a big wave, a long way from her. Let's see where this puts her. She's not a long way back. In terms of the requirement, Antonio Silva looked like he just dropped a massive hammer under the lip, sort of emerged still on his board.
Yeah, going for it. Silva really knows these waves so well, so strong, so powerful. Big hook. Maya's wave was big. Again, not a lot of turn opportunity. She doesn't need a huge score, so. But finally, that's the first wave ridden after 40 minutes of of waiting. So you think that Eric might say, look, you just ride this. It's all about you. If I know Eric, that would probably be his normal way of approaching things. So he might just forego his opportunities and give them to Maya, and see if she can, improve score in the last 10 minutes.
Number in for Scooby, not enough. 3-2-3. Doesn't go in his top two. He's motoring out the back though. We're under the 10-minute mark now. And Nick Von Rupp will be eyeing up stuff up here. He want to put his buddy onto a bomb. Let's see if he can do that. But that last wave will not help the overall standing. Won't be a counter. Readjust. Some more energy comes on through to Nazare's famous Praia do Norte. A little bit of interest here from sort of wide on a shoulder. Obviously deceptive from the drone.
Looks like a good shape wave. It has the peak.
Here goes Maya from behind. Oh, inexplicably, she kind of catches it there and goes down. Okay, well, we're getting real busy now as we get down to the business end. Final 9 minutes. Looks like Antonio Silva. He's absolutely caning down the line here. Look at the speed. He deals with it well, and then just kind of catches that edge. It goes into a little bit of sort of an involuntary bottom turn kick out, and ends up on top of a massive wave. Is that what that kind of spray coming off? It looks almost like kind of smoke with that wind, just whipping it off the face and up into the air. And those kind of, you see that a lot here on the face of the wave. It's a sort of characteristic kind of spume effect on the wave, right? And that's actually from the offshore blowing the other waves, landing. It's really kind of a Nazare sort of specific thing. You don't see that in many places in surfing.
And it looks like right now it got really bumpy. The last 3-4 waves surfed. Probably more wind.
I think too, those right-handers we get the angle they're surfing towards the camera, aren't they? So you see it's like such a sort of, you see the scale of the wave, and you see the texture on the face a bit more. But he just couldn't quite skip out. I don't think he wanted to sort of end that wave as he did. But got safe, and that man there, Pedro Scooby, still chasing the score. He's had 2 waves. Got up towards the 4-point mark, but not the 4 he needs. So I think they'll recalibrate now. Like, okay, those 2 waves, I've got to go bigger. I've got to do more turns, or they've got to change their approach, because the waves that he's ridden the last 2 just aren't cutting it in terms of the score he needs to win this event.
7.5 to go on the clock. The Tudor Nazare Tow Challenge 2021. At the moment, it is still Lukashenko leading the men's overall performance. It is still Justine Dupont leading overall women's performance as well. Maya Gabeira is less than a point behind her, and she's in the water right now. Can she affect some change in these final 7 minutes? She needs waves in order to do that. She's been put on the waves by Eric Ribier. Not enough of them really so far. Let's check the recap, see how it's gone down. With 7 on the clock. This one has had some good action, some long lulls as well. Shada Merced just sticking at these lefts.
Yeah. Trademark Macedo, yeah, he's just got those big waves, riding out nice and safe. And his partner Silva comes in, really quick and efficient. Drop off and pick up, and he goes back out there. It's one of the bigger waves of the heat from Nick Von Rupp. Had a good heat, had a good, 35 minutes. Surfed really well, got himself up the leaderboard into what looks like about 7th or 8th position. João Macedo doing a nice fade there. Nice kind of fade up and to the right, and then fades left again, and then similar type wave. Just kicks out nice and easy. And then we saw Maya also looking for a couple of small scores, and how she hung on to that, Sebastian Stutner, was impressive, because if she went down there, that could have been cost her some time, cost her some energy.
That was impressive. Very nice right from Antonio Silva. Bit choppy, so he kicked out, probably pretty close to the cliff there.
Just had a wave, had a section, but couldn't quite keep his fins in the water, skipped out. He's nowhere really near the top end of the ratings board. It's all about that man, Pedro Scooby, and this one single wave he's been chasing now for just on 10 minutes.
We're basically as we were in terms of the scoreboard from the start of the heat. Up has added to his total, but not significantly in terms of the individual leaderboard. There it is there. Shianka still leading this one. Scooby is so close behind him. Basically needs a low, well, mid-4 is essentially what he needs in order to replace his backup score of a 3.9 and just add on that 0.5 or so of a point that he needs in order to get himself up into that top spot. Got a lot of time left to do it now. Time will tick away. And there's our leaderboards. That is how it's all been going down in what's getting close to about just over 5.5 hours of action so far. Here's the teams. And again, it's as we were. Bonner Up and Scooby present the major threat to Kyle Lenny and Lucas Shianka, who took it out the team's award last time out. And at the moment, they're looking good enough to get that title again. And just Scooby is on the rope right now. He's building up a little bit of momentum. He's caught 2 waves. If he can add to his numbers, not only will he look good for the Male Performance Award, but also pretty good for the team as well. Just over 4 to go now, Ben.
Yeah, it's coming down to this. Well, we did want to see a bit of jeopardy. That's what competition brings, and it's come down a pretty actually exciting way with the surfer with a chance of winning in the final heat. 4 minutes to go. Pedro Scooby desperately trying to get a 4-point ride. Got onto the rope late. That might need to be picked apart, that decision, maybe afterwards, depending on the results here. If they win, won't be mentioned. If it isn't, could come up in some of the dinner conversations. And yeah, and so we'll see if it pays off. He's still got a bit of time. He said 2 quick waves, but he needs a better one, needs a bigger one, and he's got priority as well. So yeah, it's coming down to the wire, Paul, and I'm pretty excited about it.
A lot at stake here, of course. Let's remember that we will be letting our surfers that taken out these categories, our champions, know straight away. Not going to a prize money back on land. We're going to do it in the water. Joanna Garnell is going to inform the surfers from the boat who's taken out our various categories. That's all coming up in just over 3 minutes' time. So we look to conclude here. We just want some sets, basically. That's what we need. Maybe you're looking for a score in a traditional surfing heat. Kind of go to the inside. Just try and find yourself that number. Maybe try and flare up. Not really what you're going to be doing at Nazare.
No, not scaring that inside for a shorey at all. They're going to have to sit at the back, stick to the game plan. The Nazare Bay will call the day as ever. One more opportunity would be nice. Green water again, just shimmering down there. It looks relatively benign and calm. It's not. There's some action. You see the surfers starting to hunt, patrol the area a bit more on the move there.
Yep, here goes Pedro Scooby, and he's seen something out the back. Bonner Up is heading towards it. That's Sheldon Macedo and the Portuguese team with Silva now back piloting. 2 on the clock here, crucially. And what do we got here? It looks like Maya. Eric Riviere whips her into one. She doesn't need a huge number herself. She's got a nice second wave. She just fades that one on the takeoff and then heaves into a bottom turn, covering a ton of ground. It's a clean face. She'll just engage that rail. Meanwhile, Scooby on an absolute monster of a wave. Wow. And he came absolutely flying at that section with so much speed. And that looked big and dark, and anything could happen before we picked up that vision there.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the one. That probably his last wave of the event. The judges forcing themselves into making a big decision here. We see him out the back. Not a lot going out the back so far. It's a big wave, but comes around the corner there. A little carve. Is that carve enough to get him over the line? It's bigger waves than his other 2. And a little float kick out. Interesting. It's going to be there or thereabouts. It's really hard to judge. I mean, such a difficult. There's not even much context. So we don't have these events very often. There's not much to compare it to. So interesting for the judges to make the call. Will Pedro Scooby take the lead and take the event?
Final minute here, final minute, and it could all well come down to that last wave. We're going to get a number in as well for Maya Gabeira. If it hasn't already dropped in, well, it has. And we are down towards our final 30 seconds now. Still Shankar with that lead. This score to come in for Scooby could well be crucial. Let's see if he does enough. I think it's all going to come down to that, really. As we pick up live from the drone, 20 seconds. Any last gasp efforts? If not, everyone will scramble over to our boats. As we see, wow, a lot of action. Here we go. Ooh. Here's Maya trying to go on a right-hander with not long left to go. And Eric buzzing in there, see if he can pick her up again. He's not going to have enough time. And it looks like that is going to conclude things. So it's going to come down to the score, basically. And it's with the judges. It is in their hands, the panel of judges. If they award, I reckon it's a 4-3, 4-4, what he needs, Pedro Scooby, in order to replace his backup score and get that distance up made to Lukashenko at the moment. He's led this one from the get-go, basically from the first wave as well. Very first wave of the competition, right at the beginning of that heat. Let's put him up into that first place. And he went back there when he surfed his second session. So far, crucially, Scooby unable to add to his previous total. And let's see what our panel makes of all this and see what goes down. Is this a crucial number in the context of this one? In terms of our men's performance award. And there, Pedro Scooby behind Nick Ronrup in second place prior to that last wave. And that score to come in. What do you reckon, Ben? Did he get it?
Yes.
Okay, Ben says yes. Seb, you reckon he got it?
Oh, it's...
Come on, mate.
50-50.
Ah,
he did a good turn. The waves weren't as clean anymore, so I think good effort to make that turn, but is it enough? I don't know.
It's tight, isn't it? Who'd have thought you thought after the day of men and their machines riding 65-foot waves on the one of the
coming down to a 4.
Coming down to whether a judge scores it a 4 or not.
Yeah.
But that's competition, and that's why it's exciting. And they haven't heard yet. They don't know.
They can be very proud, however this score goes, of the performance they put on, the show they put on, the sort of commitment, the entertainment. It's all been there, as can this pair here. You must be gutted to not be out there, Seb, with Maya. But that's the way it's gone down, and she's entertained us as well. What have we got here? Looks like numbers are in. It's not enough. It looks like it's not enough for Pedro Scooby. He comes in short, and it's going to be Lukashenko that's going to take this one out. Lukashenko, the best male overall performance. No more numbers to bring you for Maya Gabeira. So Justine Dupont, it looks like he's going to take the best performance award for a woman. The team's award, well, it's going to go to Shankar and Lenny. And that's where it is. We're all wrapped up. A big day of tow surf competition at the Tudor Nazaré Challenge. And your individual winner, the best male performance, Lukashenko of Brazil. And he lit this place up with his very first wave in the very first heat of the morning. He just showed us all sorts, the style, the progression, the energy, everything. And he's been really good value for the win.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think Pedro with that massive tube obviously put himself right in the frame. In terms of all-round surfing, yeah, as you said, Paul, the mix and the variety, yeah, a deserved winner. And his surfing, along with Kyle Lenny's also, has got him the team's leader win.
Well, Sebastian, you know all about the importance of teamwork out here, and in terms of that team, they're a pretty potent combination, Lenny and Shankar, and again, great value for the win.
Oh, definitely. They put on a show. They made the smartest decision. They performed the best on their individual waves, and the commitment as well in the rescue, losing the jet ski. I think that was crucial in the team performance. Putting themselves out there and really giving it their all.
Well, it's been a really entertaining day of surfing. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Join us for more from the Tudor Nazaré Challenge. We'll be right back with more live action. We'll be announcing our winners as well. That's all coming at you live from Portugal right after this. Welcome to the post show for the Tudor Nazare Challenge 2021. A big day of competition, excitement, drama, everything we expect from Nazare. We haven't been disappointed. Myself, Paul Evans, in the studio for the post show, joined by Ben Mundy and Seb Stoitner. Boys, what a day.
Yeah, absolutely amazing day. We that fog lifted and we were sort of blessed with some amazing waves. Not gigantic, but some of those barrels, Pedro, Scooby, Lukashenko, well, they've made my day. I'm just so stoked to see some guys doing high-performance surfing on some massive waves.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
Yeah, especially, you've seen this as much as anyone, like a lot more than we get to look at it. It's always impressive to us, but from your point of view and the sort of level of standard you're used to seeing here, it's been a great day.
Oh, it's been a spectacular day. The level has been increased again. Everyone has put on a show, and I'm happy to watch this with you boys.
In terms of those overall performances, we talk about favourites and kind of who might be coming in and we thought might do well, and that will get you so far, but obviously you've got to do the work. No surprises really to see Lenny and Shianka. They just, again, seem to be just kind of on that next level.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro gave him a run for the money, and in my opinion could have taken it if he had made a different decision. Not to instigate anything here.
I like it.
Yeah, great competition. Exciting for the showdown as well. The last 4 minutes, I was sweaty hands.
And of course, we're using a more conventional sort of scoring format that we used to see generally in surfing, but we've got our 5 moments of the day as well, away from just the scores themselves, and a bunch to unpack, loads of highlights to go through. Well, let's go back to our 5th moment. And this happens right back. Well, this happened this morning, and it was the ski incident from Lukashenko and Kai Lenny.
Yeah, this was like an incredible sort of 30 seconds of crazy action. So Kai Lenny went right, and rarely for Kai, he fell off here, so he skips out. He's going so fast. Even that was dramatic enough. And then it all got pretty hectic. So you see this, he spun at the top. Look at those crowds just looking straight into the teeth of it. And then this happened. Just tried to gun it, couldn't hang on. Both got flipped. Jet ski went over the falls. They went over the falls. Both managed to be safe. No one got hit. No one got hurt. I think this might.
Moment number 4. Kosher Bomb sending it, having a dig.
He had a really good couple of heats. Kosher, I was really impressed. He ended up coming 5th. Which out of 18 world-class surfers is no small feat. And yeah, he got some bombs, got some big waves, surfed them well. I reckon he'll be really happy with his day's work today.
Yeah, putting in a good body of work. Kosher Bomb sending it throughout the day here. Very impressive as ever. Running safety as well for other teams. A big day at the office for this man, your Guinness World Record holder at this wave. Very impressive throughout the day. And they just kept coming for Kosher. How many waves did he have?
Got a lot of bombs.
A lot of kick-outs.
A lot of kick-outs. Yeah, he surfed really good.
Right, let's think about moment 3. And it's our French pair, Dupont and Rollet. And a really nasty jet ski incident as well for these two.
Yeah, this is probably, without doubt, the most high-performance jet ski floater performed throughout the course of the day. So Justine Dupont got a really nice wave, surfed it well. The pickup was good. But then they got some strife, Sebastian.
Yeah.
I'll let you tell me exactly what went wrong.
Let's have a look. That was a beautifully surfed wave. Good performance. Great kick out as well.
Then it all started getting. That was cool. That was really good. Showing a bit of flair. And then she would have been happy with all this so far. But then it just started to get a little bit risky here. What went wrong?
Yeah, so he decided to hit the lip a little bit sideways, not to get airborne, and he was a little bit too late, so the wave pushed him in front. And yeah.
Moment number 2, Scooby's tube.
Oh, beautiful.
How about this thing? Whoosh.
This is the most beautiful bear I've seen at Nazare, at that size, by far. Coming out after the spit here in Nazare is probably the most difficult thing to do. So,
and look, I don't want to sort of carry controversy here either. We've already had Scooby. I mean, that wave is just absolutely amazing. They got a 7. And I think that when we're talking about some of the scores, I mean, the judges might want to think that, you know, would that have been scored higher potentially? We'll never know. We got scored what it scored, but what a barrel.
Adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter what he scored. He's going to have that for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
That was just an incredible wave, incredible barrel. He'd already pulled into a wave almost that big, but the heat winner eventually too good.
Our moment number one, Lukashenko, the big barrel for him. Got it early on and really set the marker down. And from there, he just didn't look back. Yanko going steep and deep. Getting an incredible tube. I like the way Kyle Lenny said, yeah, I put him in the tube. He can't get credit for that. Yeah, I put him in that. I like it.
Yeah, it was very, very good. What a wave and what a deserved winner in the end.
Yeah, massive. Obviously, we talked about that safety angle as well, and it's cool to see those protocols, the way they're going on, and that interaction coming. It just feels like it's about progression in the sport, Seb, but it's like that every time we come back here and get a look at it. That seems to get more and more advanced, and quite rightly so.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, safety is priority number one, and I think the size, the competition format, everything was great today. And, yeah, what a show.
And you talked about like the sort of size at Nazare and how the different performance comes in, and you know, essentially the best surfers from Nazare, but from around the world as well. Today, like overall, obviously got our winner, like individual winner, but just collectively, sort of toe surfing kind of school around the world. Performance is very impressive and exciting to see where it's heading.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive. I was a bit surprised that only Kai and Lucas took it into the air. I thought other athletes would as well, but everyone had great waves and great performances, barrels, big turns, a lot of commitment. So it was very enjoyable.
I bet you've been lucky enough to be here for the call down the years for Nazare Challenge. What's sort of standing out at you for the day, kind of takeaways for you?
Look, I think that those Scooby barrels, basically, you know, I think once it gets that giant
Peak
size,
Scooby.
getting barrels is pretty hard. But when it was that, you know, today, that size, that's what it gave us. It gave those, you know, sort of moments of magic. There wasn't, you know, stacked full of them, but when they came, it sort of, took your breath away. So, yeah, Scoob. And he's posted an interview. Might even be better than his tube, I reckon. So the combination, it was great to watch.
Yeah, we had some good chats throughout the day in the boat. It's cool to get insights from everyone, just like that energy level as well. You know, a typical post-heat interview, it's kind of like, you know, surfers come out of the water and they sort of do their thing, but we're right out in the water. We're so close to that energy, and you kind of like really feel that energy come over when Joanna's talking to our surfers.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the emotions are flying high. It's so much adrenaline. If you get a barrel like that, man, you're high. Definitely.
High for life.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, Joanna Garnell is still out there in the water, and she's trying to bring us some interviews and relay some information to our surfers. I wonder if we're ready to go down to her shortly. I'm sure we will do. Well, she sounds like she's ready. Let's go down and hear from Joanna Garnell.
Hey guys, that's right. That's the wrap for this day, and what an amazing day it has been. And Lucas is shaking over there because he doesn't know the results yet, but I have to tell you, you are the winner of today, the best performance of the men's. Congratulations. How are you feeling? Come here. He said he was going to jump off the boat, but I want a few words for that. How are you feeling? Give me some words.
I'm feeling really good, and just like it's an honor to be towing with this guy, to be partner of this guy. This time he put me on the best waves of the day for sure, and we did our best out there, and pretty much like super stoked to have Kai on my team. And I hope you guys liked the show because we did our best out there. We did a super amazing performance, and one of my standout performance of my life. So for sure, just super stoked. Want to say, obrigado equipe do Brasil, tamo junto família. Obrigado meus patrocinadores. Thank you guys. Let's get it.
What's your motivation? Why are you taking these risks?
My motivation is my family, it's my job, now it's my daughter. So pretty much that's my motivation. And Kai is one of my biggest idols, so we keep pushing each other, and that's why I come so hard this year. And then I told him, like, bro, I really want to win this year, please.
Well, you're a great team, and because you're a great team, that's why you also won the team of the day. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Super stoked.
How's it working with each other?
Oh,
I mean, you know, it's a dream come true working with someone like Lucas because he's like-minded. We go out and we know the exact waves we want. I know the waves he wants, he knows the waves I want, and we're trying to push our performance surfing as far as we can with airs, barrels, turns, ride the biggest wave possible, and you know, most importantly, it's just fun, and we're going out there to have a lot of fun. So that's why we surf big waves, because we actually love doing it, and doing an event is an icing on the cake.
Well, you're a great duo. We hope to see you in the years to come. Don't stop. Keep doing it.
Yeah, we're never gonna stop for sure. You guys gonna see
We're
us
gonna be
for
our daughters
so long.
out there, yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. And now for the most committed award, best commitment award is Scooby. Come here.
Caraca, chora, viado.
Scooby, get in here.
Eu passo 35 dias do ano aqui, caralho.
You won the most committed award. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, I'm really happy. It was a beautiful day in Nazaré. I love this place. Oh, you good? I think this guy deserves a lot, you know, because he pushed me a lot. I'm the guy who enjoy the life, you know. I love to travel the world and not just be here, not just. I don't have the focus who Chumbinho and Nikki and Kai have, you know. I'm a different guy. I think different. This is my life, but I have to be here. And thanks a lot, everyone. Woo! Life is good.
Well, now everyone stinks of beer. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thanks my kids and my wife. I love you, family.
Português.
Meu amor, tô indo pra casa daqui a pouco. Valeu, meus filhos, tô chegando.
All right, great moments there. So the Jogos de Santa Casa Commitment Award going to Pedro Scoopis. One more award to bring you. Justine Dupont, unable to get her in the boat right now, but she wins the Women's Performance Award, and thoroughly well deserved. I mean, no real surprise there. She's always outstanding every swell, and another great performance from Justine.
Yeah, great. She surfed really well. She actually, I mean, it was closer than it would have been. She got interference, so she lost one of her waves. So it was actually a really commanding performance from Justine. She went lefts and rights, surfed them all really well. Had a one crazy wipe as we saw them the moments of the day. But yeah, she's setting the standards out there. Her and Maya are just as ever close, neck and neck, and pushing each other so hard. But it was Justine's day today.
Oh yeah, definitely. She put on a good show, good performance, a big commitment. Sick turn that she did on the wave that they went over on the jet ski. Came back from that, so well deserved.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that jet ski incident today, and I guess, you know, obviously in a tow event, you're going to end up with a lot of jet skis buzzing around on a lot of inside waves. But overall, you know, in terms of the incidents we tend to see at Nazaré today, relatively speaking, there were some pretty heavy hitting ones. There were some gnarly moments there. Let's not.
Oh, absolutely. And I think just the execution of that, like the pickups, the safety, everything today, you could see how on point everyone was. There was a couple of instances, of course, there's going to be. It's all a lot of action, a lot of skis, but you know what? It was just so well drilled, Sebastian. I know you've played a big part in your little scene, but I could just really feel today. It was a whole new level of professionalism.
Yeah, it was much smaller as well, so it was easier for everyone. But definitely everyone progressed in not just the surfing, but also the rescue techniques and being on point. And I went down to the cliff, to the top of the lighthouse. I saw the spotters working. So, you know, the entire teams are more professional and working better now.
Let's go here from Justine Dupont. She's with Joanna Garnell.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get close to Justine. Justine. Oh, those pranksters! Look at that. Justine, you won best performance for the women. How are you feeling?
Good, yeah, good. Because it's definitely a teamwork. Pierre was amazing. Just at the end, because of this guy, we could get an interference. So sorry. No, because of that too. So yeah, no. So at the end, it's good, and they score so much. You won, Lucas. You won! Ah. Nice. And yeah, it's just such a teamwork, and I'm really proud because with Pierre it was just amazing to team up with him. We started being Nazaré, coming Nazaré together, and having Fred doing the safety was so sick. Clément was there, Joël was there. It's so much fun around, And Pierre Calais on the cliff, he was giving us some advice. André on the radio was just amazing. And yeah, it was just so sick to have all of them around. Lino, it's been amazing since the beginning of our journey in Nazaré. And yeah, it was just a really sick adventure. And thanks a lot to Pierre Rollet. He must be around. He must go surf right now, Pierre. But yeah, he surfs so well, and it was an honor to team up with him too. And yeah, stoked about the result, and well done to everybody, because it's tricky during the contest. It's tricky. We need to check the time and to go like focus, but in the same time you want to go big, but in the same time you're like okay, it's tricky, but really good. Yeah.
Do you want to say a few words for back home?
Oui, merci beaucoup à tous et merci pour tous les bleus. On était avec un lycra vert, donc c'était les verts. Mais trop cool, franchement, l'ambiance avec Pierrot, c'était trop cool. Bon, mais là, du coup, il repart dans l'eau, donc c'est dommage qu'il ne soit pas avec moi. Mais c'est vraiment un truc d'équipe et je suis vraiment contente parce qu'il y avait du coup Fredo, vous les connaissez tous, Fredo, Pierre Calais, il y avait Clément aussi, il y avait Joël qui était là. Et voilà, Pierre Rollet qui a fait le show et qui a fait un joli flotteur. Je ne sais pas si vous l'avez vu aussi avec le jet à la fin. Et voilà, André à la radio qui était sur le phare, il était top. Et puis voilà, il y a tout le monde qui nous ont bien aidés. Tonio, d'avoir tout ce monde autour de nous, ces vibes, c'était vraiment top. Donc merci en tout cas pour tous vos messages. Merci beaucoup.
Look at that energy. Congratulations. And back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna.
Good job, Joanna, too.
Justine did mention, I think might have been the secret. She talks about the Frenchy crew. We saw the entire French pack in the Indian restaurant. Huh?
Don't tell.
Maybe the secret is hit the curry house, get extra spicy, and you could be on your way to winning Nazaré.
Don't tell the other team members. If that Indian gets out, mate, they'll all be doing it. The performance levels will go through the roof. But what did she mention? She mentioned the floater then too, didn't she? Or the
jet ski float.
The floater. So what a so positive and such a great ambassador for the sport.
Great day of competition. Sebastian, it's been an honour having you in the studio calling us, mate. Thanks a lot. Just a final thought from you. You enjoyed your day, but you're looking forward to get back in the water yourself as well, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure. I'm definitely looking very much forward to getting back in the water, especially after seeing this.
It's hard working here, mate.
Would you say
it is?
Would you say riding a 100-foot wave is probably less difficult than doing the job that we did today?
I'd definitely say so. Yeah. The stuff you guys got to remember, the type of risks you're taking here, sitting in a truck on a cliff, you know. It could roll, you know.
Anything can happen.
No, but it's been good fun. Thanks for having me.
Mate, your pleasure. Thanks for giving your insight. It's been incredible to have that insight from someone who knows it so well.
Sebastian, thanks a lot. It's been awesome having you. Ben, yeah, it's been all right. It's been fun. We're going to wrap things up for the Tudor Nazaré Challenge. Of course, Tudor Peahi Challenge at Jaws. That's coming up next. In terms of our big wave events, waiting period is open right now in the Pacific. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time out. We're going to send you off some highlights.